midget, but nothing came of it.
The important thing for Damien Meyer is that he has stayed ahead of those cars heading into the section of the circuit where we know that the MG will have the advantage, so he should be able to skip away over the top of the mountain. Here is the very experienced Terry Lawler, and here is the battle group between Joe Kalaja, who is holding up the Porsches and the MG over the top of the mountain.
This is the battle of the 5th to 10th. Purvis gets past Kalaja. Now it'll be Adler having seeing if he can have a crack at him as well. But I don't think there's anywhere for him to do it at this point.
It's pretty much a single file racetrack down through the spares box dipper. It's very rare that we see cars running side by side through there.
Car 9, Stan Adler. Behind him is car 66, Alex Webster, the white Porsche, Brian Taylor, the blue Porsche 77. Then it's Simon Meyer in the silver midget ahead of Calvert Jones in the silver Porsche. So you've got a fantastic mix of marks out there, and amazing that the Porsches who used to have this category all to themselves are really struggling at the moment to keep up with those 289 Fords.
I think a lot of that, you touched on it yesterday, some of those bigger and more powerful cars. They've done a lot of work on developing the handling to try and get those cars to corner a bit better, and that has allowed them to take the fight up to the Porsches.
That's right. To start with, those things were very fast in a straight line, but never, ever came closer than when it came to the twisty bits. But now, the Corvettes are handling pretty well, and those Shelby 350 GTs, they're handling very well indeed.
This is a tremendous battle, so James Calvert-Jones has moved back ahead of Damien Meyer, who got caught up in some traffic over the top of the mountain.
Now we see a little number of cars. We've got Tony Karantlowski in the silver Almetta. We've got Tim Linus in a Porsche 928, one of the big V8 Porsches, coming through in the midfield. We've got one of the Datsun 260Zs, and behind them, the oldest car in the field, it's Ron Goodman in a grey Porsche 356 from 1954.
That's the sole Group SA car in the field. We do have 3 sub-classes within Group S. So Group SA is for cars that are pre-1960, SB for cars 1961 to 69, and SC for cars 1970 to 77. Battle continues between Tim Linus and Jeff Thomas in the Datsun, who has just moved ahead of that Porsche 928.
And I'm amazed how well Ron Goodman's Porsche, every time he brings that thing out, that car punches above its weight. But it's a very highly developed car and occasionally a little temperamental, and he rings in everything. Meanwhile, we've got Kalaja and down going, big dive under brakes. Stan Adler picks up a position as he moves under Kalaja's Corvette as they headed down the mountain, but will he be able to hold him back when they hit Conroy?
And a change in 3rd position at Forest Elbows. So Doug Barber has slipped up the inside of Joseph Di Bartolo, who was a little bit wide there at Forest Elbows, so the Porsche moves on into 3rd position.
Well, Doug's achieved one of his ambitions that he mentioned to me last night over dinner. He said that he wanted to get ahead of here's a replay of that. Joseph locks a break in a most unfortunate position. I think he was reasonably lucky to hold the thing up before the wall there. Doug was determined to get at least one. Oh, and Ron Goodman in the Porsche 356. That looks like smoke emitting from the rear of that car, and that's not good.
No, that's a great shame after the work that they did on that car overnight to get it onto the track this morning.
I'd be interested to see what his lap time was, because his big ambition for today, that thing has expired, I'm afraid. His big ambition of the day was to break the lap record for the class, and I'm pretty sure he will have done that. But he's broken not only the lap record, but also the car, I'm afraid.
2-minute 56.4, the best time for Ron Goodman,
which is about 15 seconds under the previous lap record. So that part of his ambition has been fulfilled.
This contest is continuing. The Meyer brothers back together again. For a while, Simon Meyer was a fair way ahead of Damien, but Simon got caught up in some traffic and Damien's been able to catch back up. Yesterday we saw them working together and forming an MG roadblock on Conrod Straight so that the powerful cars couldn't get past them.
Oh, I'm sure they weren't doing that deliberately, Lachlan. Ron Goodman pulls up safely to the side of the track, well out of the way. He's a pretty experienced driver. His experience goes right back to the old days of the called the Thunderdome. So he's been around the racetrack for a long while. Meanwhile, out in the front, we see Terry Lawler doing it pretty easily right now.
He's opened up a margin, Terry Lawler. It's now 6.8 seconds that he is to the good of John Harrison. So very experienced, historic racer who's had success not just here in Australia, but over at circuits like Laguna Seca in America as well.
I saw Terry win an all-Shelby race at Laguna Seca, and there were some very big names from American racing out there, and Terry, to their amazement, went out, took the lead on turn one, and got the elbows out, and that was the end of that. He won the race. But they're fast learners over there in the States, because the guy who came second on the first race did it to Terry what he'd done to him in race 2, and that was the end of it as well. So John Harrison there, I think probably content now. He knows he's not going to get by Terry Law. We've got that is a bit unfortunate. We've now got Baker in the Corvette, the ex-Don Fallon car, in a most unfortunate position going up the mountain, and that's not a good place to be stopped.
No, and the officials are signalling to the other drivers that they need to go as far to the right of the circuit as they can. There at the cutting, it is obviously a blind corner, so that's not a very good place to park.
No, indeed it's not. And meanwhile, here's Stan Adler, and he's getting very up close and personal there with Joe Kalaja as they come down the mountain.
They've swapped positions a couple of times, those two cars, within the last few laps, as we see that the number 55...
That's the Corvette coming to a stop. That's really... something's gone, a wick's gone out on that thing.
You can actually hear it revving. I'm wondering if maybe it's a clutch or a gearbox problem with that car.
Gearbox or a drive shaft, something, you know, whatever it is. It's like he's moved it from where it was.
The problem there is that there's not a lot of safe positions that you can roll back into.
No, virtually none.
He's done the very best job that he can to get it as far out of harm's way. It's probably not in quite as dangerous a position as it was about 30 seconds ago. Oh, and a big problem coming down.
Calvert Jones, and he's, I think has he managed to hold it off the wall? He's got very, very loose, and he's doing a lot of gardening up there. That's not good at all.
Calvert Jones was one of the drivers who was involved in that battle on the fringe of the top 10.
So Dave Baker's still trying to get that Corvette mobile. Up the hill we have a great battle here with two white Carreras. That's Alex Webster in 66, Greg Paul in car 111. Carried by Simon Meyer in the silver midget in the part of the circuit the midget just loves.
This will be a non-overtaking zone through here, obviously, because it'll be covered by yellow flags, and in fact the safety car has now been called. So the officials have decided that David Baker's car's in a position that's just a little bit too dangerous.
They mightn't be wrong about that. No, that's not a great place to be. He's managed to get it right off the middle of the road where he was, and there's Calvert Jones. He's managed, after that lurid visit to the sand and close greeting to the wall, he's managed to keep the thing all together. I thought he was gone for all money when he went off there.
Good thing for David Baker is that it should be a relatively straightforward exercise for the officials just to tone that car out of harm's way.
So how many minutes have we got left? That's the question.
That is a very good question. So the time certain cut-off for this race is it's either 10 laps or 1 lap after 8:32 a.m. It's currently 8:25 a.m.
We've got, yeah, okay. This is going to be very, very tight, isn't it?
Lights on the AMG Mercedes safety car, which is set to come out for another appearance on the racetrack. So you were talking about Doug Barber before as well, and that you said that his ambition was to get ahead of
least
Joseph
one V8.
Di Bartolo.
Yeah, at least one V8. And the trouble was, I think he was opening up a bit of a gap, and this is actually going to spoil things for him a little, because the Corvette will now cool down, and it'll have all that monster horsepower as they go back out. So we have Terry Lawler, and we've got one of the backmarking Alpha, or two of the backmarking Alphas in between himself and John Harrison.
Doug Barber's one of those very enthusiastic characters of the Group S paddock who I always enjoy having a chat to whenever I'm at a race meeting, because he always has so many great stories to tell just about his motorsport experiences, and he's just one of those genuinely enthusiastic and fun competitors who just loves getting behind the wheel of his race car.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely, Lachlan. He's getting a lot of track time these days. He's doing a historic race in May at Brands Hatch. He was hoping to get a run this year at Le Mans Classic, but the deal didn't come together. The car that they were hoping to run, I think they realised just wasn't going to have the grunt necessary to run 3 one-hour races at Le Mans Classic. And Le Mans Classic is just, I think, one of the great motorsport events that anybody who loves older sports cars would just have to put on their bucket list.
So tell us about the Le Mans Classic concepts, because I know that it's held every 2 years.
That's right.
And obviously it pays homage to cars that competed in the 24 hours of Le Mans in years gone by.
It's divided into 6 categories, age-based, and each of those 6 categories over a 24-hour period has 3 one-hour races, one of which must be during the night. So on the Friday, they have to actually go out and do their practice, including qualifying at night. And the next day, they start at 4 o'clock with conventional, it's a rolling start. And they worked up the age categories. So you'll go there and you'll see lower Bentleys and Bugattis from the 20s and 30s. You'll see C-type Jaguars and D-type Jaguars from the 50s. You'll see Ford GT40s being used in anger, and they really do use them in anger. You'll see Porsche 917s, you'll see Porsche 906, you'll see 935s, like the Alan Jones Australian Sports Car Championship type thing, just amazing cars. Cars like Rusty French's, is it a 935? Rusty's got a 934, I think, that Alan Hamilton had. There's amazing Porsches out there, amazing GT40s, Lola T70s. If any sports car tickles your fancy and you want to see it being used in anger, the Le Mans Classic is a great event to go to. I mean, to me, the 2 best that I've been to, a Le Mans Classic I've been a couple of times, and going again this year, as a matter of fact, and then the other one is the Goodwood Revival, and that's an extraordinary meeting.
That's one of the most famous historic race meetings in the world.
But I'll give you another one, a little one that's below the radar, and if you happen to be in Europe and look up your calendar, there's an historic meeting at Zandvoort, and that is a fantastic event. And at Zandvoort, you can walk around the entire circuit. You can go and watch every corner while you're there. The facilities for viewing at the circuit are good, and you don't have to buy an expensive package, whereas I would recommend people do if they're going to Le Mans, because it can get seriously hot in July in France. So down the mountain come our lead cars on behind the safety car.
I'll tell you what, having recently seen the movie Ford versus Ferrari, I have to say that has probably whetted my appetite to go and check out some of those overseas historic races. Speaking of Ford versus Ferrari, one of the predominant characters in that movie was Carroll Shelby, who was very much instrumental in the design and development of Ford GT40 race cars that conquered Le Mans in the 1960s, but he was also very much involved in the development of the cars that happened to be running first and second in this race.
And before that, back in 1959, himself a winner of the Le Mans 24-hour race with Roy Salvadori driving an Aston Martin. So, the heritage of the sports cars we see out here today in the classics, and the cars which ran back in the day at Le Mans, and the cars we see downstairs in the pit garage here with the beautiful Aston Martins and McLarens, and I mean the heritage of these marques is just extraordinary.
So down into the chase we come, and race leader Terry Lawler has a couple of lapped cars between himself and the second place car of John Harrison. The lights are off on the AMG Mercedes safety car, so it's going to be headed back into the pits, and we will get a restart this time around.
Well, it's, I bet that Doug Barber in third position in the Porsche was wishing that he had a couple of slower cars behind him. Now, if they do the right thing, they'll just move to the left and allow John Harrison to make his move. But it's Terry Lawler in control of the race, very experienced driver. He'll know what to do as they come down under the Liqui-Moly bridge. Kalaja pulling out along. What's Joe Kalaja doing?
Well, I think you'll probably be penalised for that because there's no passing or overlapping until you get to the start-finish line. So Joe Kalaja there quite clearly made the move on Doug Barber before they got to the start-finish line. So that will attract some attention from race control, I would imagine.
Yeah, one would think so.
So back underway with 3 laps remaining on the board at this stage, and Terry Lawler has taken full advantage of those laps cars to open up a sizable margin over John Harrison. It was 4.6 seconds as they crossed the start-finish line. And
as we thought, Joe Di Bartolo was going to give a really good red-hot go to get back past Doug Barber with his car nice and cool. So we've got in the lead, Terry Lawler has disappeared into the sunset. We've got Joe Kalaja, who's come up the inside of a whole lot of people before the start line. Not sure what's going to happen there. We've got Kalaja being harried now by Joe Di Bartolo, and I think it'd be quite good if Joe slows Kalaja down, or Kalaja slows Joe down, because that'll work well for Doug Barber in the Porsche. Doug's lining Di Bartolo up for a pass over the top there, but I don't think that's going to come off, not that early anyway.
It looks to the inside as they head down into McPhillamy Park. We've seen that Doug Barber is pretty good heading down over Skyline. The 2 Corvettes side by side.
And Andy Purvis tried to get alongside Doug as well. So Di Bartolo gets ahead of
Joe
Kalaja, who's now holding up the Porsches behind him. And a lap time, let's have a look at the lap times. Kalaja's fastest lap time to date has been a 2:43, whereas, I tell you what, this is getting a bit dramatic coming down there. It's a bit exciting. Kalaja will be holding these blokes up. He's 7 seconds a lap slower.
And it's a freight train of Porsches, and you can see that Kalaja, with the superior horsepower of the Corvette, cruises off into the distance down Conrod Straight. And then it's a gaggle of Porsches. Doug Barber ahead of Andrew Purvis, Stan Adler, Brian Taylor, and Alex Webster all in there.
Alex Webster's the one who's moved immensely since qualifying yesterday. He qualified about 23rd, and now he's well into the top 10. But you've got Kalaja in that red Corvette, and the thing's very fast in a straight line. So where is Doug Barber? Doug Barber's going to have to get past that before he can have a crack at Di Bartolo. So Barber comes down the inside. They come on to the start of the straight, goes out a bit wide, gets into the dust. So that's not going to help his cause any.
And Kalaja back down the inside of Barber as they head into Hill Court, and he'll be on the inside as well, Joe Kalaja, and that just compromises Doug Barber's momentum on the exit of the corner, which may create an overtaking opportunity for the cars behind. Andrew Purvis and Stan Adler both looking to maximise their exit speed for the long uphill run up Mountain Straight. And this will be the final lap, so we will run 1 lap short.
And I'll tell you what, this Porsche battle's getting a bit hungry, isn't it? You've got Barber ahead of Purvis, ahead of Adler. And Adler and Purvis have had history. And then you've got Brian Taylor, and so is he. And it's getting very, very hairy as they head up to the back of the battle. In fact, you have to say that action earlier in the race is really compromised by the Corvette. It's really compromised the race of these 4 Porsche drivers.
I'd agree with that, so interesting to see what the officials decide to do. We'll leave that in their very capable hands at the conclusion of this race. One thing that's not in dispute, though, is that Terry Lawler has got serious pace in his Shelby. He's now 9.1 seconds ahead of John Harrison in the lead of this motor race.
And Terry Lawler down to a 2:33. That's a significant improvement on his previous best time here this weekend. And best lap time so far for a 2:36 for John Harrison. So Terry Lawler's really set a very high standard to emulate today. You've got Barber thus last, a 2:38. He's been much quicker than that in the past.
Down into Forest Elbow. Cautious will be good under brakes. Barber looking to the inside, but Kalaja covering off that overtaking manoeuvre. Here, though, is our race leader, Terry Lawler, and it has been a superb and controlled drive from the front of the field. Through Murray's Corner for the final time, and it's 2 wins from 2 races for Terry Lawler in the Group S Classic Sports Car races here at Mount Panorama. He'd have to be
pretty happy. Then will be John Harrison now coming through. Murray's coming up the start of the straight. A big gap when you consider they've only been back racing for a couple of laps. But here's the battle for fourth. And I know. And Stan Adler looking down the inside of Andy Purvis as they come up to the start-finish line. That's going to be very hairy. Kalaja goes across. Then it's Doug Barber, the first Porsche, from Andy Purvis. Stan Adler finishes in 7th. Brian Taylor will be 8th, but he'll cop a 5-second penalty, so that'll put him behind Webster and maybe Watts when the final results are called.
Just seeing a replay there, a very close moment over the top of the mountain for Matt Blanche in his MGB, heading down through the spares box dipper.
Tim Linus in the 928, Jeff Thomas in the Datsun 260Z, and down there in the sand on the last lap, it's car 45, which is John Del Colo in car 56, the Datsun 240Z from South Australia. John will be very disappointed with himself, and to get that close to the end and make your mistake is always very frustrating.
So he ends up beached in the gravel trap. Let's see if this replay explains what might have happened.
That's
actually
Thomas.
Earlier on, so that's Jeff Thomas in another one of the Datsuns running off at the chase.
That's a 260Z there for Jeff, and I think this is Del Colo here. He just braked a bit late, didn't he? He just missed his turn in altogether. I think he was hoping to power through there, but it didn't quite make it.
He was in a battle with another couple of cars at the time, but he's ended up parked in the sand trap at the chase. So that'll be another job for our recovery crews to retrieve that vehicle. We're going to be watching some highlights of race number 2 for the Group S Classic Sports Cars here at Mount Panorama.
We saw a really good start by Barber off the line, but then it was Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche and Joe Kalaja who swamped him as they came to the first turn on the track. Coming down the mountain, Damien Meyer in the blue MG Midget under Greg Hall in the Porsche, who ends up hung out to dry. Ron Goodman, unfortunately, the 356 Porsche expiring. Stan Adler getting a bit up close and personal with Joe Kalaja. And there we have this lurid moment from James Talbot-Jones. And I'll tell you what, he was so lucky to get away with that. And then we have this battle at the end of the race, which was, ended up being a very dominant performance by Terry Lawler.
In the end, though, a comprehensive race victory for Terry Lawler. He will be on pole for the third and final Group S race later on this afternoon. That completes the sport action for this morning at Mount Panorama. It's practice session number 5 for the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 Hour up next.
BP is the official fuel sponsor of the Bathurst 12 Hour. And did you know the BP Ultimate is exactly what you will put in your car when you fuel up at their station? And that's what our cars are using today. Here at the wheel we're spinning in Harris Park, when you grab your merch and some food, why not grab some giveaways as well? Like, I'm about to win oh, the fuel card of $20. We've got lots of fuel to give away, lots of merchandise. Come and have some fun. We'll see you here to fuel up. Thanks, BP.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a trip to the 2021 Le Mans 24 Hours, one of the world's most prestigious endurance car races. Travel through France and Germany for 15 days. Visit the Porsche and Mercedes-Benz museums and experience a hot lap at the Nürburgring with up to $5,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win a new Indian FTR 1200S motorcycle. To enter, get a quote on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive, your bike or home. Take out a new policy for even more chances of winning. Call Shannon's on 134646 or go online today.
Don't you know I was born different? I wanted more. Watch me be relentless.
Hello everybody and welcome along to the 2020 Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 hours. It's a beautiful day on the mountain and we're delighted to be with you for Super Saturday. Alongside me we have Richard Creel and Johnny Palmer. We're building up to the excitement of qualifying and the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. Good morning, gentlemen, and Creelsy, thanks for having us back.
No, you're very welcome. Welcome to Mount Panorama, to everyone joining us here at the circuit in Australia and around the world for a massive and critical day on the mountain. It may be qualifying day for a 12-hour endurance race, but it's an endurance race that's never been won from lower than 7th on the grid. So there's a significant amount of significance about this race. And Johnny Palmer, as we say good morning to you, at the end of the day, one team gets to lift the Alan Simonson Pole Award trophy. It's named after a great of this particular event, someone who really helped establish it on the world stage as an internationally significant race. So it's one of the big moments of the year.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's fabulous that we still remember an awesome personality 7 years on from that tragedy at Le Mans. So yeah, his spirit lives true here at the mountain, and it's a real lottery. I'm not even sure whether this next session, which is free practice 5, will offer us any more clues as to who's likely to be fast later on today. Teams have been going through various different programs. I think there was quite a bit of long running during the later session last night. The Nissan, the sole surviving Nissan from KCMG, doing a good 17-18 lap stint just to see how that gets on with the mileage. But yeah, are we going to see cars in qualifying trim over the next hour or so?
Well, that's a very good question, and the conditions are...
Exit is open.
That's the voice of James Taylor, the race director for the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 Hour, just confirming that this 5th and final 1 hour practice session has now officially commenced. It's a good question, JP, and there's a few things to unpick around what you've just brought up into the discussion, because qualifying's very interesting. This is the last opportunity for teams to do full race simulation. I think we'll see a lot of practice pit stops in this session, and it's the only practice session where refueling is permitted to occur in pit lane as if it were the race tomorrow. So that makes this vital. And we've got Skippy bouncing on the road, and the teams have done a very good job,
Several of.
getting out the way. They've cleared the gate at Griffin's Bend on the run-up Mountain Straight. And this is just an occupational hazard of racing at Mount Panorama, and there is actually a dedicated flag, and we've gone red straight away. They'll close pit exit. There's actually a dedicated flag to determine that in the way they wave, double wave yellows.
And my very first lap in a race car here on the mountain, I got the Kangaroo flag at Griffin's Bend. And I thought, that's it, I can pull in now, I've done it all.
That makes you Australian, I think. You're formally induced into the country. Well, I mean, we talk about the quirks of this racetrack and the 6.2 Ks of bitumen around it, but it's everything that surrounds it as well that can often play a role. And the first time we had some serious international teams and drivers at this place, they couldn't quite believe that in the drivers' briefing notes there was a segment about kangaroos and what to do when they were on the racetrack.
Yeah, I don't think for anyone who's not raced here or in Australia before, it is a huge surprise, but it's certainly not a new scenario for anyone who's been spectating here through the years. The past few, every race, they've got to be mindful of it. So,
get up, mate. You're right.
Yeah. Just wants a good glimpse of these new GT3 cars. Come back to have a look at the Castrol Aston there.
Well, yeah, and the 999, one of the new Mercedes, of course. And as close as the Roo was there, would have been able to check the new headlight arrangement there. There you go.
That's down on, that's Mountain Straight.
Yeah.
Those fences are put up to protect them, but ain't no fence high enough to catch a Skippy at the best of times. When they want to get somewhere, they go.
In fairness, I did notice they did have the right credentials, so that was all right.
Yeah. And to be perfectly honest, to explain, people overseas might be watching this going, well, why is this happening? Why are they coming into the circuit? The state of quite significant drought in this part of the world. Bathurst is on very heavy and significant water restrictions. The surrounding area is very dry, so the stuff they graze on for food is quite dry. The area around the circuit after some rain earlier in the week is actually quite green, as you can see. So that means they've come into the area, and the event takes all the precautions they possibly can to manage this, and with the Bathurst Regional Council and the wildlife groups in the area. But sometimes, unfortunately, it's just unavoidable, but it's a quintessentially Australian thing regardless, isn't it?
Now, and I'll tell you now, the international drivers, I know they're losing some time, but they will be absolutely lapping this up. We have to say, no Roos have been harmed so far, which is obviously quite important. The drivers did a great job, as did race control, in getting the red flag out straight away. So just waiting for the wildlife to clear.
Track conditions a bit greasy by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Struggling for traction. And yeah, just to confirm
the wrong
that
compound on there.
None have been hit by any racing cars, which is great. Lucky the timing worked with cars rolling out of pit lane on a slow outlap, just finding their feet. Pardon the pun.
So hit to Shay Adam in the pit lane. Morning, Shay.
Good morning, John. I was just down in one of the garages all the way toward the pit exit that tends to be a bit more German, so you can figure out which manufacturer that is for yourself. But there was a comment made once the Kangaroos were bouncing across the track. Hey, Kangaroos do exist. So the international team's really appreciating the fact that they get to see a little bit of wildlife. I'm heading down to Bentley now, John. I'm going to give you an update on those cars as soon as I get there, because last time we saw them, neither of them were running on track. One was having a full engine change, and one was trying to figure out what the problem was with their engine.
You obviously have a voice, Shay, that interests kangaroos, because as soon as you came on the PA, the Roo stopped and started listening to what you were saying there. So clearly interested in what's happening down at Bentley. Quite a remarkable thing. Shay Adam, the Kangaroo Whisperer.
I don't think that one's bought a ticket. We need to just go and check his credential for being in that spot there.
So we are under red flag, and the clock has stopped. We only ran for 40 seconds or so before the Roo raid on the Audi Mountain Straight, and race control reacting very quickly indeed. So we're not losing any track time at the moment. As I say, the this is going to be one of those things, JP, for the international drivers. Remember when we had snow in practice for the World Endurance Championship at Silverstone a few years ago, where everybody, I think it was like Duval who said, I'm taking the car out, take some pictures from the screen.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to believe me when I say I was out in a prototype in the snow. The guys are going to be saying, did you get that? Did you get that? Did you get me and the Kangaroo?
I was having a conversation earlier on in the week about the unpredictable nature of motorsport, and I still, you know, the years I've been watching it, and the people around that have been watching it for probably double that time, there's still going to be something that you haven't evaluated before, a new scenario, and that's the beauty of motorsport in the outdoors, in a non-sanitised environment as well. These things can happen, but it's as you say, there's protocol in place, there's planning in place. Sometimes you can't plan for all eventualities, though.
What, me? Who, me?
Sometimes this will be a reasonable delay while they make sure that all of the Kangaroos are cleared from that vicinity of the circuit.
Yeah.
Good workout, running up Mountain Straight, Griffin's Bend, Audi cutting up to BP Ultimate, Reed Park.
I'm not surprised we saw that one just
Having
pause.
a breather? Yeah.
It was, the chest was going in and out there.
It's a 1 in 6 gradient. It's about as steep as you're going to get in a racetrack anywhere in the world. So Skippy's getting a workout on this. So while we're under red flag, let's touch on what happened yesterday. 4 practice sessions, 3.5 hours, give or take a little bit of running here at Mount Panorama. And it was at the end of the day, Mercedes-AMG 888 Race Engineering 1 and 2 on the fastest times, with Shane van Gisbergen at the end of the day topping the pops with a 2:03.96. Anton Di Pasquale was second with 777, the Ben Motorsport Park car, just 2/10 behind.
It's an even longer delay for Bentley to get to go out and test out the new engine. Jordan Pepper, driver in the number 7 Bentley. Your car, the last time I left it, was in a lot of different pieces. Everything put back now into where it should be. But, of course, the red flag isn't helping because you guys can't figure out your shakedown lap.
I think before we speak about what happened to us, we got to appreciate the line the Kangaroo took through the cutting. He got the apex, went up to the exit wall, so all was good. But, yeah. Issues happen, but luckily it happened in testing, and we can only thank the boys enough for working all night, making sure everything's perfect. And back on track, we know the Continental's good here, especially the Gen 2 car. It's flying over the mountain, also the first and third sector. We keep up with the others, so it's pretty good, and looking forward to get on track. It's going to be a difficult day with the level of drivers here, but hopefully we can do our best and maybe make the top 10 shootout.
What was the issue, and how did it rectify itself?
To be honest, I don't know. We just saw a strange warning, and you rather err on the side of caution than push something, and you might enter the race where you're not 100% sure. So it was a risk we took, and I'd rather do it now than later on. And yeah, I'd rather have an issue now than in the race.
You're going to try the Kangaroos line when you get out there through the cutting?
Yeah, I need to get a few laps under my belt before I can start playing around with the lines. But yeah, looking forward to getting on track. Luckily, all of us have been here last year, and Max has been here for 5 years now, or 4 years. So it's, yeah, looking forward to it.
Thanks, Jordan. Good luck.
Thank you.
There's Jordan Pepper, young South African driver, been in the Bentley squad for a couple of years. And this is the sight that a racing car driver gets only at Mount Panorama. The double wave yellow flags are the Kangaroo sign. And this is the viewpoint.
Good job.
Wow. Nice evasive driving. Pulled to a stop. Allowed Skippy to get on his way. And in the Pirelli replay, in super slow-mo, that's what a Kangaroo looks like at full tilt. I liked Mr. Pepper's comment about the line up to the cutting, and I agree. There are traction issues, though, as we saw, so that might be... Teams will go back and have a look at some data and find out what the track conditions are like based on what Skippy was handling.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
Are the Roos on last year's compound still?
That's a good
I think
point.
they're on the same. They'd be on the same tyre
You
as
reckon?
the GT cars were last year.
Yeah, probably.
They've got a bit smaller footprint on the road.
Very good.
Than a Porsche 911 GT3R, for example.
I'm not sure about the movable aerodynamic device of the tail.
No, that probably doesn't fit the sporting regs, I wouldn't have thought. They'll have to have a look at that. There may be a protest in race control. So he's now made it up to McPhillamy Park and to Skyline. And
there were several on the track, it should be said.
That's the Vista. No, I'm going to claim that that's the same one. I think he's just putting in a shootout lap. It is the same one. That's been confirmed.
Excellent.
Outstanding camera operators all the way around the circuit have followed it.
Photographers are loving this, aren't they? They've hiked all the way up the top there. Drew Gibson is here from the UK. Drew from the northeast of England, and he will be lapping this up for the first time that he's been here.
Good line. Get a bit of curb on the inside here, just to straighten out the S's on the run down to the spares box dipper. Yeah, just missed the apex a little bit. Oh, no, here he goes. Late apex. Different line. But
not seen this one before.
That's a penalty. The shortcut over the hill there is a penalty. You'll lose your fastest lap for that. So, unfortunately, Skippy's lap is now invalidated.
Right, OK. And he's obviously had the radio call for that. Distraught that he ran over the curb there in the qualifying lap has been discounted.
Come on, mate, you can do this in a pit stop. Skyline's not the place to preen yourself. So this is the area down at turn 2, the run up top of Mountain Straight. And looks like they've done an excellent job of clearing the Kangaroos out the way, back behind that fencing. They'll order in some taller stuff overnight, close the gaps.
Right, so once the lap's gone, there's no point. There's absolutely no point in continuing down towards the Forest's Elbow. So bailed out of the lap and straight back down.
Good jump. That's not a short wall, and it's a fairly precarious drop on the other side of that in the run down to the dipper.
Stunt crew.
It is their turf, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's sort of geared towards that.
The serious side of this is that we have clock stopped and no cars out on the track. Absolutely the right decision. And just to reiterate, for those of you here at the track and further afield, that no animals were hurt there. No contact between cars and wildlife, thanks to some quick work from race control and the drivers.
How good's this?
Hang on.
Hashtag B12HR is the official hashtag of the event. Jump on the socials at Bathurst 12 Hour. Let us know what lap time you think Skippy would do at Mount Panorama. Pole last year in the 202s. What do we reckon? 650 on a good one?
I'll tell you what, he beat me round there.
Made good time up to the top of the mountain. First sector particularly strong going up the hill. That's amazing. That'll go around the world. And this being the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. What a sight. What a only at Bathurst scenario, this one, Shay Adam.
Only at Bathurst, Nick Foster, do we get Kangaroos out on track, taking away valuable track time from the Mercedes. Your car yesterday, the 777, very quick throughout some of the practice sessions. Mercedes looks like a good platform to have. Last year you were in a prancing horse. This year you've got the 3-pointed star. How are you feeling about your new alliance?
Yeah, for all our internationals, welcome to Australia. So everyday obstacle for us. But no, yesterday went really well. Anton did a fantastic job. So did the Shahins. The brothers did bulk laps for the day, but were both fast in their own right as well within our category. So yeah, pretty happy. Triple A's doing a fantastic job. The car's pretty much how we rolled out of the truck, so nothing to complain about. And you know, we're not hiding anything, so everyone will probably come up to our level through the day. But yeah, great start to the weekend. And if there's more delays, then we're in box seat, I guess.
It's just a short practice session this morning, just an hour to try and run through your program. What's the plan for this morning, though? You're in your fire suit.
Yeah, so obviously this is the only session we get where we have full hot running, so we're allowed to fuel the cars outside, so a lot of pit stop practice for the guys, for us as well, getting into that sort of routine for drivers, so there's a lot to get through. But yeah, we'll just keep rolling through our program, give the guys some more laps, and yeah, work towards qualifying this afternoon.
It's a very torquey car, the Mercedes. You get a lot of that low-end response right as soon as you want it. Where has that been the most fun around the mountain for you this year?
I have to say the Merc in general has been mega, all up the top. It's you know, it's a pretty placid car in the front end, so you have to hustle it a lot, and then over the top you're carrying a lot of throttle. I mean, everybody's fast over the top, but you know, you're really leaning in the car. It gives you a lot of confidence, and the faster you go, the more it gives you, and it really lays down into the track. So from my side, yeah, to hit an apex makes it a little bit easier.
Thanks, Nick. Good luck.
No worries. Cheers.
Nick Foster, already battle hardened this year with the opening round of the Asian Le Mans series at the Ben Motorsport Park. He's in the Ben Motorsport Park car. Interesting comment there, JP. He discussed and said, we're not hiding anything. The field will come to us. And both he and Shane van Gisbergen yesterday said that they went full quali spec in that final practice session yesterday. And we touched on the times just before. Van Gisbergen 3.96 in really hot conditions. Anton Di Pasquale punched out a 4.1 in the 777. They went quali sim spec, they say. You never really know because they'll say one thing and often it's the other thing anyway. But they believe they were at full qualifying spec and they thought everyone else was just doing their practice program. And Triple Eight were pretty convinced that the field would come to them today in qualifying when the day rolls on. But that's just another variable because you really don't know. Again, we're not sure what the strategies were in practice and who attempted to have a bit of a quali sim late yesterday afternoon when the conditions were as good as they were going to be for the day.
Yeah, and that's true, whether you make use of those conditions or just stick to your programme. Yeah, these cars are very carefully balanced through the balance and performance process. So we'd expect if a Mercedes can do a 203.9, then most of the other cars in the field can as well.
We're under red flag at the moment because we've had a little bit of an invasion of wildlife on Audi Mountain Straight. Just a couple of seconds had passed and the cars were on their outlaps. Really sharp work by the marshals and by race control. Double waved yellows for the warning of the Kangaroo, and all of the drivers responding very quickly indeed. Excellent work by all concerned. The marshals on posts, thank you ladies and gents, and the drivers. No cars collected any animals, no cars collected any cars either. And it was just a scene that you only get here at Mount Panorama, the double roue safety car situation, leading the cars up. We're still under red at the moment, of course, because race control have to assure themselves that there are no animals still around the circuit and could jump back on. Fortunately, cheer from the crowd. Do you know what? It's like Richard Attenborough here, isn't it?
David Attenborough.
David Attenborough, yeah, absolutely. Let's go down to Shay in her natural environment.
In my natural environment, I found Mark Sini in his natural environment. Mark, welcome back to the mountain. We were just laughing at the fact that there are kangaroos out on track, but every year in the driver's briefing note, all the internationals are going, kangaroos, what? Well, you just proved to everybody that, hey, we do exist, right?
Yeah, it's true, and this year is probably more pronounced because the fires we've had obviously have driven them to, you know, greener pastures, so you have got to be a little bit more careful this year.
Same car, same driver lineup for you guys, feeling all familiar?
Yeah, we're creatures of habit, so we keep the same crew, the same people, and yeah, we get along very well together and everything's good. Yeah.
With the 9 Hallmark Audi, you guys have been the same every year, but this Audi world that this garage is just keeps expanding, more and more factory cars. What's it like to have 8 factory drivers under the same roof?
Oh, it's fantastic, and the benchmarking for our pro drivers in our car is also excellent because you're getting, you know, data and information from the best of the best in the world. Not to take anything away from our drivers, but they're not familiar with the cars and the technology in them. So it's nice to have that benchmark for them that gets them up to speed very quickly.
And adds pressure to you guys because you've got kangaroos going out there doing better lines, right?
Yeah, some of those kangaroos did a better line than I did.
Mark, what's your favorite part of this whole weekend?
Oh, look, I think the way it's grown into an international event where, you know, all the internationals are now coming. In fact, I think there's 3/4 of the field this year are actually international drivers. So it's an incredible feat to achieve. It's a long way from everyone's homeland, but it's fortunately at the right time of the year for them as well. So, and from what I hear, everyone enjoys coming here.
Very much so. I can attest to that. Mark, thanks for the chat.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
So still under red flag at the moment. This clearly a sensible safety precaution by race control, and they have to be, Richard, absolutely certain that one of the kangaroos is not going to bob out onto the track, as we saw graphically illustrated there from how they can bound across the ground, up and out and over. Well, that can go the other way as well. Kangaroos can enter circuit as well as leave.
Yeah, exactly right. So they're very, very rigorous with their precautions once they do spot a kangaroo on the circuit to make sure that they are all clear. This is why we are under red flag conditions. Traction issues. You don't want to be on the dirt there. That's not great. We've seen people there with 2 wheels off on the inside on the run up to turn 2, just trying to send the speculator up into Griffin's Bend. And then this he get the wall?
Oh, is it a refusal or is it straight over? No, lovely.
Well,
Didn't even bank it.
No, I know. I thought that you'd take the running jump, but just the meander up to it and pop yourself over. I couldn't climb that if I was 6 feet tall. Impressive. So that's why we're under red flag conditions here at Mount Panorama. We're gearing up still for practice number 5. It's scheduled to go an hour. We'll see if we get that full running. Teams will be given a 5-minute warning from race control. We do expect the session will go to term given that, and they've just been given the 5-minute warning, so we're not far away from this session resuming. That's the scene up at Rock Skyline, top of Mount Panorama, filled with people, campsites full, lots of people marking their turf early for tomorrow morning. Get the easy up, get the esky set and good to go, barbecue at the ready. A long day at the mountain, watching what is set to be a truly spectacular motor race.
That would be the coolers, is what Rich is talking about there when he's talking about the esky. It's what keeps everything cool, isn't it?
Yes, it's an esky.
I'm just...
We're going to take a break from Mount Panorama this morning. We're not far away from practice resuming. We'll get some running here at the mountain.
ECR Championship. We are the blood.
That battle's coming!
The energy behind the machines. We strive for pole and drive to the top of the world. Together we live our passion and write the story of tomorrow. Quality and performance are what we stand for. Today and in the future. Liqui-Moly, motor oils and additives, made in Germany.
Don't you know I was born different? I wanted more. Watch me be relentless.
The Superloop Adelaide 500, as loud as you like it.
Well, you might be expecting to see and hear race cars on the track here at Bathurst for the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 Hours 2020. Slight delay, Kangaroos on the track. No animals hurt, but obviously a red flag situation. We'll try take 2 in just a few moments' time, giving us the opportunity to speak to some of the drivers down in the lane with Adam.
Scott Dixon, it seems weird that it was only October you and I were talking during Petit Le Mans about watching the Bathurst 1000. Well, now we're here at the mountain. What have your first laps of this place been like?
It's been interesting. I think the first session just kind of got one lap. I think, always that first session, there's a lot of reds and you kind of lose track of time. But I would say it's probably the most difficult combination I've ever had to do, with not knowing a car, ABS braking, and then coming to a track that I've watched for many years, but actually, to try and get down the mountain and be here for the first time. It's been really cool, really interesting, but extremely tough. It's like nothing I've ever driven before. So it's a lot of fun, and really thankful to all of the team here. Especially with Jake and obviously with Rick. It's been really good to have them to lean on and try and understand what I need to be doing.
As you can hear in the background, the green flag is out. Now, you were out in the car for that little Kangaroo expedition, one of the first cars in line. What was that like?
Yeah, it was interesting. I kind of came over the crest coming out of the pits, and everybody was stopped. And I thought maybe one of the cars had hit the wall, but then, just saw the Kangaroos running around. I felt bad for them. They had nowhere for them to go. They were kind of just running in front of the cars, and a couple of them looked pretty tired out there. But hopefully they took care of them and were able to move them off the circuit and we get running here.
I've got to ask you, what time is it? You have 4 Rolexes now.
Yeah, it's not on me, obviously, and being an RM Richard Millet ambassador, I probably won't get too much time to wear it, but it was cool, to get that 4th and the team up there with Wayne. It's been very hard, to do 15 years with Chip, and then, have the opportunity to go there was a lot of fun. So to work with the other 3 drivers and that whole team was amazing, and to get another victory it was a blessing. So it was really cool. The car had some amazing pace, and another one's pretty sweet.
Good luck this weekend, making it 2 weekends in a row.
Cheers.
Well, if he doesn't want to wear his Rolex because of his ambassadorial duties for the other brand, there's 3 commentators here, Crailsy, that have spare wrists.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, there's 4 of us in the booth because Phil's got a spare wrist as well. So that's it. We can take them all off his hands. Not a problem. Not a problem. The famous Rolex Cosmograph, which is so prized by drivers, originally designed to be the NASA Apollo space program watch, and it didn't get the job. That went to the Amiga Speedmaster, and Rolex pretty disappointed about that back in the 1960s, but it basically then came to be one of the iconic watch brands for motor racing. So we're off and running now, gentlemen, and straight up to speed. The driver's been sitting for a wee while. Johnny Palmer, they'll be delighted to get back up to speed and out on the circuit and get some extra time this morning. We're hearing that it will be a full session, so the clock is counting down.
That's great news, isn't it? Particularly for Bentley, who have got so much ground to make up after missing a whole session yesterday, 60 minutes down, and obviously, I'm sure a very, very late night for all the guys working on the 7 and the 8 cars. Yeah, the Audi's out in formation from Team Valvoline, so the 2, the 22 and the treble 2. I like that numbering system because it's easy for me to remember. Marcus Winkelhock out in the treble 2, and also we've got Lee Holdsworth out in the number 9 car as well, which is the Team Hallmark Audi. And it's going to take a little while, I think, to get the pace of this session. But the usual movers and shakers are going to be up there, including the Gruppa M 999 Mercedes just coming now through the spare box dipper.
They had a good day yesterday, Johnny. Gruppa M, team that was on pole here last year and finished 2nd in the race. Terrific team performance, but the Italian Raffaele Marcello was arguably one of the star drivers, especially from an international point of view in this race 12 months ago. Always exciting. You just felt an energy from that car whenever he was behind the wheel, especially the closing stages of the race. He was fighting, he was hanging on, didn't have particularly good rubber underneath him because they double stinted their tyres at the end. But he drove with great verve on his Bathurst debut, and that car was quick yesterday. They were 4th overall in combined practice time for the top of the session early on. Felipe Fraga and Maxi Book, who's been here several times, was runner-up in this race way back in 2014 to Craig Lowndes Ferrari. So it's a very, very strong combination, and all of the Mercedes AMGs were quick yesterday.
Garth Tander down the inside of Forest Elbow, doing what Garth does.
Does, yeah.
Yeah. Loves this race in one of those 3 Valvoline Audis that JP was talking about a few moments ago. Lawrence Vanto to the top for the #1 defending champion effectively here. In terms of the team, if you're joining us for the first time this weekend, Porsche, who took an awful long time to stand on the top step of the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 hours, and they did it last year for the first time, and they want to repeat, and they have taken, Richard Creel, all of the elements of the team and the drivers from last year, and effectively they've covered all the bases and they've spread them out to give them a chance of defending.
Yeah, so Matt Campbell's in the 911 car from Absolute Racing. Dirk Werner, who won last year, was part of that EBM team, is in the number 912, and you'll see those cars rather appropriately. They're livery with kangaroos on the side. And Earl Bamber Motorsports come back to blazing with Laurens Vanthoor. Earl Bamber himself finally getting a drive in his own car at Mount Panorama, and Craig Lowndes, Maguire-sponsored car. Here's the Bentley 1 of 2, who started yesterday strongly, as they always do. This is a car that suits Mount Panorama, a stable platform. They're good across the top. Grunty V8 to drag them up the hill and to pull them down at Conrod Straight as well. But they had an absolute shocker. Shay touched on that early on. So this is a very, very important session, perhaps more so for that team than any other, because they desperately need laps, because they're an hour and a half short of running compared to where a lot of their other key rivals for this race are.
This is Alex Buncombe coming out of the elbow, the man from the southwest of England, and heading down the hill where I think, again, the Bentley's going to be very, very strong. And Conrad, and not with the toe that some of the other cars can supply, but clearer air, that's good data to accumulate, because if these cars make it into the shootout for qualifying, you're going to be out there on your own.
That's a good point, JP. Let's trail ahead for what's going to happen later on in the day. Richard, international stream all the way through today. Those of you here at the track, there's plenty going on. What's the format then from now on? This is free practice 5. Where do we go from here?
Well, we go straight into qualifying now, just after midday, for 2 sessions, one 45 minutes, the other 30. Tom Blomqvist just dealing with some traffic. GT4 BMW, the R8C Jurgensen Strong entry, 2 cars in that class this weekend across the top. That's going to be another storyline. We'll touch more on that. Qualifying, 1 session. That'll set the grid for GT4 in the Invitational class, and it'll be a really big systems check for all of the Class A cars. Then the outright cars only in Pro-Am and Silver, the GT3 class. There's 32 of them in the field now. They then proceed to their own 30-minute session. Grid positions 11 back, a set in that session. The top 10 proceed forward to the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout, which starts at just after 5 o'clock this afternoon, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. 1 magic lap, order from slowest to fastest. Finish just before 6 o'clock, and we'll determine the Alan Simonson pole position winner. It could be anyone. It's a broad field. There are 22 cars in the outright professional class, but there are more than 25 with at least 1 driver in their lineup that on paper has a shot at qualifying on pole position. That is how deep and how competitive this field is this year, Johnny Palmer.
It's so tight to call, and you know, the margins were minuscule in 2019 too. It's, if anything, even tighter this time around. So tricky, and I love the fact that we've got 11 different manufacturers utilising different engine alignment, different place for the engine in the car. That's the beauty of modern-day GT3 racing. You can have radically different car designs, but they're all theoretically the same, but they then again, they generate their power and speed in different places on this chalk and cheese lap.
And it's Creelsy's submission, and I think you'd find it'd be a real struggle to find anything against this, that Mount Panorama here at Bathurst is the circuit where the different characteristics of the cars are shown to their best lights, and therefore BOPing to a lap time, which is effectively what's going here, what's happening here, actually works. And if you can get a bit of track position and you can make the car wide on the places it's not so good, and then use the attributes, Rich, that are good with your car to stay ahead or to make the pass, That's why we get such good racing here. And I like that theory of yours.
Agree with you, and this car in particular is going to be one to watch. FFF Racing, they're an Asian-based team, but directly linked with the Lamborghini factory. And as such, this is the first real factory Lambo squad we've seen at Mount Panorama. Young Italian driver Marco Mappelli is behind the wheel, currently fastest. His last lap was a 2:04.11, comfortably the quickest lap of the car. The other point you're making, which is interesting, the way the BOP works. Yesterday, now, it's probably easy to read too much into this, so we won't dive too much into it, but the top 11 cars in the overall practice times on a scorching hot 39-degree day were normally aspirated cars.
Yeah.
So there'll be something in that. Now, the balance of performance manages that with different turbo boost pressures with different bits of RPM. We could spend an entire practice session delving into the technical regulations behind it.
An entire lifetime.
We won't do that, but it just seemed like too clear a thing to touch on. So I wonder if that will play a role. We'll watch. The normally aspirated V10 Lamborghini currently fastest. Having said that, the turbocharged BMW with Chaz Mostert behind the wheel is currently in second. So at the moment, there's nothing in it, but these are the best conditions we've had all weekend in terms of ambient, in terms of track conditions. So this will be, I suspect, the fastest session of the weekend so far, and indeed proved, with Marco Mappelli punching out a 2:03.5 just now in that Lambo we were talking about. That is the fastest time we've seen so far.
Probably worth mentioning which those cars are. You're looking for the Porsche, the Audis, the Lamborghinis, and the Mercedes, and everybody else have twin turbocharged power units. So, yeah, Mercedes certainly strong guest from the last session last night when Shane Van Gisbergen put in a 2:03.9, but we're now 0.4 of a second quicker than that.
Certainly from watching GT3 racing and talking about it in IMSA competition, in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, big lot of bright front on the number 7 Bentley with Jules Gunon behind the wheel of the big green British beast. But he's managed, I think, to get away with that. Maybe a little flat spot on the Pirelli. Yeah, McLarens in particular don't like hot weather in the States when they race in the States. And we don't get the temperatures in the US, even in California, as much as we do here. Ooh, bit of rear flex on the plexiglass of the rear window on the second-gen Bentley Continental there.
How's the load of the car through the metal grate there? It never ceases to amaze the punishment these things cop, and it bottoms the cars out on the right-hand side, and that compression of the road where the metal grate itself is, and you're constantly turning the car at well over 200 k's an hour. Right, let's have a look at some big contenders, and this is arguably the most high-profile of them all in the lead-up to the race. The driver behind the wheel is the Belgian Laurent Vanthoor. He is one of the fastest GT drivers in the world. He has been on the podium here several times. Those of you that have followed this race will remember with fondness the finish to 2015, where he got the elbows out down at the final corner on the final lap and hustled an Audi to second place. He's teamed up with Earl Bamber, the double Le Mans 24-hour winner, and a 7-time champion of the Great Race and 2-time winner of this race, Craig Lowndes.
And of course, Lawrence and Earl race together in the States. They have their own copyright brand, yes, which is Vanthoor. And by the way, there's some fabulous limited edition t-shirts on site here. Vanthoor plus Lowndsy, and that's all going into the fire fund. All of the proceeds for that, the t-shirts were donated by the makers, I'm led to believe. So that's a really good thing. Those guys work really together, really well together in the States, with Lawrence doing qualifying duties, which I presume is what he'll do here, as well as stints in a longer race, of course. And then Earl Bamber sets the car up for the longer runs. It's worked for them really well, and I don't think, after the season they had last year, where they took a huge amount of pleasure winning the championship in the USA, I don't think they're going to change that winning combination. And you've added Craig Lowndes to it, it's not exactly putting a rabbit in the car, is it?
There's the Bathurst experience. Into pit lane comes 911. That was Matt Campbell, the defending winner of this race, one of 3 drivers to win with Earl Bamber Motorsport last year. Got a really good toe down. Conrad was following one of the Lamborghinis, and you can hear the car just getting up towards the rev limiter before the kink in the chase. So the Porsche at full noise, Campbell's done a couple of laps and they'll stop in. Let's move, JP, now to 888 Race Engineering and car 888. And this was the fastest car on the mountain yesterday with Shane Gisbergen doing the business. He's the one currently behind the wheel. Jamie Whincup will share this car with his regular Red Bull Holden Racing team teammate in Supercars Championship. They've got Maxi Goetz in the program as well, factory AMG driver joining the party. JP, this car, uber strong.
Definitely is. Down in 19th at the moment, but again, different teams running to different programs. Remember that SVG, the little three-letter acronym, is actually VAN, so don't get that confused with Laurent Vantor, who is LVA in the scoring tower on the left of shot. But this car, yeah, 203.9 the time yesterday. A little bit of time to find on that right now, but this car could easily have a big old fuel load on board, and they're going for distance rather than speed.
You also see, I think, those three-letter acronyms in the digits on the top of the windscreen as well. They can be programmed to go in there.
Yep, they do. That's new for this year, the Lumi Rank display. Top right corner of the windscreen, it'll show the car position and the driver behind the wheel, which when you've got 3 or 4 drivers is key. See the car bottoming out at BP Ultimate Reed Park. Let's have a listen here at the grate. Hear it scraping as it goes through that high-speed left-hander and then across onto McPhillamy more again. So running this car quite low as they can. Ride height, by the way, is another thing mandated by BOP. There's a minimum ride height they can run on these cars.
And while we're talking about that informative graphic on the car, remember there are different categories here. So that is reflected in the colours on that display. If it's white, it's the GT3 Pro. Class A cars. Blue is the GT3 Pro Am. Yellow, GT3 Silver. And green for GT4 and orange for the Invitation. So visual representations there, trying to just make a little more sense. Helps us out as well because you can see the overall positions of the cars. And when you've got 3 Valvoline cars that are very similar, different coloured front ends to them, and wing mirrors is what we've been spotting on them. So the man filter livery is well known, the Nürburgring and further afield. Green and yellow 888 car completes another lap and does not improve from 18th position.
Jamie Whincup, welcome back to the Bathurst 12 Hour. You've got quite the record here, 3 starts, first, a second, and a 4th, but you're coming back again. What is it about this place? It keeps drawing you back in.
Yeah, hey, it's a fantastic event. We're really good to start the year here. As we all know, Bathurst is the best track here in this country, so any laps around here and practice, qualifying, a race is fantastic. Yeah, I've had some good results here in the past, but I'm getting worse, so I'd like to move back up a bit, hopefully this year, but Shane's doing a great job. The car's not really to my liking, but I think Shane's going to qualify the car, so we'll make it fast for him, and then the rest of us just got to get through the race.
So give you a few more laps in this practice session and then hand it over to SVG for the qualifying duties, meaning you're not going to get much time in it before we're in green flag conditions in the race.
Well, I had a little bit yesterday, so I've had my fair share. Ground engineer's done a good job at sharing the laps between everyone. And I think I'm going to get back in at the end of this session as well on some better tyres. So just hopefully I can get my confidence up. This GT cars around here is all about confidence. If you've got trust in the car, you can push hard and then the lap time comes. But if you don't have confidence, the thing's snapping out everywhere, then you can't really push too hard. So I'm a little bit of the latter. I'm just sort of just getting my eye in, making sure that no mistakes are made. But I'm hopefully on newer tyres, the car gives me good feedback that it's got some grip, got some rear grip, and I can push pretty hard over top.
You're not someone who regularly drives these GT cars, so do you feel a huge change between the qualifying setup and the race setup?
Well, we don't know. We will admit we're a little bit of fish out of water. We know the supercars so well. Then again, I shouldn't sell ourselves short because we've done a fair bit of racing in Asia as well. So, no, we've got a fair understanding of what to do from qualifying to race. It's such a long day tomorrow, and as we all know, the weather's expecting to turn about halfway through the day, so we could have a wet end. So that's sort of in the back of our mind as well. But all in all, trying to enjoy the event for what it is. Sun's out, it's going to be nice and hot, survival of the fittest. And yeah, we just hopefully we have a good race, and this is almost the best of Europe out here in cars that they know really well. So if we can run with them, we'll be very, very happy.
And you got to have a little bit of fun yesterday as well, taking Roland Dane for a lap of the track. Was he a good passenger?
Yeah, well, Roland's been coming here for years. Like he's been here with the British touring cars like years ago. So he's actually never done a lap in anger. I only ever just walked around and driven around at 60k. So that was good for me to give the boss a lap in flat out. He was taking the piss out of me the whole way, as reminding me of all the mistakes I've made here in the last 15 years. But we've got a few good results as well at the same time. So no, it was nice to give him a lap.
Jamie, good luck getting back up on the podium this weekend, and thanks for the chat.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
It's a great character, Jamie Whincup. So sells himself short. His record in this race from 3 starts, as Shay touched on, is extraordinary. There's the moment for the Vulcanhorst Motorsport BMW, Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel, just dropping the car off at turn 1, and then R Motorsport across the top. This is the metal grate we've been talking about. Do they give the wall a nudge, or do they just get a hair's breadth between it? That's too close. And check the deflection on the right rear Pirelli, rolling off the lip of the rim there. That just the forces that is exerted through that. Final one on Whincup. Interesting that he took the boss for a lap. Jamie's actually a partner in that team and owns a stake in it, and there's some form of succession plan that ultimately he's going to end up running it. Roland will look after the GT cars. I think that's what was talked about in the media recently. So interesting, maybe a bit of contract negotiation while they're hammering through McPhillips Park.
How good is it to see the NSX at the mountain? Almost got an NSX over from the States last year. Didn't quite happen. But the number 30 car in the white, grey and red colours looks absolutely a picture, coming down to the final corner onto the Liqui-Moly start-finish straight. And a Honda NSX here, of course, in this marketplace. Somebody tweeted us yesterday in the studio and said, what's the difference between the Honda and the Acura NSX? And I'm afraid I didn't take too long to answer that. It was the badge.
Well,
although there is a different seating position. I think this is more from the team, though. That's not a function of it being a Honda. The guys in the States are very, very laid back. There's the pedal box is the determining factor of where you are, because the pedal box doesn't move. It's very, very far forward on this car, and obviously it can't be further forward than the centre line of the wheels nowadays. And the guys in the States seem to lie back a lot further than the seating position here. Shea Adam was pointing that out yesterday.
That'll be a long distance comfort thing. It'll also be a pit stop thing, just to ingress and egress, that's getting in and getting out, during pit stops, which obviously you can make up an enormous amount of time in pit lane, but you can also lose chunks of time. Nicky Katzberg is behind the wheel of car 34, Vulcanhorst Motorsport BMW team. They've been here a couple of years, pole a couple of years ago via Chaz Mostert. They've got a good track record here, though. BMW yet to win this race. Car's always fast, and last year they were in the mix right to the very end, and in that top 6 or 7 squabble we had in the fight to the flag in Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 hour. They've returned with another strong driver lineup. Chaz Mostert is part of it, so too the man behind the wheel, and the Brazilian Augusto Farfus, who's JP now hugely experienced in GT, GTE racing, Brazilian champion, world touring car race winner. The guys in this crew are very well adept at putting together a good program.
Yeah, Nicky Katzberg had to reprogram the brain a little bit to say, I'm in a BMW this weekend, because racing for Corvette Racing for the first time last weekend at Daytona 24 hours. But Katzberg can apply himself to, well, whatever his mount may be each weekend, and the Dutchman, very, very talented. 60 car, Ben Barnacote driving the number 16 McLaren, and that's just coming down Conrad Straight now towards a chase. McLaren's I feared for one of them earlier on in the weekend because it didn't make the end of the session. I think that was just a bit of an experimentation from the team as to how large the fuel tank was, but otherwise looking good, and a real fan favourite, these very svelte, very slippery cars. And it's about making them work well over the top of the mountain, I think, because up Mountain Straight and down the other side along Conrod, they should be pretty strong.
McLaren won this race in 2016. Shane Van Gisbergen was one of the drivers. It's cool to have Alvaro Parent back. They've got 2 cars. This is the second, number 59, that's running in the silver class. More geared towards the amateur or semi-professional drivers. And a spinner, that's the Ben Motorsport Park 777 at the chase. Sam Shahin, the good doctor, is behind the wheel. He's the managing director of the Ben Motorsport Park. His brother Yasser, who's a champion of the one-make Audi R8 Cup Series. Sam last year won the Pro-Am class in Porsche GT3 Cup Challenge Australia. So they're very adept racing car drivers, these two, and they're joined, we heard from Nick Foster early on, and young gun Anton Di Pasquale, who is a superstar and was second fastest yesterday. So this is what happened. The run down and then uphill, this braking zone. It's a very, very big stop from 265k, and there's a Hub Auto Ferrari trying to squeeze down the inside where there wasn't really a hole to squeeze through.
No.
And in a race, I would have said that the Ferrari would have probably copped the penalty for that.
Marcos Gomez, another Brazilian driver, is labelled in that Ferrari now. I don't think the car's been in for a pit stop since. But yeah, 2 into 1 into the chase, tends not to go. And that's a familiar place to be left sitting, facing oncoming traffic. I like the way that Sam Shaheen rejoined though. No danger, no rush either, relying on the marshals to warn those on the approach that there was a stricken car. And brought a little bit of dirt or sand onto the track, but otherwise got away with that one.
This is Martin Kodrick behind the wheel of the 59 Racing McLaren 720 GT3. We've got 2 teams with 59 in their team names. We'll walk through it. There's one with McLaren and then Garage 59, Aston Martin. They both link back to Le Mans. 59 was on the side of the McLaren F1 that won the Le Mans 24 Hour in 1995, and it was 1959 that Aston Martin won that famous race in France. And just before we come back to that, JH, this is going to be a story, perhaps less so this year than any before due to the way the classes have come out. But he caught the R8C Jurgensen Strom BMW at the worst possible point in the narrow, almost single file run out of the dipper through the S's and down to the elbow. And the only thing that Martin Kodrick could do was get out of the throttle and wait until he got to the elbow to go past. And that could be the difference between winning this motor race or not if you stumble across one of the slower cars late in the motor race.
How many times have we said it's about the decision-making processes here and that risk versus reward? Yep. Last lap of the race, all right, perhaps there's a different way of looking at it. But there is a train of thought that says the keys to the race here includes a very simple thing taped to the dash, and that's patience, because you've got to be there at the end, JP.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that's the beauty of a race that is 12 hours, and it's going to be run in segments. We're surely going to be pressing the reset button here and there with safety cars, and there's a very strict rule set when it comes to restarting behind a safety car as well. The no weave rule, I'm going to say, is still in place. So yeah, it's about getting through those little hurdles and making sure that you're there or thereabouts with an hour to go. But, you know, is there going to be a late caution? The fact that there's weather on the radar would possibly suggest so. But you've got to, I don't know, you can't think about the 12 hours in full. You've got to think about it in little pieces.
And the first part, of course, for my money, and you can argue with me, but you'll be wrong, the first 45 minutes is the most spectacular, the most picturesque, and in some ways the most bonkers, in a good way, 3/4 of an hour of motor racing anywhere in the world. Starting in the dark with no darkness practice, so potentially, if you're starting the car, you may never have seen Bathurst and Mount Panorama in the dark, and the images, the fact that that's how we get the race underway, the fact that you can't afford to make a mistake then, it is just, I'm literally getting goosebumps thinking about it now, so make sure you tune in from well before the drop of the green flag. If you don't, you will miss something that is essential and uniquely Liqui-Moly Bathurst.
I wasn't sure where you were going when you said I'd have an argument. I was ready, but I can't disagree with you on that. It is. It's the best hour of motor racing anywhere. It's truly spectacular. It's another reason why qualifying is so important in this race, though. You want to be at the front of the grid for the start. If you're 30th, you are in the busiest freight train of headlights, blinding lights, and that's all you can see in front of you, behind you, and that's it for 45 or 50 minutes on Sunday morning. So the further up the grid you are, the easier it gets to negotiate all of that. And there's some drivers in this field that have felt the wrath of turn 2, lap 1 in the dark. We could perhaps ask Nick Percat about that at some time. I remember a couple of years ago he was caught up in a drama at turn 2. So yeah, it's one of the unique things about this motor race. It's one of the great things about it as well, in my opinion.
2 or 3, 5, 4, 9, 0, because we do time to 4 decimal places here.
Well, we're going to need it too.
I think we are, Crazy, and that's, you've read my mind. You and I work together too much. Exactly what I was thinking. When we're starting to look at the bubble between 8th and 9th and 10th down to 15th and 20th, and I think that's what we're going to be looking at the end of qualifying for who gets in the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout.
Yep, 100%. I said yesterday, and I stand by it, that at the end of qualifying 2 today, which is to get into the shootout, 1st to 10th will be 2 tenths, maybe 3 tenths of a second. So you could be 3 tenths off pole and 11th. I stand by that. I think that's how close and competitive it will be. Jump back on board with this BMW M6, which is now towards the end of its operational life as a GT3 race car. In fact, there was an announcement from BMW in the weeks leading up to this that Volkenhorst will run their Intercontinental GT Challenge campaign. The famous BMW Team Schnitzer will focus on the development of the next generation, the M4 GT3, I think, is going to be their next car, which should debut in 2022, I think is the plan.
Oh, bit of action at the top of the mountain. That was one of the Aston Martins, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Looks a little bit sheepish. It was the 62, the dark grey Aston Martin that went wide.
Luca Giotto and Martin Kerchhofer had been at the wheel of that earlier on. So loose into McPhillamy and well into the track there.
He's done a good job to keep that out of the wall and keep it going, JP. That was just a wiggle in the middle. He committed, as you have to do, very, very decisively to that. You can't be, oh, shall I turn in, shall I not? You've got to get that front end turned in. And then the wiggle in the middle of the corner, Creelsy, that could have turned into something really very much more nasty indeed.
And like so many points of this track, that gravel trap up there looks bigger than it actually is. And when you do a couple of slow laps at the posted legal 60k an hour speed limit, and I've done about 17 of them this week so far, which I feel like isn't enough. It's not even a full 12-hour stint. That gravel trap is amazingly close to it. The wall is close to where the gravel trap ends, and there's not a lot of room to fire off. So he's done well, but these cars are very twitchy across the top, some of them better than others. Quite a few people have been talking about oversteer this weekend, and whether that's in the balance of the car or rear tyres overheating, whatever it might be, a lot have been complaining about the rear end of their cars, and they're moving around too much across the top, and they've been trying to tie them down, nail them down to the racetrack to make them more stable.
Just let's stay with the BMW, because BMW are, I believe, unique in the fact that their 3 GT products at the moment are based on 3 different chassis. They've got the M4 GT4, the M6 GT3 and the M8 GTE or GT Le Mans car. So bringing at least a couple of those onto the same platform, not the silliest of ideas. Aston Martin tried it a few years ago and then decided, no, we're not going to have the DB9 and the Vantage. It's all going to go onto the Vantage. And of course, Porsche have been doing that very successfully with the various versions of the 911 GT3 R, RS and RSR in the 3 different categories.
Just interesting to watch that full pit stop practice from Volkenhorst BMW. So they went through the full sequence, Katzberg out, Farfus in. Really nice setup. You could see there was a place for them to clip the harness belts up on the roof, so they're out of the way. They've got the combined radio and drink bottle plug that is all one contained unit, but also contains an RFID chip, which is the driver delineator, I suppose, to tell who's in the car, to timing tips over.
So you can't forget to turn. Exactly. In some classes of racing, and sometimes down in GT4 races, the first thing that your engineer tells you when you plug in is radio check. Yes, I can hear you. Right, driver settings. So you click it round to number 4, as I always am, because I'm never going to be 1, 2 or 3.
But it was really nice to watch that team at work. Everyone over the red line, which is the delineating line between the garage and the working lane. Everyone has to be back over that before the car can leave. Really nice job. They put fuel in the car as well, went through the full process, and heard Nick Foster say earlier that this is the practice session where you do that.
The one thing I did notice there, though, Krelsey, was the BMW was released and it was alongside another car for a little while. Now, I know there are rules in the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship when we come to the race format as to unsafe releases, yes, but what's the rule here when you've got 2 abreast cars? Who gives way to who?
Well, it'll be a race control decision, and I think just based on what's fair, but generally it's if you impede the car that's in the fast lane, the fast lane's got the right of way.
Yeah.
So if they have to slow down to allow you to merge in, then you can be gentlemanly and let them do that. But if you pull into them, they have to get on the brakes to get out of the way, then you've impinged them running down the
It's
lane.
an unsafe race at that point. It's not unlike, gentlemen, the rules of the road, isn't it? Particularly here in Australia, you're giving way to the fast lane and the car on the right. You wouldn't just pull out in front of somebody when they were turning across you and coming from your right. You'd let them go, give way to the right.
No, I'm just interested in where the give-way process actually takes place, because there's normally a little cone at the end whereby you've got to be single file by that point.
Well, there is a cone at pit exit.
Yeah.
You have to be single file, 100%.
Yes.
And it has been confirmed by the driver standards advisor, Craig Baird, that the champion race car driver in his own right, that yes, they will be applying the unsafe release rules.
Something else to look out for, as if the list wasn't long enough already.
Well, we need to have our heads on Stokes at the weekend, and so does everybody in the lane. We've got a fantastic lineup of talent, by the way, that are coming in over the weekend, Krelsey, with some big names and some very recognisable names in Australian motorsport and broadcasting. Mark Barretta back with us, as he has been for a wee while, the man who has been the face of this race pretty much since I started coming here, to be honest. However, one N Tompkins being added to the broadcast lineup, which says a lot, I think, about where this race is right now.
Yeah, looking forward to getting Neil's insight. He's a former winner of this race back in 1994 with the late, great Greg Hansford. The Mazda RX-7, sponsored by BP. Terrific car. I remember watching that race. I was about 9 years old, I think, from memory. I shouldn't have said that, really, should I?
He's
Anyway,
going to love you for that.
Yep.
He's going to love you for that. I tell you what, the race has changed a bit, and so has the cars.
Yeah. But the challenge of winning at Mount Panorama remains exactly the same.
Oh, yes.
You're going to survive this place for a full day at the office before you can even think about challenging for a race victory. We're on board the number 2 Audi Sport Team Valvoline R8 LMS. Audi have been a supporter of this race since day one of the GT era, now 10 years ago in 2011. They're the only brand to have won it more than twice. They've won it 3 times, and they have stacked the deck this weekend with amazing talent to try and win it for a 4th time.
Only brand to win it 3 times, you say. Only brand to defend, because they won it 2 years in a row. And that's an extraordinary thing when you think about the sometimes dynastic way that motor racing runs, and particularly with GT3 regulations, how they have been very stable. There's not been big changes. You would think that a manufacturer who did well and then did well again would then do well the next year, but that's not how it's working. It's only Audi who've won 2 in a row and defended a championship here.
Yeah, and then 2018, that dramatic finish to the race, big crash at the top of Mount Panorama, red flag, and they were right place, right time. Arguably wouldn't have made, well, we'll never know, and that's sad in a way because it was set to be amazing. But arguably wouldn't have made the finish, would have run out of fuel. But the red flag came out, the race was ultimately declared, and Audi Sport Team WRT won their first 12-hour and the 3rd for Audi Sport. And they are contenders, like so many, this weekend.
Like Matt Campbell, for example, you can never count him out when he comes to the mountain. Matty, you spent such a long time when you got out of the car going over the data. You said you're too slow. You're never too slow when you come to the mountain. What is it that you're looking at on that screen, trying to find some extra speed?
Yeah, I mean, just trying to, you know, find the little details for qualifying and for the new tyre. This was the first time we ran a new tyre. And for sure, yesterday, we were trying a lot of things. Obviously, it's the first time here in this new generation GT3R. And look, yesterday, it wasn't the easiest for us, I must say. You know, we were having to overdrive the car to get a lap time out of it. And that's never ideal at this circuit, because then you make mistakes. So quite challenging to find that sort of happy medium. We're slowly getting there, but for sure it's tough, and you know, I'm sure we'll get on top of it for qualifying as well.
Defending race winner, it's got to be so peaceful to you to actually get behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, I mean, anytime I come here and get in a car, no matter what it is, you know, I thoroughly enjoy it. It's my favorite racetrack in the entire world, and for sure now you look at the caliber of this race, and now it's one of the highlights of the global GT calendar, and everyone wants to win it. So yeah, I would love to go back to back, but I think it's going to be a tough race on Sunday. You look at the level of competition, cars and drivers that are entered this year, and I think it will be the toughest one yet.
Good luck, Matt.
Thank you very much.
God, what a year he's had. What a year he's had, and still exactly the same lad that I met many years ago. Had a dinner with him, with Porsche, and he's not letting the success and his talent go to his head. He is now in that Porsche Works driver program. Was a young driver, of course. He was supported as a young driver, but now a fully fledged Porsche factory driver, and what a future he has ahead of him.
He's exactly the same kid as he was when I first met him in Australian Formula Ford in 2013. He's just got some swagger now. He's got that pro race car driver swagger. Not ego, but swagger. That he knows he can do the job, and he's being paid to do that job all around the world. He's got another hectic schedule this year. He's been a terrific ambassador for this race in the last 12 months, and was thrust into the spotlight with that amazing drive at the end of it. Through some of the class competition, 4 cars in the invitational class. They're all the Mark II generation endurance races. There have been some changes in their world. The business sold by Ryan McLeod, who founded it in 2014 as a race car constructor based up at Norwell, Paul Morris's place in the Gold Coast, and about 80% of all the components of these cars are sourced or manufactured within a 100k radius of that. So they are a properly Australian built and designed race car, and they have made their mark, if you pardon the pun, at Mount Panorama in the 12-hour over the years.
And around the world.
Yeah, but Ryan has sold the business, still staying involved. He's running the 2 Scandia Racing by Racer Industries entries. He's got other cars in that race as well, so that's going to be a good little fight to follow as the weekend goes on.
The left-hander at the end, the right-hander rather, at the end of Conrad into the chase. Just so spectacular, JP, for spectators and I'm sure for drivers as well. These cars producing so much downforce. It is nary a lift. Not a scintilla of movement on the throttle through that right-hander, which Crailsey will remind us, I'm sure, is the fastest corner in Australian motorsport.
Yep. I've heard that before a few times, I think, yeah.
It's still extraordinary to me.
You're actually contractually bound to say that a couple of times.
Yeah, absolutely right. No, but I think when we get to the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout later on, you know, some of the onboard sounds and footage we'll get through that particular corner from the really fast cars is going to be mesmerising. I think John's quite right. They ain't got to lift a mere millimetre through there.
Let's follow the Maguire's #1 car around Mount Panorama. Earl Bamber's behind the wheel. He's a World Endurance Champion. He's a multiple one-make Porsche champion, a couple of titles up in Asia, a few cameos in Australia as well. He's won the Le Mans 24-hour twice, and there's a bit of energy in car 1 at the moment.
Certainly is, Crailsey. He was backing it in there as if he was on a supermoto or a World Superbike. Absolutely mega as he was going up the Audi cutting there. Just unbelievable stuff. Normally, you don't see Earl getting the car out of shape. That's Lawrence. He has the car really loose for qualifying, and that's how he likes it. And then in the race, Earl does the work to set the car up for the race and give it a stable platform and be kind to its tyres. That was EB on the ragged edge. He was he was like an expectant father here last year, watching his team going to win the race. But of course, he wasn't driving. He was doing the job that his brother Will normally does for Earl Bamber Motorsport when they're in other series around the world.
Well, it really is a family team because Will Bamber is the car controller for car one. So he's the man who has to stand in front of his big brother when he comes into pit lane for a pit stop with the board and say, stop here, please, Earl, and please don't run me over while you're doing it. I saw Will this morning and he was telling me that story. He thought he'd got away with putting a race suit on this weekend from a team perspective. He'd much rather be behind the wheel driving, but he's been roped in to be car controller for car number one as well.
He's a very good driver, is Will. He was out in Dubai racing in the car, and when the rain started to fall, he was head and shoulders the quickest driver out there.
He's a Kiwi. They're all fast in the rain. They grow up in it. It's what they do. A couple of talented Kiwis spread throughout the field. Seeing Van Gisbergen earlier, Jackson Evans behind the wheel of the car just behind number one. That's the second car from Earl Bamber Motorsport. Ned Australian Whiskey Racing. So turn two. Porsches have been really good through here, and their top of the mountain performance last year was very good. But generally, they're a car that doesn't have one strength or weakness at Mount Panorama. It's interesting to talk to a couple of the drivers about the upgraded car, and they are significantly different to drive. They look the same, last year's 911 to this one, but they are significantly different to drive.
Fan favourite coming down Conrod right now is the almost throwback heritage livery on the Lamborghini, the red and white circles. Those of a certain age will immediately be transported back to their youth. This is the number 6 Lamborghini we're talking about, Cameron Conville behind the wheel of this car. Flashing yellow, sorry Krilsey, flashing yellow on the positional light there, and again, that tells you exactly which class that car is in. That's the silver category.
204.8 for Cam, that's a decent lap. It's only 1.3 away from the fastest time. 63 entry, but there's 0.6 of a second from first to second. So technically, Cam's only 0.8 away from second place in this practice session. That's how close and competitive it is. See, my argument about qualifying in those margins starting to stack up, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
starting to build.
Oh yeah. And again, let's make the point, Krilsey. Yes, we do have within the GT3 category, the Class A cars. We have various different subclasses, but that's for the makeup of the driving team, Johnny, rather than the car. The cars are all the same in terms of their performance potential. That's what balance of performance means. It's just how you make up your 3 or 4 drivers puts you in the Pro-Am or the silver category.
Oh, did the Castrol Aston glance the wall coming out there, or was just a rapid change of direction? I think didn't see any mark on the car as it came out, but it was very, very close coming out of Forest's elbow there. To Aston Martin. It's Scott Dixon at the wheel. He rotated the car in one of the sessions yesterday, didn't he? And amazingly...
And hit nothing.
Well, he just glanced at the wall with the nose because there was a little bit of front splitter damage, but otherwise that could have been a huge accident. And Scotty Dixon, despite his name in, US motorsport, new to this place.
Yeah, it was a hit on the wall.
It was a hit on the wall. Substantial one as well. Just saw the front of the Aston change direction at the very last minute, and that was a car into concrete. Only one winner there.
Check the wheel alignment after this session. It's fairly square, so hopefully it hasn't bent any wishbones or steering arms in the front corner of the Castrol BPR Motorsport entry. Lots of profile around this. Rick Kelly and Jake Dennis. Jake was in the car for a bulk of this session earlier on. Punched out the car's best lap of a 2:05.06. And they currently sit 18th overall, but we heard from Scott earlier on, we're talking to Shea, and it's important to get laps, try and get his head around this challenge. Yep. I have no doubt, JP, that by the end of the weekend, when the race finishes, he will be at the same pace or thereabouts as Rick Kelly and Jake Dennis.
No doubt about that. And of course, they'll help him along as well, which will seem our scenario probably for the other two guys to be the teachers. But Scotty Dixon, yes, becoming a sponge for information throughout all of yesterday and onward. McLaren's back on pit road. This is the 59 car, the Boost Mobile backed machine. And the McLaren's Not ideal situations earlier on in the weekend, but they're 9th and 19th right now. Dominic Story clambering out of the other 720S.
So not quite a full race pit stop prep. Looks like they've got the car up on the go jacks and we'll roll it in. Let's have a look at some of our class leaders and being hassled by that Aston Martin. And Scott Dixon behind the wheel is Stephen Grove, one-mate Porsche champion. And the Grove Group car is currently first in the Pro-Am class. But thanks to the efforts of Ben Barker earlier today, third outright this car number 4 with a 204.20. Stephen Grove and his son Brenton will make up the driving squad. They are a very, very well-rounded combination. Father and son racing together, and they're going to dive into pit lane as well. Currently fastest in the Pro-Am class. Second is another of the Porsches, David Calvert-Jones behind the wheel of car 12. And the 777 from the Ben Motorsport Park and 888 currently rounding out the top 3 in the Pro-Am class. As we go back and find Mr. Bamber hustling car number 1 across the top once again. It's a pretty decent lap so far.
Car running in 8th place right now. The faster of the Porsches, actually the number 4 we were just talking about. It's a Ben Barker time.
I reckon that car gets in the shootout, you know, but Ben Barker has been...
They've done it before, haven't they?
I think Ben Barker has been very, very impressive. He's a super guy from the UK, but spent a lot of time racing in Australia. Did a year in Australian Formula 3 and won the championship, then moved up to Carrera Cup here and won plenty of races and held the lap record here for a long time. And he's been consistently quick every time he's been in that car. So there's no doubt they put him in to qualify. And they've been on one lap pace with him behind the wheel, arguably the fastest Porsche of the weekend so far.
Yeah, and we were having a discussion yesterday about if they can be on the lead lap and there's a late caution, then no reason why they can't get a really good overall result, as well as focusing on their individual Pro-Am category with Stephen and Brent Grove.
Nick Percat behind the wheel of car number 91, currently fastest in the Invitational class. Former winner of the Bathurst 1000, won the Adelaide 500. One of the leading lights in supercars, coming off the back of a really good competitive season. Brad Jones Racing, livery-based team. He was Mr. Consistency, and if he wasn't finishing 6th, he was 7th, 8th or 9th or 10th, pretty much in every race throughout the championship. Popped up towards the front a couple of times as well. You're super driver.
We talked about the Invitational class earlier on, Krill. So these Mark Coupes, the Mark II versions, insanely quick, big banger V8 motor, but they are restricted to a 125-second lap, 2 minutes and 5-second lap. If you go below that, then you're going to get penalised. The cars probably could go a bit quicker than that. I don't think it's a bad thing that they are restricted to that, because it tends to mean that they are very under stressed, and that is good news in an endurance race. But explain the thinking behind that. I mean, this is a GT3 top class race, isn't it?
Yeah, GT3 is the top class, so you don't want to give someone an incentive to throw a massive engine and all the aero in the world into a one-off Bathurst special and go and knock off these factory teams spending all the money and all the resources with these global GT3 cars. So that's why there's that benchmark lap time, but there's a reliability factor in that as well. And as you said, they can run the cars very under stressed. And there's been marked cars that have done 24-hour races, then a couple of 12s with the engine coming out of the car. It has continued to circulate and lap around. They're remarkable things. And their strike rate here at Mount Panorama in terms of reliability is very, very impressive.
What do we think then, guys? JP, we're going to get some people doing a little bit last 6 minutes, 7 minutes now of this session, which was delayed for the Kangaroos on the circuit earlier. Are we going to get somebody putting in a little qualifying simulation? It's a wee while away, or are we still getting longer runs and people learning the track? What's your thought, JP?
No, I think we're going to see 1 or 2 special lap times before the finish. We did in the 4th practice session yesterday as well. Yeah, yes, there's a gap between the two, but you kind of want to make sure that the car's right for the qualifying format. And they might even trim it even further then if your Class A car qualifies for the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. It's also quite busy out there, I've noticed. I mean, a big clutch of cars heading over the top of the mountain there. So track space, a bit of a premium right now.
Dries Van Thor's on a very good lap in car 2 and actually goes fastest. So that answers the Quali sim question, 2:03.44. Fastest time of the weekend so far. We were riding with 888, and Jamie Wincup's about to complete a lap. Shouldn't move them up the order too far. It's not overly special lap time, but that was for the Audi. That's the first time they've really fired this weekend.
Dries van Tor, one of 2 drivers here who have done the January trifecta of international endurance races. Out at Dubai for the 24-hour race there, which was significantly shorter than 24 hours due to torrential rain. Then he was off to the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and now here at the Liqui-Moly Bathurst, 12 hours. And we reckon the only other one to have done that, Krilsey, was Mirko Bortolotti.
Yep. Going on with it too. Not personal best of the first sector, but very good. So I think this is a qualifying simulation. And in quali, we'll see it build and build and build. You're not allowed to refuel your cars during qualifying, and that includes both sessions. So they'll start qualifying one with a full tank of fuel. They'll run laps, they'll burn the fuel down. So by the end of qualifying 2, the car's at its lightest, its most nimble, and ready to attack for pole position.
Can you make any changes at all between the sessions, Chris?
Well,
like
if
you wind up
from the start of qualifying.
Exactly. So you can't roll wing off or anything like that if you do get into the top 20. So what you start with in qualifying is what you've got. You are literally playing the hand that you've got at the start of that first part of qualifying, even if you get into the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, you might tweak it for the shootout later on in the day for one special lap, but for those 2 sessions, rung what you brung. That's why you need to get it right for this session. 4 minutes and 10 to go. Not much colour on the timing monitor, meaning there's not huge improvement, though. Alvaro Parent just did a PB final sector and popped the McLaren up into 6th position. Portuguese driver, a winner at this race in 2016, 2:04.28. Good lap time. The McLaren starting to show its hand as well. They had a pretty quiet day yesterday without doing an awful amount of lap time work. And now just starting to strut their stuff in this final practice session. And yes, Dries van Tor is the brother of Lawrence, who we're seeing in the Porsche. There's a few little brotherly rivalries going on, and that is a Bentley, and it's a Bentley that's been shortened at least by the length of its rear wing, and that's a car off it Skyline as well. So it's all happening at the end of practice. We've gone red, and that'll end the session with 3 minutes and 20 to go.
Was that more cars going for qualifying pace and just you know, on the ragged edge? Which car is that then at Auxiliary Park?
And it's gone in, and it's a McLaren. An unmistakable shape.
No, it's a Ferrari.
Oh, it is. It's the hub car.
Ferrari.
Well, it is a mistakable shape. I'm sorry to the McLaren team.
I was just looking at times there to see who had lit up the timing screen in green. That means that that's a personal best. It's Ollie Jarvis who's put the number 8 Bentley in the wall. That is very un-Ollie-like.
Wow, was there another car involved?
Down to through the chase. No, lost it under braking. Snapped sideways.
Oh, man.
And he's on the grass over the top of the circuit and nails the tyre wall in front of the spectator area at Ridges Hotel.
Now, it's an extra layer of protection that's gone in there for this year after the
This
Black
is Daniel
Swan
Serra in the Ferrari, and that lets go, well, mid-corner, but the rear going, rather than with Luca Giotto's Aston Martin understeering off. That was huge oversteer for the Ferrari.
Well, I think that's the same thing.
Hitting the
John,
curb.
No, I think it was the wiggle in the middle of the corner, and that's what put the car off. But the under the brakes, the number 8 Bentley just snapped sideways, and that was a big impact. There's right-hand front and rear damage. It now looks much more like a street car because the large rear spoiler's gone. Just a wiggle right in the middle of the corner for Daniel Serra, exactly as the same as the Aston Martin. And that's what I was talking about with that Aston Martin. I said he was lucky to get away with something as small as going in, and that was my worry. It flicks, when it flicks back to the right, if you don't catch it, you're off exit stage right. And that's exactly what happened with Daniel Serra, who is an extraordinarily talented driver, by the way. And both he and Ollie Jarvis, not the names you'd expect to be calling out, Crailsey, of drivers who've made mistakes. Although I have to say, both of those look like they may have been handling induced, or in Ollie's case, maybe even a mechanical issue, because he looks absolutely bewildered about why that car did what it did as he was coming into the braking area at the end of the chase.
And that Ferrari found concrete at the top, which is massively concerning. So high speed up there. On the run to Brock Skyline, the Race Solutions Motorsport team on the scene straight away. Medical providers for this event, that's a big impact. This will be a big job to get this car back on the racetrack. You don't have a small accident up there when you find concrete.
I think there might be something going on in the engine compartment there as well, because it looks like there's a bit of extinguishment around the rear window of the 27 Hub Auto Ferrari in the Pro class, that lovely grey colour.
They had a tough race here last year. They had some issues in qualifying, fuel-related dramas, which meant they didn't qualify the car. They needed 3 laps in the session. And they had a challenging day at the race, some mechanical issues. They did get to the end, though, which was good to see. The session has been declared done and dusted. This is the Bentley again. So this is a braking point. You smash the brake pedal at that middle braking marker, and the car hasn't stopped. And it's fired it across the road while he's trying to get it turned and into that new tyre bundle, which 12 months ago wasn't there, which has probably saved a chassis.
You've said something there, Crailsey, which I think is really important. I'll come back to that thought in a moment for the Bentley. Daniel Serra turns in at the top of the mountain and just gets the death wiggle in the middle of the corner, and he sort of catches it, but then sort of doesn't. And that, I think if we think back to that Aston Martin, that was almost exactly the same place. So I wonder if there's a slight bottoming out there and that's affecting it, or it's just the fact that the guys are turning in so decisively at that point. The Bentley, you've said something there. I wonder if he had brake failure there, and he knew he wasn't going to get slowed down, because it almost looked like he drove it off to the left. It didn't snap as if something had broken, and maybe he was trying to just think, well, I'm going to have to throw this sideways and slow it down.
Well, potentially, yeah, and he would have found out in a hurry when he got to that braking marker and whacked the middle pedal, and either nothing happened, or as soon as he hit the pedal, it fired the car across the road. So that's practice. It's done and dusted. Next stop, qualifying. And Audi end at fastest, 2:03.44 the times, and the margins are very, very close. It's Audi and Mercedes-AMG towards the top of the order. The 222 car right in the mix. Porsches were fast throughout that session as well. Alvaro Parent dropped the number 60 McLaren into the top 10 towards the end. And this, gentlemen, is how it played out with a uniquely Australian start. I didn't see the Kangaroo lodge a time on that timing sheet, so they might have to go and check that their timing transponder is working properly, Kangaroo.
As far as GT4 is concerned, at the end of the session, it was the number 13 BMW ahead of the Mercedes. And in the invitational class, the best of the marked cars was the number 91. Remember, it stands for nothing at the moment. Almost a big accident for the Aston Martin out there.
Yeah, Luca Giotto got away with one there. Scott Dixon into the wall, heading out of the elbow, and then a huge accident for Daniel Serra, just missing the end of the tyre wall into the concrete barrier at McPhillamy Park. You don't have a small crash there. And this was bizarre. Hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it in the pause between practice and qualifying. But Ollie Jarvis firing into the tyre barrier. We haven't yet seen the right-hand side of that Bentley. I think it's going to be in a sorry state of affairs. But the 63 Lamborghini Huracan has proved to be very, very fast throughout the course of this session. Finishes in second position behind Dries Vanthoor's Audi.
Dries Vanthoor out of the Audi. Hard work out there to try and set the fastest lap time around the mountain, but it's a good feeling when you're the fastest guy before qualifying.
Yeah, but I think it's, it's important qualifying. It's good to start in the front, but I think it's a 12-hour race, so a lot can happen, especially here. And maybe there is some rain coming as well, so I mean, it's very, very nice to be on top now, but it's, I think it's more important to be there in qualifying as well. And our main goal is, I think, to be there around the top 5 and then stick there until the last 2 hours.
It's a good atmosphere in this garage. It's very friendly. You've got a simulator back over behind me. You've got a little bit of an art project that went on for your fire suit. It had the wrong name on it, so you fixed it. It's just very friendly in here. Is that how it feels to you guys too?
Yeah, it does. I mean, the suit, they tried to make me Lawrence, but I'm Dries, so you know, that they know that we're separate, that we are brothers, but no. I mean, yeah, it's very nice. I like Australia. It's a very nice country. It's a long flight, but it's rewarding. So yeah, the people are very friendly. It's nice weather, a bit too hot though, but yeah, I'm looking forward to have a nice race here.
Good luck in qualifying.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Right, let's confirm how it stands at the end of free practice. It gets serious with qualifying coming up, and later on, of course, it will be the Pirelli Top 10 shootout. 204 430. It's not hanging around here for the Audi number 2 that heads the times. Then that Lamborghini in second place, about a tenth off, and then we've got the 222, and that's another Audi. Looking further down, the 11th position is where we find last year's winner.
Yeah, just creeping up on it, Alabama Motorsport. 6 different brands in the top 10, which is always the way here at Mount Panorama. There's such variety. You can tell on the graphics the different classes. Pro-Am in the blue, silver class with yellow, and invitational in orange. You can see Nick Percat ended up quickest there. Only 3 and a bit seconds off the outright pace in those marked cars. So they're properly quick all the way down to the 2 GT4 cars, which round out the 38 cars. We're -1. We lost the KCMG Nissan number 35 yesterday after a practice accident. And this was the big accident at the end, and the more you watch this, the more you look and go, there were no brakes, there were no wheels locking, there was nothing stopping that car from slowing down the moment that Ollie Jarvis hit the brake pedal. And as a result, it fired across the inside of the chase, then the run-off on the outside and into the tyre barriers, and quite a lot of damage to the rear corner. And then the Ferrari from Hub Auto Corsa, Daniel Serra behind the wheel with the twitch at McPhillamy. Oh, and you're either in or you're out there. There's no...
Now, the red flag came out as he went by. I was just wondering, had he seen the red flag and lifted, and that had caused it? But looking at that again, he was still on it through there. That was just a handling twitch, exactly as we saw from the Aston Martin early on with Luca Giotto. Something about grey cars at the top of the mountain, Johnny Palmer, but that's a very second-hand, now pre-loved Ferrari that's going onto the rollback.
Yeah, and the rear left does not look pretty at all. Maybe there was a small engine fire or something to concern the marshals, because there's some extinguishant there on the engine cover, the glass or perspex cover that goes over the rear of that Ferrari, and that is going to take an awful lot of repair work when time is up against Hub Auto Corsa. We wish them well.
Yeah, the Bentley guys have already had their work cut out. A number of people asking us on Twitter why we didn't see the cars yesterday, and both of those cars were being worked on significantly. Let's get down to the Bentley M Sport garage area. Shea Adam is with Matthew Wilson, the team manager,
who was nice enough to talk to us. Matthew, first off, we saw Ollie get out of the car. He's okay. Any indication what went wrong?
Yeah, the main thing is thankfully he's fine. Obviously some brake issue of some sort. It looks like he's lost some brake into the front and had more brake into the rear or something like that, but we don't know at the minute. But he's obviously managed to scrub off some speed. So until we get the car back, we won't really know. But it's been a trying weekend so far. But the boys did an absolutely brilliant job yesterday of getting the car, back to good health again. So I'm sure they can do the same again. But yeah, it's been a trying weekend so far.
What did you guys have to do on each of the cars yesterday? Because there was a substantial amount of work going on both.
Yeah, I mean, it was both. I mean, it was unbelievable timing. It happened literally both at the same time. So, probably in fairness, the bigger work was on car 7. That had an engine change, and then obviously on car 8 we had a wiring loom issue. So we had to sort of. It wasn't a big job, but it was a big job diagnosing the issue. So they did a really, really good job of doing that and putting it back together, in a real methodical way. So, yeah, as I say, we thought everything was looking quite good this morning, but yeah, we've got a bit of work to do again.
Ultimate Cinderella story now. Thank you for chatting with us, Matthew.
Cheers, thanks.
Matty Wilson, a very, very good up to World Rally Championship standard rally driver, started his careers on the circuits and was teammates to Lewis Hamilton in Formula Renault in the UK. Ollie Jarvis is back and explaining to the team that it was nothing to do with me. Honestly, I was a passenger at that point. Malcolm Wilson there as well, Matthew's dad, who was also a very good rally driver. A very odd one.
I think I just overheard Ollie say, well, in hindsight, I might have actually thrown it to the right rather than the left, I'm not sure that would have helped him a great deal.
I don't think so at all. I think he did a great job.
Yeah.
He's almost got it to turn and grip on the grass at the last part of that, hasn't he, Crailsey? All right, that would have shot him back across the track, but it would have given more room.
Gee, it's a big hit. Both those impacts right at the very, very end. Hub Auto Ferrari at the top of Mount Panorama. That found concrete, which is slightly more concerning. By the time you react, it's too deep into the corner is the question. So, and the braking zone there is, it's 150 metres in these cars from 265 kilometres an hour. It's an enormous stop. So big drama for Bentley in practice 5.
More big drama. More big drama for two of the favourites. Ferrari at the top of the mountain with a bit of work to do for the Hub Auto team, and M Sport team Bentley, well, they'll not be having their lunch break. They've got work to do on the Ollie Jarvis car. When we come back, we start to think about setting the grid. It's qualifying next when we see the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12-hour cars here on Mount Panorama.
ECR Championship. We are the blood.
The battle's coming!
The energy behind the machines. We strive for pole and drive to the top of the world. Together we live our passion and write the story of tomorrow. Quality and performance are what we stand for. Today and in the future. Liqui-Moly, motor oils and additives made in Germany.
Don't you know I was born different? I wanted more. Watch me be relentless.
The Superloop Adelaide 500, as loud as you like it.
Next up on track here at the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 hour. The Aussie racing cars always very, very entertaining. Warming their tyres, that shouldn't be too difficult on a day like today. Chad Nailon and Tony D'Alberto to talk you through race 3, 8 laps on the board, slightly delayed start, and just for a little bit more excitement, Tony, we're going to reverse the top 10 starting order for this one off the back of race number 2. It's a very good morning to you, Tony. How you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. I've actually just jumped out of the car myself, so slightly cooler conditions today. As we've seen the last couple of days, it's been super, super hot. I've actually had the privilege of driving one of these cars around Bathurst, so I've got a little bit of experience, but as we've seen from the 2 races already this weekend, it's been amazing racing at the front there, and everybody's been having a big crack, so I reckon reversing that top 10 is really going to mix it up.
Yeah, Joel Heinrich back in this championship, former championship winner, put the thing on pole and managed to convert that in race number 1. But then it was Craig Woods who's stepping back from the Super Utes and sticking with his team at Western Sydney Motorsport, able to pick up a race win, pushed all the way to the checkered flag. So exciting racing yesterday. It was pretty frantic stuff. They were first on track and bang, straight into qualifying. So I had to get it right. And here we go now for race number 3, race number 4 later today. First round of a 7 Series championship. It's an unusual line for a Skyline.
It's taking a little bit of a shortcut there. They've done all that work trying to get the tyres up to temp and nice and clean, and then go through the cut through and pick up a little bit more dust and dirt. So, yeah, the guys will be working hard to try and get their brakes up to temperature, get their eye in. They haven't had a drive today, so, you know, overnight, they're hopefully haven't indulged too much. And they're actually focused on going racing this morning.
Well, they don't have to race tomorrow, so they've got Saturday night to hopefully blow off some steam at the end of a big, long race meeting. A few well-known drivers in there as well, names like Paul Morris, former Bathurst 1000 winner back in 2014. He's here today. And a big shout out to John Stephenson as well. He's pretty quick in a straight line on his feet. See how quick he is around here in the Aussie racing car.
He certainly is. He's done a very minimal laps in the Aussie race car. I know he did a little test day at Eastern Creek, but it rained the whole time. So absolutely, you know, different conditions to what he's used to. Let's have a look at the grid for this race.
See how they line up. It's going to be Kent Quinn off the pole today. Kyle Lensby, very handy in KZ2 karting. Watch out for Kyle. Reece Chapman, one of the regular drivers in the Aussie Racing Car Series. Cody Garland out there as well. Ben Walsh, another driver stepping back from Super Utes. Joel Heinrich, a former champ. Paul Morris will keep him honest. Josh Anderson, who was promoted up to the top yesterday after stalling actually in race number 1. Now, we did have a car duck into the pits here, and it was the guy who went straight through the top. And that is Kyle Lensby after singing his praises in the KZ2. So he was in a rush to get this thing back down so they could take that front splitter off and have a look. We go all the way back down. Pretty handy grid, 23 cars. Jaden Maggs, who's raced a bunch of different things lately. Super Utes, Toyota 86 Racing Series, and keeping that connection with the Cedars racing team. So in pit lane, they are having a bit of a look at that thing.
That's a shame there for Kyle, because he's going to miss the start of this race. Obviously got some sort of engine trouble. They're looking like they're pulling the engine apart there, so it's probably not a good sign.
No, it's up the top near the carbies at the moment that they're looking on that thing, which doesn't look to be great. So not a good start for Kyle Lensby. Now then, Aussie racing cars, time to take centre stage at the mountain. First time that they've been at Mount Panorama since 2015, so it's been a while. A lot of fun around here, I'd imagine. Like you said, Tony, you've had a chance to drive these things. What's it going to be like on the opening lap?
Chaos.
Especially reverse grid.
Definitely. And look, you don't really want to be leading this race on the last lap, so the guys will work pretty hard, especially early on in this race, and put a green flag there.
Waiting on a start. Race 3, round number 1. It starts here and ends in Newcastle. And away we go. Scott O'Keefe is slow to jump. Pavel Faber nearly went up the back of that stranded Aussie racing car, but they all get it moving. 3 wide action down to the first corner from a long way back. That was a sweet move. Committed under brakes. They bang doors at the exit once or twice. Trying to use a bit of a side draft as they climb Mountain Straight. Let's do this.
You can already see the slipstream effect there. A little bit of protecting their line there on the inside.
Ben Walsh, who got a great start, but he's got no buddies. Talladega style, need a drafting buddy.
Up the inside.
And commit heavily under brakes. And that's a nice move. Reece Chapman to the lead, and around we go. Contact in turn 2. And lucky that not more cars were caught up in that one. Kent Quinn facing the wrong way, gets that car turned around, and we are still green at the cutting.
Paul Morris there still having a crack, even though he's just seen what's happened in front of him. He's trying to capitalise and get himself back up the grid here.
He's put himself up into second spot, so great start from the dude.
He just loves going motor racing, doesn't he?
And he's so handy in anything that he drives. Really good on dirt as well. He was a good sprint car driver. Wow, that was wild. And that was going through BP Ultimate Reed Park. We've got some debris flying off as we go down through Sulman Park.
Now, when I drove these cars many years ago, across the top was absolutely flat chat, 100% throttle. You only really touch the brake a little bit down the hill here. You see how much they move around under brakes.
There's the commitment across the top from Reece Chapman.
Paul Morris, his car looks very good there. Quite stable. I think we're going to see him come through even further.
Lining up a move down Conrad. Wait for the pushing and shoving to begin. Cody Garland clicks into second. He's got Paul Morris in behind him. Josh Anderson in this battle. And a former champ in Joel Heinrich. Woods has jumped from 9th to be up to 6th, so good start.
Here comes Paul Morris. Got a really good toe there, and he's got in front up to P2.
So the dude goes through, but it's not over yet. It's so long down Conrad in one of these cars that the passer can become the passee pretty quick down under brakes. At the chase. Joel Heinrich on the outside. Down the bottom of the hill. First lap, and Reece Chapman's built himself a handy lead, 1.7 seconds.
And if he can hold that lead, slipstreaming obviously doesn't come into play there, so you certainly want to try and keep that coming into the last lap of the race. He's got a really handy lead. These guys keep fighting, he'll just keep pulling away.
It's going to work nicely as he tries to pull away from the peloton, so to speak. Now, what happened lap 1? Everyone was crowding each other on the dirty side of the racetrack. Well, it was pretty much door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel.
Yeah, look, it looks like they've just sort of clipped wheels there. It wasn't like a late move or anything like that. Side-to-side contact, and it's just sort of, you know, put the car into a bit of a spin, unfortunately.
Ben Walsh, that was really unlucky for him because he had such a good start. Now, this would be the wiggle at the top. Oh, that was close. This is a nerve-wracking moment.
Absolutely.
And that's the debris. Getting flipped up and thankfully out of the way. No harm there.
Don't like talking about debris at Bathurst.
That was your own team.
I know. That's why I don't like talking about it.
Anyone's going to be able to make a joke about it. You pronounced it incorrectly, Tony.
Sorry.
Back on top of the mountain, BP Ultimate. Reed Park. As we go with the leaders, that gap has dramatically reduced.
So now the guys will be sort of settling into a bit of a rhythm. They've got a bit of tyre temp. They've got their iron again, and they're sort of settled into that position where their pace ultimately lies.
1.3 seconds lost in the first sector for Reece Chapman, and that juicy lead that he'd built on lap 1 is gone, and now Paul Morris will have his sights set on him down Conrad.
Just wondering whether Reece made a mistake, because that's a big, big gain for Morris to make. And now he's got a lot of pressure on him.
He will be all over him.
And Paul Morris is one of those guys that you've got to keep an eye on him where he is, because he'll have a go.
He's crafty. Anderson's in this fight as well. All right, let's play the game. Slipstreaming down Conrad. Watch this. He's running away from him, but he's not going to be able to escape him.
Tell you what, Paul's car is nice and quick in a straight line, especially that's exactly what you want at Bathurst, you know, have a car that's usable in a straight line.
Right on the limit. 202 kilometres per hour. 209 for Anderson, so third car back with a really big toe. Morris leads down at the chase.
This will be a test now to see whether Reece can hold off position 3 there.
Here comes Anderson. Has a peek. Wow. Look at that thing wiggle. Got it done. Lorenzo 36 moves through, so change for second. Can Paul Morris skip away here? Or can they keep him in the toe? Craig Woods from 9th now wants a bit of third. Might just make this stick under brakes. Good move. Biggest move of the race so far.
Yeah, Paul Reece there, he just doesn't quite have the pace of this front pack. Just lost a little bit of momentum. If he can sort of get his head down and get going again.
Yeah, 2.2 seconds slower than the rest of the field. And so that was Dennis Butler. Yeah, out of action by the looks of things.
That's a shame. I think it was Dennis's first race this weekend in the Aussie race cars.
Bad news for Dennis. He looked pretty hot and sweaty down there. It's a tough day to be behind the wheel. Expecting 40 degrees later today for the Pirelli Top 10 shootout. It'll be one of the hottest shootouts we've ever had here at the mountain, maybe the hottest ever. Certainly doesn't get quite that warm in October.
It certainly doesn't. The cool suits are getting a real workout. You don't even feel like they're on at times, I tell you. Tomorrow's going to be a real test. Lucky, though, we're fitness machines.
You are an athlete, Tony.
Absolutely.
There's no arguing that point.
Absolutely.
Across the top. Good to see a crowd up there today building throughout the weekend. Spare a thought for them as well. They're pretty warm up there. No cool suits on top of the mountain.
No, but they can have a few beverages.
Went up there and checked out. Oh, the session yesterday was a big slide across the top then for Anderson. He's managed to get to the lead of this race. Took the lead away from Paul Morris up Mountain Straight. And will lead us back down the hill. This thing's pretty lit up. Qualified on the front row. Had he not stalled it at the beginning of race 1, he would have been right there. Went to the back of the field and got back to 8th in that race. So
yeah, that's super impressive.
Good recovery.
Obviously got very good car speed. I think Paul, though, is sort of getting a little bit worried there about Woods in the background behind him.
And unfortunately, the Astra Bar Adam Clark car has stopped, and that's at the spares box dipper. Managed to get that out of the way quite nicely. But what has he done? Oh, he's high and dry. Oh!
Jeez, I reckon he almost saved that.
Yeah.
He almost saved it.
Wow, I thought that was going to be a lot bigger then. Where that car was pointing down the bottom of the hill, but he got away with it somewhat. Hopefully that's fixable for race 4 later today.
So Morris has regained now. He's got a little bit closer to Anderson down the straight. Goes back to that straight line handling again. He's driving the car nicely.
Lap times this time by 2:32.9. Quickest lap of the race for Josh Anderson, 5/10 up on Paul Morris. So the leader is flying particularly across the top, 38.6 in that middle sector. 4/10 quicker than the dude, so he's committing.
I think if Paul now, he sort of has that pace of Anderson, he can sit here and just show his nose a little bit, get the move done later in the race. He doesn't really need to do anything right now, but he is having a crack. This is going to be the outside of turn 2. He's going to have to go very deep under brakes. He makes it work easy.
That was a great move. Committed to the high line. Makes it stick. Osborne trying the same tactic around the outside of Reece Chapman. Can't quite make that one stick. Now, I did see a car going pretty slowly down here. I think it might have been Thompson, and I think there might have been a whack in the door. Bang. Yes, there was. And that was Charlotte Pointing. And the Hertz car, Craig Thompson, goes for a spin.
I feel like Craig there could have just given him a little bit more room there. Just fair way up the inside.
2 into 1.
Sometimes goes.
You can almost get 3 into 1 with these things.
Yes.
Depending on the corner. So the dude back to the lead.
He's got his arm out the window.
Hand signals.
What's going on here?
From Paul Morris. And he was one-handed then across the top.
I think he must have a problem.
That was a strange one. If he has got a problem, he hasn't been able to get this car off the racing line. That was really unusual. And as a result, Anderson's back to the lead and opened up something of a gap.
The tricky one, there would have been yellow flags there for the car stuck on the side of the road there, so they probably couldn't have gone round Paul, but looks like he's back up to speed, but he definitely had his hand out the window.
Yeah.
I don't think he was waving to the crowd.
Well, he was 1.5 seconds slower through the middle sector. It's a strange one.
Yeah, and not using all the circuit, it's sort of like he was letting them back through.
Down the bottom of the hill. He's still under fire. As Craig Woods tries to sneak through with Joel Heinrich. The dude hangs on. So he was one-handed through McPhillary then. It was a close moment for the dude. And we've got more drama here. And it is game over at the elbow. That's Maguire's Forest elbow. And the Simmons car is out of action. And that may be a local yellow there, but could be enough to keep this race going. Up the hill again. With nearly a full second on the field after that strange query with the Paul Morris car last time by. It sits Anderson, Morris, Woods, Heinrich. Top four have opened up a little bit of a gap back to Garland and Chapman. Chapman had a really strong opening lap, led this race for a while, lost 1.5 seconds in a sector. Climb up towards the Artie cutting. So a couple of the big names who raced in this series last year moving on to different things. That great rivalry between Justin Rugier and Kel Tressida, we won't see that in this coming season in 2020, but there's still lots to look forward to. Richard Crailes walked back into the commentary box, keeping an eye on the Aussie racing car action. Always entertaining.
Isn't it just, Chad? Nice to be with you. No Tony D'Alberto, but I'll see what I can do. Isn't this great racing here? And the slipstream effect down Conrod Straight in these things is just remarkable. And if you get a gaggle of them together on the final lap fighting for the lead, do you want to be third, fourth, possibly coming out of the elbow and running down to the chase?
It's a little bit super speedway stuff, isn't it? Where do you want to be and who are your buddies?
Talbot Bathurst.
Talbot Bathurst. I like that. There's a few Talbot Bathurst nights up there. I think on top of the mountain as well.
A few of those in your time, I would imagine.
Just the expression of car body language under brakes down there at the chase. Morris is trying dearly to hang on to second. Anderson skipping away with this one. He opened up a pretty big lead when the dude backed off going through McPhillamy a couple laps ago. He's got the rear chattering down there. That's Murray's, but he makes it stick.
Yeah, it was a nice move, but a bit of racing smarts from Paul Morris there. He's aware of what we were talking about with the slipstream, and I think he knows the position he wants to be in. There's probably an element, too, of these three working together to try and catch Anderson out in front. So it's 1.8 seconds the margin, but if they can give themselves a push, a little bit of extra straight line speed with three cars working together in a tow, might just help narrow that margin down slightly, get to the leader by the final lap, and then you can go at it and fight for track position.
At the moment, that lead is only expanding for Anderson, nearly 2 seconds at the fastest lap of the race last time by, 2:32.6. So to give you some reference, about 30 seconds slower than a GT3 around here. Vastly different race car. It's apples to oranges or apples to watermelons in that case.
Having said that, if you did a 2:32 in the return of the Bathurst 12 hour in 2007, front row.
I like that. That's a good stat.
Can you imagine a 12-hour race in one of these things?
We wouldn't even be doing 2:32s in the wet.
No.
In a GT3 car out here. That's cool. Would be almost safety car times around here.
It would, wouldn't it?
Across the top once more. Anderson skipping away with this, just at the fastest first sector, so he is eyes down at the moment.
Yeah, and Morris is slipping back into the clutches of Joel Heinrich, who's a ripper young guy from Adelaide. A lot of experience in these cars now, but he's one of those guys who'll drive everything. And like his dad, started racing in HQs, mighty HQ Holdens. You drive one of those things quickly, generally you can adapt to driving things to that pretty unique driving style to get the most out of a QE. And he's raced some cars as well, but really made his name in Aussie racing cars. He had a super year last year in this category, riding at the front of the field for most of the championship.
He also had a couple of rounds in Super 2 at the beginning of the year, which was pretty cool, especially on home turf, driving at Matt Stone Racing. This is bold. Whoa. Side by side across Skyline. They get away with it.
He ran Super 3 at the Bend as well, so ticking the boxes in South Australia.
Here we go through the chase. 211 kilometres per hour. Paul Morris with the tow. 211 clicks on one of these things. You'd know about it. You're sitting very close to the ground.
Well, and interestingly enough, so Morris 211 with a tow. The leader out on his own, margin 2.6 seconds, 197.
Massive
difference. 15 k's an hour difference, being in that slipstream. But while these three are fighting, they're not closing that margin down. And Anderson in clean airs just punched out the fastest lap of the race, 32.45. These three are all in the low 2:33s. So they're 0.6 of a second, if not more, slower than the race leader.
And it's classic because anything that Paul Morris is able to do on Conrod straight away, Craig Woods is able to do going up Mountain Straight. So he's tucked back in behind him once again. Not quite the same high speeds as Conrod, but you still get top gear. You can still get nearly 190 k's an hour out of one of these things before you have to hit the brake pedal for turn 2.
So it's a big margin, and barring any mistake, you'd think Anderson, unlikely he'll be caught in the closing couple of laps. Look a little bit further back. This down at Murray's. What's the move? Textbook stuff, is it or not? The 19 just gets it stopped. That's Mark Griffith. So he's jumping between AMG GT4 this weekend and Aussie racing car. Sublime to the ridiculous, you'd think. And jumping between the two. That was a nice move, though. Got it stopped and turned, and away he goes. Just on the cusp of the top 10. Just behind, Johnny Stephenson. Great to see the Steph racing here. Bumped into him down in Bathurst on Wednesday. Said he's having his first laps in an Aussie racing car here at Mount Panorama, and running inside the top 10 in a quality field like this is a really good effort.
One thing that we learned about John when he was running in Carrera Cup last year, he's supremely competitive. He has that competitive nature of an athlete. Yep. Refuses to believe that he can't go out there and be competitive like he would be, you know, on the athletics track. And I always thought that was quite interesting. It wasn't a hobby. It was very, very real to him.
Yeah, dead serious. Lovely bloke too.
Yeah.
Friendly, affable, utter superstar. Best mate to Usain Bolt. But more than happy to have a chat about life, the universe and everything, and especially motor racing. Loves his motorsport. He was asking me about GT3 cars earlier in the weekend. See him on one of those one day, perhaps. This battle pack continues, and right now Joel Heinrich, I reckon, is in the box seat for a pass on Woods down at the chase.
He's been happy to play sort of third gunner in this little battle pack for a while. Is that the spot where he wants to be, I wonder? Is he playing the game?
Get them both on the final lap.
They're about to just start that final lap. Anderson's gap out to 4 seconds. And he is just wheeling away at the moment. He'll be starting his last lap right about now, as these guys are still scrapping over second.
I think Woods hesitated a little bit there, thought he might go down the inside, but saw Morris move across and cover his line, decided that he'd bide his time and instead wait for turn 1 by the looks of it. No, it's going to be the toe up Mountain Straight, get in front by Griffin's Bend, and then worry about Conrod Straight when you get across the top to the other side. All the while keeping in mind that Joel Heinrich is lodged under your rear wing as well. So Woods has got a bit on in this battle pack. And that's the visual margin of the leader. That's what 4.2 seconds looks like. Driven away from these three.
I'm waiting with bated breath for what Joel Heinrich actually has up his sleeve here. Or is he tapped out at the moment?
Call it now. Does Joel finish second?
I think he's got it in him to get both of these cars down the hill. One thing I've noticed talking about the slipstream is there's a little peak to the outside at Audi cutting, not the spot to make it there. Like you said, big difference for the guy who's tucked in that first car, but the guy who's actually third man up, he's really quick. It was an extra 2 or 3 k's an hour faster again.
It's like a double toe, so you want to be at the back of the train of cars, you'll get more straight line speed. But having said that, you've still got to find your way past. So you might have a couple of extra k's an hour, but if you find an Aussie racing car parked in the place you want to be, you're not going to get through, even though they're quite narrow, diminutive little racing cars, and especially one driven, someone so experienced as the dude, Paul Morris, who remains the only driver to win the 6, the 12 and the 1000.
Pretty cool. And very nearly picked himself up an Aussie racing car win yesterday here as well, which would have been a nice one to add. Now Heinrich's close up again. Is he close enough? The dude's thing doesn't look too comfortable across Skyline, and they were able to crowd him a little bit, but he's got a nice run out of McGuire's Forest Elbow. Last time down Conrod, let's go. What's Heinrich got planned?
And Morris struggling out of the chase and the run down into Murray's corner. So the little margin's going to be good, but check out the toe.
some food. Why not grab some giveaways as well? Like, I'm about to win. Oh, the fuel card of $20. We've got lots of fuel to give away, lots of merchandise. Come and have some fun. We'll see you here to fuel up. Thanks, BP.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a trip to the 2021 Le Mans 24 Hours, one of the world's most prestigious endurance car races. Travel through France and Germany for 15 days. Visit the Porsche and Mercedes-Benz museums and experience a hot lap at the Nürburgring with up to $5,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian FTR 1200S motorcycle. To enter, get a quote on your special car, spouse's car, daily drive, your bike or home. Take out a new policy for even more chances of winning. Call Shannons on 134646 or go online today.
Don't you know I was born different? I wanted more. Watch me be relentless.
Who knows the 12-hour better than anyone, Richard Craill.
No pressure, Stubbsy. And Neil, thank you for that. Welcome along, everybody. I'm joined up here by John Hindhoff and Johnny Palmer, and this field is one of the best we've ever seen, filled with talent from top to bottom.
Look at the names, not just the manufacturers, but the names in the cars. Is there a single car that doesn't have a quality lineup?
Certainly not, and it's so tricky to pick who's going to go well tonight for the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout, but the 11 manufacturers that Crompo points out, I mean, just the state of GT3 racing is very healthy indeed.
More than 360 Supercars Championship race victories in this field. There are World Endurance Championships, 10 Spa 24-hour victories. The list goes on and on. It is as deep as this field has ever been.
Now, for us internationals this morning, we got a real taste of Australian motorsport when we had to red flag the practice session because of, well, I think what it's called a meet-up of some description. It was a flash mob of ruse.
The Kangaroo didn't get timed, by the way. It didn't register in the results, and none were harmed in the making of that practice session. It was a wild one, though, as everyone pushed the limits to get their cars into qualifying trim. We saw a couple of big impacts. The Hub Auto Ferrari into the fence at the top of Mount Panorama, and a serious brake issue for the Bentley with Oliver Jarvis behind the wheel, off the road at the chase, fired across the road and into the tyre bundles on the exit with big damage. The Lamborghini was fast, AMGs were quick. Gents down in the lane, this field is stacked, it is ready to go, and qualifying is coming up soon.
Absolutely, and the campgrounds are packed as well. Sweltering, you'd want to have your air conditioning set if you're out in the paddock, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's going to be a big storyline, not only in qualifying later on this afternoon and the top 10 shootout, but certainly in tomorrow's race. It's affecting drivers, crews, and certainly cars, a lot of them suffering in terms of straight line speed. But we love rivalry in this business, and one of the things that we want to play out this weekend is Aussies versus the rest of the world. What about Matt Campbell? He's a huge story, 24 years of age, from Warwick in Queensland. He was a former Carrera Cup champion. This man, on the subject of champions, Craig Lowndes, 7 times the winner at Mount Panorama. He's also won the 12-hour on a couple of occasions. Chaz Mostert, Daytona 24-hour class winner last weekend. He's feeling a little unwell so far this weekend. He's been doing a lot of travelling. Of course, he's got a new supercar ride this year. And Jamie Whincup, 7-time Virgin Australia Supercars champion. He'll be driving the Mercedes, and he's in the 888 Works car this weekend. Rick Kelly will be driving with Scott Dixon in the Aston Martin in the Castrol car. Another guy to look out for who's had a couple of Bathurst 1000 victories.
Absolutely. We'll be catching up with most of those guys as we build up to qualifying. Of course, a 3-stage qualifying coming up as we build up to the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. The international ensemble is just as strong. Let's have a look at some of the drivers to watch.
The international stars are back at the mountain. After coming so close in 2019, Aston Martin returned with fast Brit Jake Dennis and 5-time IndyCar champ Scott Dixon. Audi returned with Chris Mees, Christopher Haase, Marcus Winkelhock, Kelvin Vanderlinde, and 2018 winner Dries Vanthoor. Bentley have made 2 changes from last year. Brits Alex Buncombe and Sebastian Morris don the iconic white suits. At BMW, Augusto Farfus is joined by Nicky Katzberg. Ferrari will tackle the IGTC season with Brazilians Marcos Gomez and Daniel Serra, as will Lamborghini with Italian pair Andrea Caldarelli and Marco Mappelli. The Honda NSX makes its first appearance in Australia with Daytona 24-hour winner Renger van der Zande the headline act, and McLaren welcome back 2016 winner Alvaro Perez. At Mercedes AMG, some serious firepower. Maro Engel, Maxi Berg, Maxi Götz all return, as does newly crowned GT3 World Champion Raffaele Marciello. Finally, Porsche boast a phenomenal team of Le Mans winners and Nürburgring heroes, with team boss Earl Bamber back behind the wheel, and factory duo Mathieu Jaminet and Patrick Pillay partnering the star of the 2019 race, Australia's Matt Campbell.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. It is, without doubt, the best lineup we've seen here for the Bathurst 12-hour. We have a great lineup for you as well in the pits, getting all the interviews, breaking news, and giving us the atmosphere from the paddock and beyond. Joining us, Chad Nailon, Charlie Robinson, and our own international. She's back, Shay Adam.
scary moments for Ollie Jarvis out there during that final session of the day. But Ollie, good news is you're in one piece and the car is being repaired.
Yeah, I'm all good. Unfortunately, a lot of damage to the car, but nothing that can't be fixed. So the guys are working flat out, as you see in the background. And, you know, I don't think we're going to make quali, but hopefully we'll get back out for the race tomorrow. Probably start at the back, but I think you can still win this race from there.
It's not where you start, it's where you finish. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Jamie, you're a Bathurst winner here at the 12 hour. You've stood at the top of the podium for the 1,000 as well.
Yeah.
You're here today. You know supercars back the front, but how does it feel when you don't know all the drivers on the field, what they're capable of, the cars? Is it exciting or like the first day of school?
It's all of the above. It's exciting. It's a big challenge. We feel like we're a little bit of a fish out of water. If we're here in the supercar, we know it back to front, know what we're doing. But in saying that, Triple A have done a lot of GT racing, especially last year over in Europe. Sorry, not in Europe, in the Asian series. So we've been here 2 or 3 times, so we should know what we're doing. So we'll have a bit of a crack here in qualifying and see what we can do.
Yeah, just a matter of staying cool. Get out there and have fun.
Yeah, what you can't see, it's 38 degrees or something today.
Crazy.
So hot. So yeah, it's hot inside the car, but all good fun. Thanks. Beautiful.
Plenty of good combinations. This is one of the fan favourites. We've got El Bamba and Craig Lowndes. Now, this is the bromance between Bamthor, they call it. How are you fitting in here with Lawrence in the team?
Well, that's why we did another T-shirt, had that, plus me.
Yeah.
So I'm the third wheel of the... But look, it's great. Obviously, Earl has come and joined us in Supercar World. Now I'm coming across and looking after him in the GT World.
Now, I hear you're going to be in the car for the first qualifying session?
Yes.
All right, so that's exciting, which means that the man they call Larry is now going to be taking over for Q2. Where did the nickname come from for Lawrence?
Well, actually, I just made it up one time. We were in America and, you know, Lawrence isn't that American name, so we thought, you know, since we're over there, NASCAR Larry. So it's actually really stuck, and now even in all the Porsche meetings and everything like that, he's introduced as Larry. But, you know, we've had a great sort of relationship. Started off with him flipping in Macau a couple of years ago, but, you know, now we follow each other around the world, and some fans started the hashtag Bamthor, and it's sort of stuck, and now we've been making T-shirts, so it's really cool. It's good fan interaction. It's a good bit of fun.
The shirts are raising money for the bushfires. I'm looking forward to seeing Larry out there a little later on.
Absolutely, Craig Lowndes going for a 10th victory at the mountain. You can see the cars are heading out. Qualifying 1 about to get underway. Let's give back to our commentators, Johnny Palmer joining John Hindhoff and Richard Crail.
Yeah, thanks, Dubsy. Really looking forward to this 2-part qualifying, which at the very end of it, ultimately, we end up with the 10 fastest cars that will tackle the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout later on this afternoon. Always a thrilling moment at Mount Panorama. Cars are out, 45 minutes on the clock for qualifying 1. But before we get into the session, it's worth just reminding ourselves of this phenomenal location, about 180 kilometres to the west of Sydney, the capital of New South Wales, and the best bit of bitumen in the world. It's 225 metres to turn 1. It's a simple corner on paper. Often the reality is very, very different. Griffin's Bend, the climb, it's 1 in 6. The gradient at the steepest point before the cutting. They're climbing up the hill now to BP Ultimate Reed Park. Solomon Park, little bit called Frog Hollow on driver's right, Reed Park, and then McPhillamy. They're all famous, iconic names in Australian motorsport. And then the world disappears beneath your steering wheel as you plunge off the hill at Skyline and down through the S's and into the Dipper, that iconic corner at turn 14. A quick blast down to the elbow, and it's a critical corner because it sets up the 1.8 kilometre run down Conrod Straight to the fastest corner in the sport at the Chase, and the big braking zone up the hill into the left, then the right. You do it all again, and if it goes as green as it did last year, you'll do it more than 300 times. And in a GT3 car, the number to watch, 2 minutes, 1 second, .286. That is the qualifying lap record at this venue, was set by Shane Van Gisbergen in 2016.
I often say when we do track maps around the world, Crailsy and JP, that, you know, it looks pretty easy on paper when you look at some track maps. Mount Panorama, even as a track map in 2D, looks scary. It looks scary to me, and the reality is even more so. For so much of this, it's almost like a street circuit, because there is absolutely, Johnny, no room to make a mistake.
No, and that was proven by the Kangaroos earlier on. They couldn't escape the track either because of the wall up through the cutting and beyond. Yeah, I mean, it just cowers down on you, this place, and it is high-pressure stakes, especially across the top. A big, almost lose for Lounsey, I noticed, coming out of turn 1 there on coolish tyres, and the #1 Porsche did well to straighten up from that.
This is Craig's first time in Porsche 911 GT3R. He's driven a range of GT3 cars here. This is car 60 we're on board with. On board, yeah, the McLaren 720 GT3, which was quite competitive in practice earlier on today, and Alvaro Parent, former winner, got the car into the 10. This is Ben Varnicoat, the young Brit behind the wheel. Should just explain how this session rolls out. 45 minutes on the clock for qualifying 1. Essentially what we're doing here is setting the grid for the Invitational class and the GT4 classes. After this, they're done. We then roll into a separate, shorter session just for the GT3 cars. That sets grid positions 11 back and determines the 10 cars that go forward into the top 10 shootout. The quirk is that as of the commencement of this session, you are not allowed to refuel your cars. So you'll be burning fuel throughout this first 45 minutes, and then you'll burn it through the next lot to get yourself into the shootout. You can make changes to the car in between or during the session, not in between them, but you cannot put fuel in. So the cars, what that means, Johnny, is they'll get faster and faster and faster as the fuel load burns off.
Yeah, kind of like a modern-day Formula 1 qualifying session as well. So that's exciting for us. And theoretically, we're going to see the fastest times, therefore, in the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout to finish today's coverage. So Matteo Cairoli across the line in the 912 Absolute Racing Porsche. Real swift Italian driver who can be found in the World Endurance Championship and other domestic endurance series as well across in Europe. And a 206.7 sets a reasonable benchmark, but we're expecting times to tumble by good 4, maybe even 5 seconds from that.
We've already talked about the temperatures. It is properly hot in the central west of New South Wales, and it's been a story over the weekend, both from a driver health perspective, making sure that they're looked after in the car, but from a car performance standpoint as well. Straight line speed tends to come down. The car's perhaps not producing as much horsepower, and there's been a little bit of a trend that the turbocharged cars especially have been struggling, and so far, whether it's a direct result of the weather or it's just that these are the faster cars, it's been an Audi, Mercedes, Porsche domination of the weekend, and they are the 3 main brands with normally aspirated vehicles running this weekend.
Yeah, caught a glimpse of the #7 Bentley, the one that looks far more like the designer intended there as the work continues actually beneath our feet in the #8, but we're not going to see that, well, until tomorrow, and let's keep our fingers crossed that it can tag on the back to maybe pull off an incredible result tomorrow for the 12-hour.
I was just about to say 3 Valvoline liveried Audis, and the #2 Chris Mees just going the scenic route at the top of the mountain there, and that wasn't as bad as it could have been. It'll have got a bit of gravel in the car. Was that another wiggle coming through? That was, but it was earlier in the piece. My, how close was he to the wall on the right-hand side, and then he rally crosses it back to terra firma in the 22. 3 really lovely looking cars. That one a little more dusty now.
Audi has a significant rallying heritage with the Quattro and World Rally Championship. I'm not quite sure that's what they intended the R8 to do. Fine piece of car control from Christopher Mees, a double winner of this race, Aussie GT champion, and officially the fastest ever guy around this place in a de-restricted Audi R8 GT3 car a couple of years ago. Popped into the 159s, which shows the true potential of this Audi R8. That was a hairy moment. And twice today we've seen moments up there at McPhillamy Park. The Ferrari ended up in the fence. And Aston Martin had a very big lose there this morning, but managed to get away with it, caught the slide, and just had a detour through the gravel trap. So the margins are tiny up at McPhillamy Park in a 220km/h corner where these cars are loaded up on the Pirelli tyre and loaded with aerodynamic downforce as well.
Jordan Pepper, the young South African driver in the #7. Bentley coming to the Liqui-Moly Murray's Corner, the final of the 23 turns around this circuit. Jordan, who's been promoted up from customer racing with Bentley and now a full Bentley boy, starting his 2nd season in that very, very pretty dark green car with the famous logo, the Flying V. Let's not forget what's going on in the Invitational class as well, gentlemen, because they are setting their grids. It will be locked in. It's the marked cars with the coupes, the Series 2 machines that make up all of the invitation class, and then 2 very significant entries in GT4, one from BMW and one from Mercedes, and we're debuting the new Mercedes AMG GT4 this season. Meantime, showing well under the Liqui-Moly Bridge and down towards the final corner, the 999 coming through. You'll not miss that one in the car park, will you?
Raffaele Marcello behind the wheel.
Straight up to 9th position there, Krilsey, for Rafa.
Exciting young Italian driver who was such a star at this place last year.
And that is one of the 3 new AMG GT3s. Bigger grille, slightly different lights, and a lot of difference in terms of how they drive in competition. Porsche trying to go back-to-back here. It's only been done once before, and it was done by their arch enemy within the group of Volkswagen AG, and that was Audi, and they will want to go back-to-back, and they've come mob-handed here this year, Johnny Palmer.
Rick Kelly up to 4th place, I notice, in the Aston Martin, the 76 car with the Castrol backing, and Fred Verviche in one of the 3 Valvoline Audis, neatly placed now to 3rd. But Ben Barnicoat becomes the fastest car out there, the McLaren 720S GT3. So the McLaren is one of the turbocharged cars with the 4-litre V8. Looks spectacular, and in 2 very different colour schemes this weekend.
And that's by far the fastest lap that a McLaren has put in this weekend. 205.4.
No, Alvaro Parent went much quicker than that in practice this morning. No, it was cooler ambient conditions. Still in the 30s, but cool is relative when you've got a weekend like this here in Bathurst in New South Wales. But that's a solid lap. The pace not overly hot as the temperature at the moment, 205.4. Equivalent session last year, they were into the very high 202s and ultimately the low 2s in qualifying number 2.
Closed garage door says so much down here in pit lane. We know that behind this one, it's the Bentley team, and M Sport are working very hard to get that car ready, not for qualifying, but for the race, which we've already talked about. But if we go down a garage and the next door neighbours, unfortunately, guys, the news isn't so good. The garage door is down at Hub Auto, and the Ferrari, the rear end damage that they sustained in practice, looks to be, unfortunately, now too much to fix. So while the paperwork, they tell me, hasn't been handed in, this car will be scratched from the race. So that's 1 Nissan and 1 Ferrari out of action.
Meantime, we've got a red flag, and again, it's the top of the mountain that's claimed another victim, and again, it's one of the Audi Sport Team Valvoline cars. This time, not the 22, but the 2, and Frederic Verviche is off, and he has made contact with the wall.
Yeah, this might be another late-night Bathurst repair to go into the record books. He's gone off at high speed, big plume of dust at the top of the mountain, and through it came the very pretty Audi R8. Great new livery with Valvoline continuing their support of this team. Troy Russell and the team at Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia have got 8 factory drivers in Garth Tander this year. So it's the second car in queue, and it's an oversteer issue. So he's turned the car in, the rear's broken away. And a lot of drivers have been complaining about oversteer, about a nervous race car all weekend. These hot conditions, the way the tyres are moving around and the downforce on the car, they're snapping into oversteer. Remember, 220k plus.
Absolutely nothing Verviche could have done about that. Remember, part of the balance of performance is ride height, so you don't get necessarily the choice that you want, and that was gone early as well. Maybe even ran about the same place or earlier than we saw from Chris Meese earlier on. We've seen now 4 cars have a big wiggle at exactly the same point of the circuit. The 2 Audis, however, losing the back end earlier in the piece from what we saw with the Aston and the mid-engine Ferrari earlier on.
I'm genuinely surprised that the Audis are struggling over there, because they have been the masters over the top of the mountain in recent years. But I think that's an indication of how tightrope the Audi guys have had to go from setup point of view.
Would you pull me out and I try to drive back? It's off.
Fred Verviche having a chat with our track services guys.
Well, that's interesting
I really
because
need to try to go back if it's possible. So can I at least try?
he wants to try to drive the car back, and it did hit the tyres side on, which, if there's a saving grace to a crash there, is that in that the side impact of the car will be less severe on the internal components, driveline, wishbones, uprights and things like that than it would had he gone in with a hard impact into a corner of the vehicle.
He was asking whether all the wheels were still on the car.
Yeah.
And I think the answer came that yes, it was, but I think there's a right front. It's not a hard impact, he said. Well, I tell you what, wait till he sees the onboard later on. But it looks to me as though there's right front steering or suspension damage on that car. That might take him a little time to come down. And what the worry is from the track services, and thanks to all of our more than 300 volunteers this weekend, is that he'll shed other body parts or cause more problems on the way back down. Red flag in Quali 1.
Dries, Frederick is doing a really good job trying to convince the marshals that he can drive the car back. What's it like when you go from being the fastest car in the last session to watching your car sitting in a sand trap?
It can always happen here. I mean, Freddie was doing a good job till then. But I don't know what happened. We have to check. But I mean, hopefully he can convince them to come back. And then, you know, we still have a second session where we can take part. So it's going to be hard, but it's not over yet.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Certain sense of resignation there, wasn't there? And Vervees is out of the car. And you've got to... Drivers are hopeful, have hopeful little hearts, Johnny Palmer. And I've been in that position before where you think, I can get it back, I can get it back. But even if you can, it's just going to take more time and potentially cause more issues bringing it back down. I mean, it was just gone from the moment he came over the rise and turned that car in.
Strange, because earlier on today, I mean, maybe just down to track conditions, but Dries Vanthoor in the very same car did a 2:03.4, which is a lot faster than we're going right now. But yeah, maybe because it's so hot up there that the asphalt's not offering the grip.
Remember, they're also carrying a full fuel load as well, because you're not allowed to refuel during qualifying, so you're burning that fuel off.
Now, that's interesting. He was off the gas that time when that car spun. The ones that we saw earlier, certainly the Aston Martin and the Ferrari, they were back on the throttle, but that was lift-off oversteer there, which is an absolute nightmare. That means when you've come off the gas, normally when you're on the throttle, the car is sitting at a relatively stable platform. He's come off the throttle, it changes the dynamics of the car and the weight transfer of the car, going away from the back end and onto the front just as he's turning in, and the back end comes around.
Which will be more pronounced because it's got more than 100 kilos comfortably of fuel parked in the fuel cell, so the balance of the car will change because of that. And that's something we'll talk about tomorrow, is the race cars changing over the stint as they burn their fuel and get towards their next pit stop. The handling changes with that. So perhaps that's caught it out, but we've seen all weekend that the margin there, it's already tiny in the first place, but this weekend it has been razor thin. If you're slightly wide offline at the turn into McPhillamy Park, past the McPhillamy Park gates on driver's right, you are off the road, and you either get lucky and you drive through the gravel trap, or you experience what happened to Fred Vervees and end up parked in the tyres.
So 4 or 5 cars at least have been through that gravel or worse with that oversteer moment. Oversteer is when you turn the wheels and the car wants to turn more than you do. So in the old parlance, rally driving friends of mine, Michael Wilson actually is down there, too much oversteer is when you hit the tree backwards, and too much understeer is when you hit the tree forwards. That's
everyone could understand that, can't they?
That's how it was explained to me back in my rally co-driving days. And rally drivers like Malcolm always put it in co-driver's side. That was the other thing. It was always going to be your side.
It is interesting how when Luca Giotto went wide earlier on today on the Aston, that being a front-engine car, though, it didn't rotate. It just went wide through the gravel and he was able to recover, whereas the Ferrari has gone backwards into the barrier and the Audis look very skittish as well. They swap ends because they're mid-engine, perhaps.
Right, the Chris Meeks one where he went through, he was so close to the wall on the right-hand side.
That's it.
Brock Feeney, incredible. 17 years of age, first time here at Bathurst. Your car is leading the Mark II cars right now with Nick Percat behind the wheel. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. You know, first time here at Bathurst, so you know, it's a great experience for me here, and you know, Nick's out there doing a great job. He's fastest at the moment. You know, he popped up to P2 overall. at one point there. So he's doing an awesome job, and I'm super excited to be here.
It's pretty incredible because you're in year 12 doing your high school certificate and you're here, you're the champion of Super 3, you'll be joining our Super 2 program this year. Life's good right now.
Yeah, it's incredible, and then for this opportunity to pop up so late as well is great. So, busy year ahead for me, year 12, Super 2 and this weekend as well. So I'm really looking forward to it, and it's great to lean off Nick this weekend and learn for everything.
Nick given you any great advice for the mountain?
Yeah, he's been great. He's won here before, so he knows all about it. So he's been great this weekend, been working through it the whole weekend. So he's been really good, and, got 12 hours of racing tomorrow, so I'm sure we'll learn plenty then as well.
It's great. All the best. You're doing fabulous.
No worries. Thank you.
What were you doing at that age?
Oh, it's completely and utterly useless. No hope of driving a racing car. The Fiend, he's a superstar in the making, young Brock Feeney, at 16 years of age, racing in what was the Super 3 Series last year and winning races under the tutelage of Paul Morris. Ink to deal with Tickford Racing this year. He's a bright young star of Aussie motorsport moving forward.
Now, we do have the opportunity to extend this qualifying for 10 minutes. We're eating into that at the moment. The clock is still stopped. We'll keep an eye on that.
Been such a bruising start to this year's Liqui-Moly 12-hour. We're not even got into the race yet. This is one of the cars that has been officially scratched. And what strikes me about this when you come and have a look at it is it's back together. It's completely back together, sans a couple of very aggressive-looking rear tail lights on this car. Now, come back around the end of the GTR, and if we have a look in here, you can actually see still some of the chassis damage though. So it's a little window into pain here as to exactly why this car has been pulled out of the race. So it's a real unfortunate thing because it only grazed the wall yesterday at Reed Park, but it was enough to unfortunately cause those chassis rails to get damaged. Now what you've got to remember, these cars are essentially built up from production scale cars, so it's essentially a road-going chassis. So while Australian motor cars that we see here racing, typically at Mount Panorama, can take a bit of a rear whack like that, it is a lot harder to get a GT3 car back on track because they do sustain quite a lot of chassis damage, and that chassis is made to crumble like that to protect the driver. I just wanted to give you a look at what it looks like in the other car. We've got JP de Oliveira in the car right now. So this is what we're talking about, roll cage, chassis, everything complete here. A very hot day in there for JP right now, but the Brazilians, I'm sure, can deal with some pretty hot weather down here. So unfortunately, we did see one of the Nissans get scratched from the race. We do have this car, the sister car, and the solo entry as well down further up pit lane, which has Brody Kostecki in it. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes. He's a young up-and-coming Australian driver. But the big shame there is so many Aussie fans love seeing Katsumasa Chio, but no Chio this year at the mountain now.
One of the most amazing things to watch is when disaster strikes, how the crews respond. Bentley, for example, down right now trying to fix the number 8, very calm in that garage. No yelling, no screaming. Same thing for Audi, the Team Valvoline. As soon as they saw the number 2 in the fence, they went to work. How did they go to work? Well, they started watching our pictures to see what spare parts they would need. Keep in mind, there's no car in this garage right now. We've got a brand new splitter. We've got an entire new drive shaft and upright, an entire system of hub and everything ready to go on the right front of the Audi when it does make its way back. We've got more boxes being unpacked off to my left where drivers' assistants are there. We've got new hubs there potentially for the rear. They've got more boxes back in the truck. They've been using our pictures to figure out how to fix their car because time is of the essence.
And one great thing about Audi and their commitment to this event, Creelsey, with Audi Sport Customer Racing, and the man at the head of that, Chris Renke, is here this weekend over from Germany, showing just how important it is to them. The commitment is that they bring 3, 4, 5 parts trucks to these events. Yes, the team will have some of their own spares, clearly, but for maybe the bigger items, if there's a gearbox or something like that, they can go and knock on the door and get one signed out.
Well, it's helped even more so by the fact that the Valvoline cars are the factory Audi team in Australia anyway, so they just wander back to their truck. You saw just before we heard from Chad Nailon down at the damaged Nissan, and sad to see that car out. You saw Troy Russell, who's the team boss down there, marshalling his troops, calmly going about a briefing, going, right, this is how we're going to attack it. The moment that car gets back, they'll go to work. And while we won't see it again today, that car will be able to take the start to the motor race tomorrow morning. And while this race hasn't been won from the back of the field, you can certainly have a go. And at Mount Panorama, you just need to be in the game for the final hour and get to the checkered flag.
One of the extraordinary things that we celebrate about this event is the diversity of lots of different types of machine. We've got 11 different brands of GT car here this weekend. I'm standing alongside the Mercedes, the AMG factory entry that's also being run by 888 Race Engineering. This is in fact the car that they've been running in the Asian GT Championship. 6.3 litre fuel injected V8. One of the curiosities about the way in which the GT cars balance their performance is what we describe in supercars as parity. They use a different formula to try and make sure that the competition remains even. So they play with the weights of the car, and all of the vehicles up and down here, the McLaren, the BMW, the Mercedes, the Audis, the whole lot, they have varying levels of weight that they're carrying. They also play with the fundamental, which is the amount of air that goes into the engine. So if you mess with that, you can keep things even. And inside the garages at the moment, SRO, the people that manage the series, are keeping a very close eye on the way in which they're all performing relative to each other. They make adjustments to that weight race after race, and year after year they make adjustments to the amount of air-fuel ratio that gets into the engine. And they also play with the amount of fuel that comes down from the towers as well, and they restrict or open up the fuel flow for the stops. Jamie Whincup's in that car at the moment. Qualifying's about to get underway once again, but isn't that a cool machine?
It is very cool indeed, with the man filter livery, which we are so used to seeing at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, another major GT3 race. Hello to everybody over in Europe as well who are watching this real international field on a very, very impressive day here at Mount Panorama, just after 2 o'clock in the morning back in the UK, and still people tuning in. That, Grillsy, is the pull of the mountain.
Just to further Neil's point, excellently explained about the balance of performance. The unique nature of Mount Panorama means that most occasions we come here with these cars, it's the most open GT3 field in terms of that balance that we see anywhere in the world, because this place is so unique. There's 2 long straights, so the cars that are BOP to have good straight line performance are great going up and down the hill. The cars with a bit of extra aero or a lower ride height are faster across the top of Mount Panorama. It turns out that in qualifying this time 12 months ago, we had 18 cars and 9 brands covered by less than a second.
Yep.
So the system works. It's often controversial. It's the go-to for drivers when they're unhappy with their day, but the system works, and at this place especially, it promotes phenomenal motor racing.
Just talking to the Bathurst Regional Council officials just a little bit earlier on. Unseasonably warm here at the moment in Bathurst. It's been very dry as well as we go back to grey. Still 34 minutes on the clock, so the drivers and the teams, as well as the spectators here, having to deal with the very, very warm weather. I said to Grillsy before we came in for this session, this is one of the few times that I think I'm quite happy in an air-conditioned booth rather than standing trackside watching the cars go around. The wind is getting up again, and down the Liqui-Moly front straight, the banners of the manufacturers and the partners here are out at 90 degrees from the flagpoles, and that is going to affect the aero. Now, are we getting wind behind the cars coming up over the top of the mountain? When that happens, it effectively turns round your downforce and takes a little bit of that downforce and the pressure pushing down on the rear wheels. It's then not as efficient, and the car then not working at its optimal aerodynamics. I wonder if that gusty wind is causing some of the problems up there.
Nice windmill. I would agree with you.
Thanks.
It will mean 2 things. One, going into turn 1, it's coming from the east, so it's blowing directly down the start-finish straight, so it's a headwind into Hell Corner. They'll be braking really late going in there to get the cars turned in. But you're bang on. That means when you're going back the other way across the top, the wind's blowing across the side of the car or up the back diffuser and over the rear wing. So entirely likely that it may have been that aero imbalance with the wind blasting as it is at the moment, changing the balance of the car and firing poor old Fred Vervees off. He's still 3rd on the road. He won't stay there. And in the end, it doesn't really matter, because this session's just all about building yourself up and working through to qualifying 2.
I'm indebted to a number of people who are tweeting in from around the circuit as well to give us little updates. The 63 Ferrari that was so good earlier on, still sitting on its jacks, no wheels on, and I don't think we saw it in that first part of the session there.
That's the Hub Auto car that hit the fence at McPhillamy earlier this morning. I'm not convinced we see that.
Sorry, the 63 Lambo. My apologies.
Lambo.
The 63 Lamborghini, the Triple F Lamborghini, or my apologies, Lamborghini. That's sitting there. I wonder if they haven't fully fueled that car and it's just sitting and not risking coming out until it needs to.
Entirely likely.
Wrong Italian manufacturer there. I'm awfully excited. That's all it is.
The Italians will write in about that. Hashtag B12HR if you're displeased with that comparison between the two iconic Italian brands. Yeah, entirely likely they're playing the game. This is live at the back of the paddock now. Audi Sport Team Valvoline Garage, and they're already on the car. It's not even off the back of the truck yet, and already diving into the front right corner. And the looks of the toe out on that right front corner, there was no way Fred, as keen as he was going to be able to drive the 2-car back.
Certainly a steering arm gone on that, but also, as you say, maybe hub failure as well to create that negative camber. But they've also got a drive shaft sorted, so they can repair the rear right as well if that's too badly gone. Hopefully it's not going to affect the drive, and when drive shafts are damaged, that can also start to interfere with gearboxes as well. Not a quick repair.
So getting back up to speed here. Do you know, when most of us go to work, generally, and not that I'm calling this work, by the way, but I remember when I had what my lovely old dad would have said is a proper job. You sort of got into work, you had a chat with your mates, you might get yourself a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, maybe pick up the newspaper, whatever, find out what's happening overnight, and then you settle yourself down at your desk and you start working. Can't do that here, can you? You're out, you're on it, and you have to be 100% focused and committed and concentrated immediately that your thumb comes off the pit lane speed limit.
Well, and if you don't, you're in the wall. It's as simple as that, because this place bites as hard as any racetrack in the world. Jamie Wickup on a decent lap in car 888. This isn't the first outing for this race team that we know so well here in Australia in GT racing. They were here last year with Mercedes-AMG GT3 and finished 4th with Wickup joined by Shane Van Gisbergen and Craig Lowndes in that Ultimate Supercars trio. I think there were 260-odd supercar wins between the three of them that year. So that was a really good performance, but they've been racing in the GT Asia Championship for the last 12 months, building up their experience in GT racing. So they come back to the mountain for a second year with the Mercedes in really good shape and battle-hardened, ready to go head-to-head with some of the most experienced GT teams in the world.
So just into the pits, the 76 Aston has come in with Rick Kelly at the wheel. That's the Castrol car. Looks an absolute picture. Now that car's come into the pits, but effectively there's nothing they can do to that car.
They can make changes to the setup during the session. They can't put fuel in it. That's the only thing. They can put tyres on. They can make aero tweaks if they want. Between this session and Quali 2 is parked for me. Right. You're not allowed to touch the cars between then. Now, fair game. You can do whatever you want within the scope of having 28 minutes left.
John, you've absolutely picked it with the Triple F Lamborghini. It is a concern of just not wanting to go out there and touch the thing if they don't need to. So because this essentially acts as a practice session for the Class A cars, the Lamborghini is still in the pit bunker, but I can tell you that Marco Mappelli is putting his ears in. He's just about to put the helmet on and get out there for the last half hour of this session. Another car off down to the chase, but nothing too bad. But we will see this car going out later. They're just so happy with how it was after practice session number 5. They don't want to take any chances.
And to the top, JP de Oliveira in the remaining KCMG Nissan GTR. What a weekend it's been for those guys already. They throw all of their inconsiderable weight behind the single car, and that's paid off with a 2:04.5470, top of the shop, and more incidents up at the top of the mountain. Just, I think, a bit of dust thrown up this time. Oh, there's people running down. No, it's gone off. Whatever car it is, it's gone off, and the crowd's even trying to slow people down. It's been a huge incident for the Scandia Mark cars too. Oh my goodness, that's the 26 car, the 26th position car out on the circuit, and that's Tyler Everingham in the Mark II cars, number 92. And is that second car involved?
That's the Ben Motorsport Park entry that's gone in as well. Car 777. Running in the Pro-Am class, Sam Sheehan is shown as being behind the wheel. Red flag conditions, lots of debris at the top of the mountain. That's been a very, very big accident. Young Tyler Everingham behind the wheel of car 92 was 3rd in class at the time of that, and there's an errant wheel floating down the mountain as well. And was the 19, the GT4 car, Dirk Miller behind the wheel, was he caught up in that? Or has he just stopped to render assistance? Yeah.
I think he's just stopped, and great teamwork to get the driver out of the bend. Motorsport park car, making sure that everything is unfastened. There's drinks bottles and comms devices, and yeah, what great camaraderie there.
I think that's Dirk Muller.
It is.
Out of the 19.
It is. He's out. He stopped and got out. He must have seen how big that was, and he's looking at that Mercedes and making sure. Do you know what?
Yeah.
He's making sure that's turned off, because the driver's probably had his bell rung a little bit. It's the same point of the circuit, guys, that's been the danger area and been the action area.
So 777 in front. Oh, there's contact from behind, and it's fired it across to driver's right. That's an enormous impact into a hard concrete wall. So Everingham's been caught up as collateral damage in that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Man, it was the lightest of touches from the Lamborghini. The red and white concentric circle colours on that car make it very easy to spot, going back to the old M1 Pro car days. So what happened further on, and who was caught up in that?
Oh, man.
That, no wonder Dirk Muller stopped. That was a huge, huge incident.
That's Everingham.
That's Everingham. Yep. So that's occurred afterwards in collateral damage. I'd suggest getting out of the way, or trying to avoid the Ben Motorsport park car.
Were there yellows for the mark, and then the Mercedes is slowed up? But no, the mark incident happens first. There are yellow flags out, and maybe Sam Shahin's slowing up because of that. It's weird, because I just looked at the other side of Brook Skyline and couldn't see a heavily damaged Mercedes. I don't know what order that happened in, but it seems like two completely separate crashes.
And young Tyler's out of the car. He's a rising star in our sport in supercars racing, Super 2 Series. Very, very competitive race winner in that category.
Car getting airborne as it hit the wall, and then, 100 metres or so further back up the track to Brock Skyline. So one thing that we can say is, coming up onto the top of the mountain, the bend, AMG comes through.
Where's the marked car in the background?
There's no marked car there, but neither is there any yellow flags out. There's a blue flag there, and it's the tiniest of touches, but no yellow flags at the top of the mountain as they go through. The yellow flag's being grabbed after the incident that's going on in front of the marshal's post at the top. And so where's Tyler coming through that then? Wow, what a big hit.
Yes, so Shaheen here in the garage, just looking at your brother. Pretty evil images up at the top of the hill. Your thoughts?
Not pleasant, but he's walking, and that's all that matters.
So how much gear have you got in terms of support materials to be able to turn the car around, if in fact it can be?
I think the truck's pretty full.
Okay, that's good.
Let's see what happens.
Right. Luckily he's out of the car and looking okay. We'll go for a bit of a wander. Thanks, mate. Have a good afternoon. This is the car that Anton was going to drive. Dave Couchy here as well. Quick word, that was pretty wild.
Yeah, mate. Obviously, good to see Sam get out of the car first. A big shunt. Yeah, not good. Hopefully, obviously, the car hit the wall pretty hard. We'll have a look at it. Sort of doesn't look too shat. So, yeah, obviously no good here, but we'll work on it, see what happens and go from there.
Thanks, mate. I'll have a quick word to Roland before you disappear. I asked you yesterday about how much support Mercedes AMG bring to these events, and there's an enormous truck with lots of bits out there. It looks like you might have to dip into that.
Yeah, I mean, no idea what the impact's like, to be honest. I'm more concerned, firstly, with how Sam is right now, but he got out of the car, looked so he might have been a bit winded, but looked fine. And then the next thing is the idiot who took him out, McConville, who should have retired years ago, and that shows it.
All right, thanks, Roland. Candid words. So Shane Van Gisbergen, David Couchy, the group here. Phil Keats joined this group as well this weekend. Lots of those familiar faces that we see in the supercar paddock. Sadly, a lot of work to do in this side of the garage for the balance of the day.
Nick Percat, you would have just driven past that for your teammate that had a very bad accident just then. What was that like?
That was full on. So Tyler was behind me on road. And yeah, I don't know how myself and whoever's in the BMW, might be the Mostert BMW, missed it, because we went left thinking that the car would be still in the wall, but it came across the track, and then as it started clearing, I was just full lock turning right, and so was the BM. And then I think the mirror glanced that car that was stopped, and then I went between the wall and the BMW as he crested Skyline, and I looked in the mirror and I saw the second marked car with the wheel flying down the road, and that's Tyler's. There's honestly, I got kissed. I don't know how I missed that, and same as the BMW. And as soon as I saw Tyler in, it was there's probably a 5% chance going to miss it. So yeah, gutted for that crew. Obviously, he's trying to get some experience around Bathurst, and it hasn't really worked out, but hopefully it's not too much damage. But when you see a wheel bouncing down Skyline, it's not positive.
Absolutely. I mean, thank God he's out of the car and he is okay. For you, Nick, you're leading class. You're actually 14th outright, and I think your first sector is like the third fastest out there. So there's some positives for your car.
Yeah, our car's been really good. It's that's the first time we put new tyres on it. We ran the whole of yesterday and this morning on the same set of tyres, so it was nice to have a bit more grip and have a bit of a crack. But yeah, it was. We're only allowed to do a 205.0, so my goal is to do a 205.000. So yeah, I think we're tracking on then. It was like the predicted lap was saying it was going to be a mid-4, so you have to start backing it off during the lap. But yeah, to be honest, the lap times are relevant. Hopefully Tyler's all right, and the Merc guys, and yeah, it's messy.
Absolutely. We've got the highs and lows of motorsport in this garage right now.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get the other side of this one with the Lamborghini driver, Cameron McConville, tucked away in here at the moment. Can you talk us through what happened to McPhillamy?
Yeah, look, I feel sorry for Sam. He's a great guy. I honestly did not mean to touch him. I went to go under at the grade. I had my flashes on and he turned across, so I got out of it, didn't want to make contact. Then we came out of Skyline, and as I went to pull left to pass him, he just hit the brake. So at first I thought, why are you brake testing me there, you know? But I went to go right, he went right. So as I pulled left, he just touched the brakes, and unfortunately I just collected the back of him. But absolutely feel terrible for those guys. I feel sick in the stomach. I didn't mean to touch him. It was just that little dab of the brakes. As I went left, it just collected the right rear of him. So yeah, I sincerely hope he's okay.
He got out of the car. Emotions running high. He copped a bit of a spray from Roland Dane a few garages down. Do you feel like maybe you have to go and have a word with those guys?
Oh, of course. Roland's a much more powerful man than me in pit lane these days. So as I say, I'll go down and apologise sincerely. I didn't mean to touch him. I honestly didn't mean. If he hadn't have touched the brakes, just as I guess I zigged, he zagged, I wouldn't have made contact. So yeah, 100% feel sorry for him. Of course I'll go apologise, but it's one of those things, unfortunately.
Thanks for the chat, mate. Very candid as well. There's a little bit of damage to the left front of this car if we go around and check out the front splitter, but they've been able to, at Wall Racing, just patch this up with a bit of tape, so this car is good to get back out there.
Right, let's try and put this together then, gentlemen, as the sorry sight of a marked car's seeing bits of the car we're not really wanting to see. The good thing about that is that is a purpose-built racing car with a tube frame. So, coming over the top, the first contact is the lightest of contact that you heard Cam McConville there talking about. That sends the Bend Motorsport Park GT3 into the wall, the AMG. Then it's carnage going on behind. What it's difficult to see is the rest of the cars going through the gap because of the dust cloud. But all of the spectators know that there's something going on, and in that dust cloud we think 3 cars at least, there's the BMW going through and got through the incident, and then there's a couple of other cars that come through, which includes Tyler Everingham.
There's no dust in the back.
Yeah, but there's the BMW and the marked car coming through, and they were behind it, and then Everingham comes on the scene, and he's collected the Mercedes AMG that as it's bounced out from driver's right.
Yep, I'd agree with that. And it's caused massive, massive damage to that marked car, and it launched itself up onto the fence. So this is Tyler jumping out of the car. We can see this shot initially.
Turns it off.
As it played out, yeah.
Turns it off, does exactly the right thing, and then he extricates himself from the left-hand side of the car, and he's winded.
Yeah, well, the real problem is it's his side of the car that's taken the pounding.
Now, here's Sam Shaheen being helped out by Dirk Muller. The 19 car has pulled up and stopped. That wasn't a part of the accident, but he would have seen the ferocity of the impact, the secondary impact between the marked cars and the already stranded Mercedes-Benz AMG. And he's stopped the car and got out. What camaraderie, what a thought from a class driver.
Memories of Shane van Gisbergen getting out to help out Scotty McLaughlin when he was on his roof at the Gold Coast, right, last year in supercars. did exactly the same thing, and that was bitter rivalry between Ford and Holden. Two Mercedes, I think just entirely coincidental.
And Dirk Miller was late enough on the scene behind that to stop safely and jump out of the car and render some assistance while everything else was going on. So you saw Tyler Everingham jumping out of the car, and yes, absolutely winded, and he limped away from that too. So I'd say there's a knee or an ankle that's copped a tweak during that massive impact, rattling around in amongst the pedal box. There's only so much you can do. These cars have amazing leg protection all the way down to the pedal box. Now it's almost like you're strapped into an open wheeler in a carbon fibre tub, but there's still some lateral movement when your feet bash around in an uncontrolled impact like that. That's where the wheel from the Mark car has ended up. That's the spares box dipper. That's 500 metres down the road. So it's just kept rolling down its merry way down towards the Kangaroos. Jumped out of the circuit earlier on today. Big damage to both cars, and there was some optimism about perhaps delving into the Mercedes-AMG truck, but there's been a few cars drill that fence at the top at McPhillamy Park a long time, and I don't see the 777 coming back.
Well, and the problem is there's a secondary impact, and that's the scary thing. All of these cars are built to very, very high and exacting safety standards. And that is the first impact. It dissipates the energy, but then it's bounced out and being nailed by the Mark car coming through. You saw the severity of the damage on the Mark car, and just imagine how much energy that car is still carrying as it goes into that cloud of dust that's been thrown up. And then that's hit the Mercedes-AMG for a second time, and that for me is why Dirk Muller has realised he's got to stop. I think that's a super piece of heads up driving in the case of pulling up and stopping in the middle of the road, and he was out so quickly to go and render assistance.
And obviously highly heated emotions in pit lane directly out of that. Oh, that car is toast. That's an enormous impact. Good luck fixing that. There'll be chassis damage all the way up, rippling up through that shell into the back corner as well. Big damage. I'm just so happy Sam is out of the car, and so too for young Tyler Everingham. Race control, Craig Baird, the driver standards advisor, will have access to the data from these cars. So heated emotions, Roland Dane was fairly firm in his comments, Cam McConville as well, both two hugely experienced and very respected guys in the paddock as well. That car's not going anywhere further either. So when cooler heads prevail, Neil, they'll jump into this after the session and try and unpick it all when they can get a look at the data from these cars.
Highly accurate comment, Rich. I think a lot of emotion running up and down here at the moment. Pet project for the Mark cars for Ryan McLeod. He's been involved in this project from day one, built a heap of cars. That was a brand new vehicle. Looks pretty second-hand now.
Yeah, brand new. Yeah, it was its first day on the track yesterday, and it's pretty toasted now, but I think it's done its job.
Yeah, it's done its job very, very well. What's the story with Tyler?
I spoke to him. He walked out of the medical car. He's in the medical centre now. He's injured his left leg. He said that he saw a big pile of dust. He's sure it was a Porsche that he hit. He was initially worried because he was behind the 91 car that it was our other car. He said that was the biggest impact, and then he sort of hit both fences from there. But the Porsche was the biggest impact.
Will you be able to turn it around?
I would say it's. I haven't seen it. We'll certainly try. That's what we do. We certainly try to get it out there. We've got a lot of bits, but yeah, hit three things like that pretty hard. Probably doubtful.
The project's a credit to you. The cars have been going well, but that's a bit of a setback. I know you've seen it all before. You'll bounce back.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, man.
Freddie Vervies, your crew's still working very hard, but out on the pit lane to try and repair the number 2 Audi. Are they going to be able to get it out for the qualifying session before it's all said and done?
Honestly, it's unreal what the guys are doing now or trying to do. So it looks like there's a chance to repair the car. I didn't think it, so it's like we are looking now. It's crazy. So hopefully we have still a shot. Yeah.
Was there anything weird across the top of the mountain? A gust of wind or anything?
Honestly, I don't know. It just snapped out so suddenly, and I had no time to catch up the car. So as a sitting duck, I think I was lucky to hit the tire barrier and not the wall a bit later. Our sister car went off as well, but he kept it on track or kept it out of the tire stack. It's a very tricky corner, and yeah, I mean, obviously it's quite frustrating for me to see that I made this error because we have a really strong car, and but my teammates are are supporting me great, the team, and I'm really happy they take it so well.
It sounded like you were already off the throttle at the point coming across Skyline, though. I mean, there's not much else you could have done.
No, it's just that wind, it snapped out. So, like you say, maybe it's a dust of wind. Maybe, I don't know, I was maybe, I don't know, a couple of inches out of the racing. I honestly, I don't know. So that's a bit worrying for the rest of the weekend, because it obviously will hurt my confidence. But yeah, I think the mission is quite clear. Try to stay on track now for the rest of the weekend, and my teammates will handle the rest.
I think you've earned some champagne. Thanks for chatting with us, Freddie.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Well, Dirk Mueller, you are a GT champion in America and Europe, but you can add a damn good sportsman as well to that. Your sportsmanship just then up at the mountain in Mount Panorama was amazing for Tyler. What did you see and what made you get out of the car?
Well, first of all, I mean, we're in qualifying, so everybody is really tensed up, right? And so I'm actually on a really good lap when I got the call in. I got the call right before I saw it on my display. So we have display in the car right now. So we see what's going on basically on track. So I got a fair bit of warning. And when I approached the top of the mountain, I saw the big mess there. And I was basically shocked, because I knew I'm not like one of the first cars. I'm like, you know, the ones from further back. And I still saw the door shut, and it was a no-brainer. I stopped the car and just ran over to see if he's all right. I mean, luckily he was moving. He's all right. He felt probably dizzy at that moment, so I helped him getting out of the car. And luckily, you know, safety of our AMGs are really, really high, and thanks to God. I mean, I just saw the incident on TV. It looked really nasty, so thanks for AMG for the safety.
Yeah, your first time here at the mountain, so all the best in the number 19.
I'm blown away. The whole thing came together really, really late. So last Saturday morning back in Europe, I got the call from Multimatic and AMG, hey, sort your flight, you have to come over. I'm like, yes, because I missed this race so much. I've never done it before. And so it's really, really good.
Fantastic.
Having Harrison Newey and Mark Ruthers with me is awesome.
Have fun, Dirk. Enjoy.
Sportsmanship at the very highest level and a camaraderie there, but then the presence of mind, guys, to look at the car, see if there's any fire, and go in there and start turning things off. It's the same model of car, so he knows where everything is there, goes to the driver's side, goes to the passenger side, and he's then even pointing to the marshals to say, guys, have a look at this, we've got fluid coming out of here, I don't want this to get any worse than it is. Had the presence of mind to do that, which, to be honest, if you've just had a crash like that, the driver coming out may not have done. Brilliant stuff from Dirk Werner.
He might have won the 2016 Le Mans 24-hour, but he's won the 2020 Good Bloke of the Year award.
Spirit of the race right there. Stop the votes right now. There's no point, because that's extraordinary presence of mind to be able to do that. Particularly, as you heard Dirk saying, when you are absolutely revved up to the max on a qualifying run, and he's on a good lap, and then he has to switch that off immediately and go into a different mode.
Interesting, gents, that he talked about a system that was introduced at this race to the Australian market for the first time 12 months ago, following a massive crash that ended the 2018 race. It ended under a red flag with about 40 minutes to go at that unsighted blind part of the racetrack. And he talked about a warning light system. Well, that was introduced to Australia for the first time at this event 12 months ago. It's back for its second year. It's basically a series of flashing lights.
Qualifying one has been converted to a time certain finish of 13:55.
So confirmation, 24 minutes left or so in the session. Call it 27. Maths isn't a strong suit. So the warning lights have done their job. That's a terrific thing. So he'll get bright red lights in front of his eyes. That's instant notification to jump out of the throttle. Safety features are doing their job and protecting other drivers.
Krause, you mentioned at the beginning of the session that all these cars are going to be full of fuel, because the fuel you carry in this session is what you carry through to the second qualifying session. Now, here's the interesting thing. They've only done between 6 and 8 laps in this session so far, because they've had so many stoppages and lengthy red flags. The cars are full of fuel still. They've got too much to what they wanted to go through to Q2. So watch how many cars get out there now and just try and burn off as much fuel. Now, remember, Johnny said it earlier, that Lamborghini's not been out yet because they didn't want to put themselves in this scenario. So when we get through to Q2, that might be the lightest car out there.
It's a very good point, Chad, actually. And all of a sudden they're looking smarter than the average, aren't they? Now, nobody's going to be optimum because you haven't been burning off the fuel in this early part of the session. You've lost 15, 20 minutes or so, but if the Lambo's starting with half a tank of fuel, or maybe even less, they know when they want to go out for a few laps at the end. They're going to be in a considerably better place than anyone else, because they simply can't, even if they sit there revving the engine in the lane, they're not going to burn off all that fuel.
Yeah, sometimes it's easy to luck yourself into a good strategy at this place, which is what they've done. That's a look at the damaged Scandia Racing entry. Scandia have jumped on board big time. Australian-based log heater company. They've been involved in the sport for a while. Jumped on board this two-car program, headed up by Ryan McLeod. He's actually sold the Mark Cars business. 26 cars produced now, and a close-up look at the damage inside the front of that Mercedes AMG. That is going nowhere. But just to reiterate the points, while they may be converted up from a base road car, these things are incredibly safe. All of the safety features into these cars, FIA standard race seats, roll cages, fire suppression systems, all the carbon fibre padding and all the supplemental stuff that goes on, and they've done their job and they've protected the drivers, and that is absolutely number one.
And you heard Ryan saying about the Mark cars, the car did its job, and what he means by that is it broke where it was meant to break. It's dissipated the energy of that huge impact. Exactly. Now, that car was never a road car. No. That was built as a purpose-built race car with a tube frame, effectively a huge roll cage on which panels have been hung. And that car you saw with various parts of the tubes in very unnatural angles, particularly around the front end. But again, the driver was absolutely protected and able to get out of the door opening, which had not been, there was no incursion into that door area. And we're here, by the way, that Tyler Everingham has been to the care centre here, complaining of some pain in his leg. We'll get a proper update on that when we can. But all around, in terms of the safety of the cars, they look a bit second-hand now, and we probably won't get either of them back. But JP, that's exactly what those cars are meant to do in such big accidents.
Yeah, and safety should be the defining factor when you're designing a car. Yes, they're deliberately made to look like the road cars. I don't think there are many common components, maybe the headlights and the rear light clusters, but otherwise they're so strong, these cars, particularly the Mark machine, and it stood up to the test brilliantly well. And we wish Tyler Everingham all the best as we receive more and more news throughout the rest of the day. Mathieu Jaminet on the ragged edge, which is brave considering the amount of coolant that will have been spilt at Rock Skyline. The marshals, I'm sure, have done a good job in soaking that up, but he's just about one of the first guinea pigs out there to test the grid. Yeah,
and driving just on your fingertips across the top just to get a really good idea of where it's at. And now a couple of laps to get the Pirelli DHD2 control tyre, the whole field using it. They get 12 brand new tyres to use across the course of the weekend. No previously marked tyres or tyre bank rubber. It's brand new, 12 sets for every car across the board.
And when does that start? From free practice one?
That's from free practice one, 100%. 12 new sets of tyres.
That's not a lot of rubber for a 12, and that goes into the race as well, of course.
48 tyres? Yeah, 12 sets, 12 times 4. Yeah, not a lot of tyres.
So you're not going to be able to put a brand new set on every time you come to the lane during the race on Sunday?
Well, it depends how you play out your weekend. You might use the same set of tyres over a couple of practice sessions or one set of tyres in qualifying, which is unlikely. The other thing to touch on with that is that this is not a high circuit in terms of tyre degradation. And last year, we were quite surprised. Last year was the first year we used this compound tyre. There were some teams triple stinting their tyres, almost 3 hours on a single set of tyres. They weren't brilliant at the end of that stint, but from a strategic point of view, it worked for the motor race.
So it's Nismo Nissan GTR at the top of the timing and scoring at the moment with a 2:04.547. Then Chaz Mostert in the BMW M6 GT3, the number 34 car. Then the first of the Audis, Kelvin van der Linde, the 2:22. They're split by just half a second at the top of the timing and scoring serial there on the left-hand side of your picture. The best of the Mark IIs, that's the invitational class, and remember this is their one and only qualifying, is in 12th position, and that's the Nick Percat, number 91, and a very competitive time for that. He can't get into the top 10 Shootout because he's not in the next prod.
No,
so
exactly
he doesn't advance before anybody asks. They're done at the end of the next 18 minutes. So I'm sure people will be looking at that inside the top 10 at the moment. No, just put that out of your mind at the moment. It's only for the GT3 cars, and that will come. We will split off the top 10 at the end of the next session.
Yeah, times are cleared from this one for the GT3 cars. It's only GT4, the invitational class, the grid to be set from this session. Kelvin van der Linde, very, very fast South African driver. He's a superstar from his part of the world, and a range of young drivers coming out of that part of the world now on the international motorsport scene. We've got Jordan Pepper here as well. Gennaro Bonafiti's another one who's done some stuff with BMW. The van der Linde family, well known in that part of the world. He started racing. He came into the landscape in the Audi TT Cup in Germany and the Volkswagen Scirocco Cup before it. So he's been in the family a long time. He's now a factory driver. Very, very good at it as well.
A perfect shot to show that we have a bit of a patchy cloud coming across the track at the moment. I think, John, I heard you say in the live stream, it's Simpsons cloud covered this week, and we've got a little bit of that right now. So if we do get some shadows out there, we should see quicker track times out there. We currently have 37.5 ambient. You guys want to take a shot at what the track temp might be right now?
I will put my bid in, Chad, at 50.5.
It's actually lower than that, 46.8. Oh, yeah, we're getting full prices right.
Yeah, absolutely.
46.8 degrees is still a very balmy track temp.
Yeah, the temp is right as far as that's concerned. Good stuff from Chad, because that is what the teams will be looking at, and it is part of the unique nature of Bathurst, which is different from any other racetrack in so many different ways. It's not just about the mountain, but this track surface, and even since it's been relayed, Quilsey, you've made the point several times during our audio broadcast on Friday, but it's true, and we've seen it year after year. A degree here, a degree there, a little bit of cloud cover, and all of a sudden the grip just goes up exponentially, and the times can come down half a second, 8/10. It's an extraordinary difference.
Yeah, you want that in the shootout, a little bit of cloud cover for your lap in the shootout, and you're very happy. If you get bright sunshine, could be the difference between P1 and P6 perhaps. Work going on car number 2, crashed by Fred Vervish early on. They've got the string line out, so they're already at the point of setting the wheel alignment, basically.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Toe in, toe out, camber adjustment, making sure everything's square before they send it out. Huge effort. Work would have to stop in 15 minutes, because at the end of 15 minutes, the cars are in park remain. You're not allowed to work on them, except for changing tyres between Quali 1 and Quali 2. But they will blaze away and try and get that car back out on track for the next qualifying session. At least get them a shout of getting into the Pirelli Shootout later on today.
Alvaro Perret coming down in the McLaren. Great to see them back in that new car into the chase now. At the top of the timing screens, Raffaele Marciello's back at it again. 204.50. So he's a fraction of a second, 0.0409, if you want to write that down. Ahead of the field, led by JP de Oliveira in that number 18 KCMG Nissan GTR. So things starting to heat up again. Everybody out there at the moment, JP, they will be telling the drivers, full reach, turn the map right up, burn fuel, just burn fuel. I'm not really bothered about your lap times if you're in a Class A car, just burn fuel.
Qualifying has turned into a motor race, really, hasn't it? It's about pace, and it's about churning out these laps as quickly as possible so that you're in the best spot for later on when it really matters. But it's a kind of crazy scenario. I like it, though, and it's, you know, that's how the regulations have been written. Not necessarily expecting a red flag halfway through this session, but that's what we've got.
Raffaele Marciello's on a really good lap at the moment, 50.6 to the first sector, 31.9 across the top is fast. That's the second intermediate. It's split between just before Reed Park is the timing intermediate, and then just on the exit of Forest Elbow at the top of Conrod. He's on a good lap. Purple means best of the session. And this guy did a lot of purple at Mount Panorama 12 months ago. Did some of it in the race, which was pretty extraordinary stuff. Let's follow the lap down. He's got an Audi R8 with Christopher Meese just in front. That won't affect him too much. Final sector looked pretty straightforward. traffic at the end. Is it an improvement? It is, by a big margin.
Wow.
Pulls a second out of everybody, 2:03.64. Good lap.
So 8/10 better than his previous, and what have we got? We've got a little bit of cloud cover. So when we were talking about that, and you guys were saying, we were talking about that, we said it might be worth 8/10, and I'm sure people at home will go, no, don't be. It's just the unique nature of this place. Something else to note as well, guys, by the way, while some guys are out there, some cars, including Kelvin von der Linde, already done a dozen laps. Mathieu Jaminet in the 911 Porsche has done 13 laps. Marco Mappelli has just gone out in the Lamborghini Huracan number 63, which was sitting on pit lane. We think without a full tank of fuel, he's just done his first lap.
The plan has changed at Earl Bamber Motorsports. We were told that Craig Lowndes would drive this session and that would be Larry for the A-only session coming up next. Well, they've decided that there's a little too much fuel in the car, so let's stick Larry in, see what fast lap times he can do, and tell him to go map 1. It's full qualifying time now for the number 1 car.
Probably not worth it.
Yeehaw, I say. Let's see how fast it can go with one of the best in the business, the Belgian who was on pole here several years ago in an Audi, now Porsche bound. Very good at it too.
And remember, Rich, what we've been saying about Bam Thor, Earl Bamber and Lawrence Vanthoor in the American series in which they race the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It is Larry that is the qualifying specialist. He did it all of last year en route to the Drivers' and Manufacturers' Championship for Porsche. He set the car up the way he wanted it to do the fast lap in qualifying. So he's out there now. We always thought he would qualify. He is going to qualify, but he's out there getting even more feel than perhaps he thought he was going to, and he will be absolutely ragging that car across the top and everywhere around Mount Panorama.
I'm completely okay with that. That's fine for my Saturday afternoon.
I'm Richard Trail, and I approve this tactic.
I endorse this tactic. Just saw Marvin Kirchhofer come into pit lane in the number 62 car from R Motorsport. That's the livery that was on the car in the thick of the action here 12 months ago. Jake Dennis, who drove it so superbly, is now in the Castrol back car with Rick Kelly and Scott Dixon. Right, Lambo time. Approaching a Nissan GTR at a great pace across the top of Mount Panorama and bottled in behind, so this lap won't be worth too much for young Marco Mappelli. I don't think the GTR could see the Lambo out the rear mirror on that car. It's just all rear wing, and the Lambo's so low compared to the GTR, which has always been the biggest, most, not ungamely, just physically large GT3 car. It's up there with the Bentley.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could even see him coming.
Speaking of which, the Bostik Audi almost showing room for the 59 McLaren, but then thinking better of it, heading to the fastest part of the circuit now as well, the entrance to the chase, and really, that McLaren, with Dominic Story at the wheel, wanting to get by for track position, but has to back off and allow the Bostik Audi away into the distance.
Well, this is another interesting story that will affect the Pro, or the Class A qualifying session, Quali 2, that's coming up very, very shortly. Is that Dom Story is in a silver class car, but and we've talked about it all weekend and written about it all weekend. It's only class in name only. It's not a car performance differentiator between the GT3 cars. It's purely down to the drivers you've got. If you've got one absolutely brilliant Gunworks driver in your car, it can make the shootout. It can qualify on pole. It doesn't matter if it's Pro Class, it doesn't matter if it's Pro-Am, or if it's silver. So Dom Story is in silver class, 5th outright in the number 59 McLaren 720. There'll be more of those.
Yes.
The fastest Porsche all weekend so far has been Ben Barker in the Pro-Am Grove Group Porsche. And I'm almost convinced that they'll be in the shootout because they've just been so fast in every session so far. Here's Van der Linde. This has been a very good lap. Middle sector, fastest of anybody in the session so far. He's on course for a personal best. Is it session best? Well, it is for the car. Not for P1 though. P2 stays where he is. Still 0.6 of a second behind Raffaele Marciello. A very good lap in the Mercedes AMG.
And just because you mentioned Ben Barker, Benjamin, to give him his full title, that's number 4 Grove racing car, the Porsche, the red and white machine, 16th at the moment in the pits, best time of 2:05.8. At this point, that's not important, because remember, this is effectively a practice session for the cars at the front of the field who will go on into qualifying 2, and that's where we'll set the benchmark and find out who are in the Pirelli top 10 later on this afternoon.
Wow.
Ah, this is brilliant news. What a fantastic job. All right, helped by the fact we had a red flag, yes, and they used that time, but I, talked to people right up to including, if we're talking Audi, Reinhold Jost once said to me at Road Atlanta, for a Petit Le Mans, I'd rather be lucky than good. He was rather quite a lot of both of those. And they've made that, they've turned it around, Rich, and they didn't skimp on anything, that we saw them stringing it up to get it right. It'll be a couple of laps probably, just to make sure everything's bolted together. Then it'll be a phone call to the driver and how are you doing? And then, right, well, let's have a go, shall we?
That's fantastic. I love professional racing car teams. When they get down to business, fixing a racing car that they know can be fixed, there's nothing better to watch. They are just extraordinary, and well done, Audi Custom Sport Racing Australia. Car 2's back on the road. Have they put Fred Vervish back in? Get back on the horse straight away?
I would think almost certainly, yes. Fred Vervish is out. 21st position for that car as it stands at the moment. 2:06.0, the best time alongside it. That will change.
We're watching Nick Percat, Johnny, and you and I have just looked at the timing monitor and gone,
yeah,
interesting, because Nick's done a 2:04.85 in this car, and he's not allowed to do that.
No, but he put him in a great position when he did it, 7th place. But yes, you're right, there's a kind of delta time that Nick's got to stick to, and that therefore will have to be deleted. Will there be a penalty he's got to cop as well?
No, in qualifying, the time is just deleted, and whatever he set prior to that will revert. We saw this 12 months ago, the team did the same thing.
He's just having a bit of fun right now. Right, this is how fast I can go.
Exactly right. So that time will be deleted inevitably. Nick's just having a bit of a go in the Scandi.
He's just improved again. He's just improved again, hasn't he? He's just done a 4.8. Fantastic.
Raffaele Marciello, anytime you get to come to the mountain, you go quickly, and once again, top of the charts, but there's still time left in the session. Why is your car on the pit lane?
Because at the end, the track will get always a bit better. Let's say for the shootout at the end is about Q2. So, I mean, we had a good clean run. There is no point to waste another set or to go on track, and we just, now wait a Q2 and then we'll go out again.
As we get to see more magic in Q2.
Yeah, we have to, so yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We have to have more magic. That's qualifying, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm contractually obliged to produce it, says Mello.
Line 2 in the contract signed by M Sport.
Oh, we've already seen plenty of it.
Bunch of flowers.
There we are.
Just pull something out. 7. Bentley laying down some Pirelli rubber coming out of the Maguire's Forest elbow and down, letting that big Continental GT Coupe run down Conrod and in towards the chase. Listen to the engine. Not a hint of a lift there, was there?
Well, it's not.
You would have
even
thought he was driving on a straight piece of road there.
It's not even the lift at the chase that I listen for these days with these cars. It's how deep they go up because at the braking point. And he was on the pedal at the 100-metre board.
And remember, that was when his teammate found out, oh, I've got no stopping. There's no retardation from this pedal. And well done to Ollie Jarvis to mitigate that and drove the car onto the infield, stuck it sideways, tried to scrub off a little bit of speed. Super dry, by the way, around here. And if it does rain on Sunday, there'll be a lot of people around here who'll be very happy to see that. But that did mean that he got a bit of traction on the hard earth underneath the grass. That would have definitely been a turning wicket on day 4, I think, the way things are here at the moment.
24th at the moment, the Bentley, trying to string some laps together. Jules Gunon. Times Mount Panorama got some experience. 3.5 minutes to go in the session, so there's still time. A lot of the fastest cars, those in the top 10 at least, are now sitting in pit lane, and you heard from Raffaele Marciello, the fastest driver in the 999 Group M Racing entry. Kirchhoffer takes the 62. Motorsport Aston Martin into the top 6. That's a very good lap, and that's the fastest that car's gone relative to everybody else all weekend long. So Motorsport have got 2 bullets in the gun this weekend, JP, don't they? Because the Jake Dennis, Rick Kelly, Scott Dixon car will be very good as well. They're 15th They came here with an outright car last year and had a really good shot at winning. Done it again so far, and that Aston Martin team really impressive.
I think for obvious reasons, it's the 76 that's grabbing all the headlines and the attention right now, but that might pay into the favour of the 62 crew. I'm looking forward to seeing how Ollie Caldwell gets on. We've already spoken about one 17-year-old, Brock Sweeney, taking part in this race. Well, only by a matter of months, he's younger than Ollie Caldwell, the Englishman, who's also 17.
We've been mentioning, guys, the invitational class with that Mark Carr up inside the top 10, although Nick Percat's time of 2:04.855 won't stand. It'll revert to his 2:05 and not very much, which will put him just outside the top 10, but he'll get pole position in invitational. In GT4 at the moment, the Strom Jorgensen BMW M4 GT4, Brett Strom, just brought that car in a wee while ago, 2:16.8 against Dirk Muller. Remember the number 19 car, that car was pulled up in that first incident. Well, Dirk has put in a time of 2:17.42, so it's BMW ahead of AMG GT4, and the significance of that, Creelsy, is this next 2 minutes is the end for them, so that's their grid, if you will, that's set and pole position to the Jorgensen-Strom guys.
And I tell you what, that's the closest they've been all weekend. And you only need 2 cars to have a really good motor race. So GT4, there's a BMW and a Mercedes AMG that are now very, very evenly matched. That's going to be a story to follow across 12 hours of motor racing tomorrow.
188, Aston coming down to Liqui-Moly Murray's corner. And that is Com Ledegaard, 12th position for the metallic blue and white Aston. The Vantage now with the V8 twin turbo engine.
The Astons are creeping up on it, both the Garage 59 cars and the R Motorsport entry. So there's 4 of the brand new AMR entries here at Mount Panorama, and all 4 of them working their way up towards the top 10. Someone accustomed to being in the 10 here is Lee Holdsworth. He's behind the wheel of the Hallmark Property Group Audi R8 LMS. Currently scored in 25th position at a 2:06.014. Teaming up with his old mate Mark Sini, Dean Fiore, once again staple at this motor race. Mark's a great guy, spent his year in Pro-Am in Porsche Super Cup last year. And Holdsworth continues to apply his trade in Virgin Australia Supercars Championship. So the clock's counting down, and part 1 of qualifying elongated as it is after a lengthy red flag with that massive impact at the top of Mount Panorama. We move forward to a shorter, punchy 30-minute session. Just the Class A cars on the racetrack. And a lot of excitement to come to work out who gets in to the Pirelli Shootout later on this afternoon. That one famous lap of Mount Panorama on a Saturday afternoon. It doesn't matter if it's in February or October. It's really, really special. It's not often you get this place to yourself, and the 10 drivers that are privileged enough to do it will absolutely love it.
Lifting wheels on the 29 Lamborghini. That's Dean Cantor, one of the silver class cars. This is the yellow and black, the bumblebee colours, if you will. And heading up, he's leaving absolutely nothing out there at the moment. Dean Cantor knows his way around here, of course. And he has got a clear track, Creelsy. It's not the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout, but Dino is doing a cracking job through the Maguire's Forest elbow and down onto Conrod.
And even though the checkered flag's out, you can complete your lap. So if he feels like this lap is worthy of some improvement, he can continue on. Not a bad lap time so far for Dino. 51.6 to the first sector, 32.8. They're best so far from the Trofeo Motorsport Lamborghini. It is a 2:06.42. They've elected to keep this car in the 2018 spec. The Royal Racing entrant, we saw Cameron McConville before, has been upgraded to the full current Evo specification, the same as the FFF Racing Lambo that Marco McCully currently has 4th. And Jules Gounon on a lap as well in the Bentley, trying to drag it a little bit further up the order, up to 17th at the moment, the 2:05.57. This field's condensing, JP. Less than 2 seconds now covering the top 20. It's only going to get closer.
And just into the top 20, Freddie Favish in the rapidly repaired Audi, I noticed. So 2:05.627 from the Belgian puts him 19th. And going to cut that lap short, Jules Gounod in the number 7 Bentley. But finally, a bit of mileage for that car. Sadly, the number 8 is getting rebuilt after a dramatic-looking crash from Oliver Jarvis in practice early this morning.
Well, that was eventful, wasn't it? And not necessarily in the right way. Here's how it stands at the end of Quali 1. Remember, we'll see all of the GT3, the Class A cars again for their knockout session. The people who have completed includes that number 91 and 16th. Nick Percat will be on the pole for Invitational class. And as we head through the rest of the times, at the bottom end of the field, the 2 GT4 cars, they've set their times as well. They'll take no further part, 0.6 of a second between them. And the honours for GT4 pole going to BMW ahead of their rivals Mercedes.
Well, the big story of qualifying was this part of the world at the very top of Mount Panorama. It's the best view generally here, but not when you're in a race car doing things like this. Fred Mavish had a massive moment. The car snapped at high speed and it ended up parked in the tyre barrier. He tried to drive it back. He asked, he pleaded the officials. They wouldn't let him. In the end, it didn't matter because they got it back out onto the racetrack. He was able to get that car some laps and get it right for Class A qualifying. That was the first red flag. Then this controversial, heated opinions about this in pit lane afterwards. McConville in the Lambo, Sam Shahin in the AMG into the fence hard, and through all of that came young Tyler Everingham in the Scandia Racing Mark Cars entry hard into the fence. Fortunately, both drivers clambering out of their car, Sam Shahin with the assistance of Dirk Muller in the GT4 car. We then finally got some running. The session was extended and it was good. Cars were going quickly. Raffaele Marciello in the end, as he was last year, fast over 1 lap at Mount Panorama. The Gruppa M Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 203.64, fastest in quali so far.
Alvaro Parent, you've got to be happy with the top 3 at the end of the busy qualifying. Now it gets down to business. You're going to get back in the car for this?
Yeah, I hope so. Now getting back in the car for this. At the moment, I think this next session, well, it depends because it's so hot, but I think this next session is going to go a bit quicker. So we'll see where we are there. It's looking good. We've got a good setup here going on. The car's feeling okay. And let's see what we can do in this next session.
2016 winner, you got a lot of people cheering for you. Good luck.
No, it's great. Yeah, some of the guys bringing the car that we won the race in 2016, so it's great to be back.
First in GT4s in the C class here, number 13 for the BMW. Congratulations, Brett Strom. Excellent, excellent times.
Thank you. Yeah, our BMW is really good this year. It's we've been working on the setup. This is our 3rd time here, 3rd year in a row. So we're really happy with the way it's handling this time. And BMW's, the M4 is really just amazing around this track. So yeah, I'm really happy with it.
We came second this time last year at the 12 hour, so bridesmaid ready to be the bride, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. We were catching the leader last year, and it was, if we had like 3 more laps, I think we would have gotten it. But yeah, this year I'd like to stay in front.
Well, we'll be looking forward to it tomorrow. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Top of the silver class, Dom Story. Great lap from you, 7th outright, and a 2:04.7, your quickest ever lap here at Mount Panorama. How cool is that?
Yeah, no, it was a good session. You know, the Boost Mobile McLaren was hooked up. It's the first time we've actually had a good crack this weekend. So yeah, I mean, there's room for improvement as always, but we'll see how we go in the actual you know, A-class qualifying coming up shortly. So,
any chance of parking this thing in the Pirelli Shootout?
That's the goal for sure. But you know, the speed that we've attracted so far and the potential that's still in it. There's every opportunity, but we'll just see what happens when we get out there next. There's a lot of people making mistakes. There's a lot of people coming across traffic, so just got to, you know, find the right space on track, get the clear lap in, and then hopefully, you know, we're in the 10. But you know, I'll be happy somewhere, you know, up in that top sort of 10 to 15 cars. But at the moment, it's looking really promising.
Nice job, mate.
Thank you.
Well, it's not all over and done with this afternoon by any stretch of the imagination. Still to come, Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. Before that, we've got to work out who's in that as the action from Mount Panorama here at Bathurst continues. down on the... lots of work to go on down on the pit lane for a couple of the teams there. They're going to be well employed over the next couple of hours or so.
Yeah, really impressed with Audi Sport Team Valvoline to get Freddie Vervish back in the session. I just wonder whether that was a bit of a quick fix, actually, and they'll have, well, they won't have much more time to address the further issues. And then everybody kind of was on the back foot because they were having to circulate as quickly as possible to burn off the fuel. Some very, very badly damaged cars involved in the Pertec Skyline incident, of course, with the Mercedes of Shaheen going in very heavily and then getting further collected by Tyler Everingham in his Mark car. And we know that he's gone back to the medical centre for a full appraisal. So it's a tricky session, not least if you're directly involved, but also because there was no rhythm for anybody else.
Well, that's a very good point. And rhythm and this place are two words, Richard Creel, that go together like fish and chips. If you don't have the rhythm of this place, you don't have this place.
Now you've mentioned fish and chips, I'm really hungry. Can't
You're
wait
so
till the end of
suggestible,
qualifying. I know.
Ailsey.
No, you're right, 100%. That was a fascinating session. We talked in the broadcast about Dirk Muller winning Sportsman of the Year award. That was a really great interview. He's just fully embraced this place. He's a guy that's raced at the very highest level. But when the mountain calls, even if it's a GT4 car in a two-car class, you still answer that call and you get down here, and he's fully embraced it. I think the next 30 minutes to come could be the most exciting until we get to hour 11 of the race tomorrow, because the intensity that we saw 12 months ago to make the top 10 shootout was just extraordinary. And with the depth of competition that we've got, I'm convinced that we're about to see that again in front of a hot but very good crowd here at Mount Panorama today, watching from all of the various vantage points around the circuit.
What has really struck me again this year is the depth of knowledge, JP, of the fans here at Bathurst and Mount Panorama. We met some of them last night with our usual collective meet-up. The guys from Travel Destinations are here in the vendor row as well. And I do love to have a chat with anybody about motor racing, and it's impossible not to do so when you're here at the mountain.
Bathurst is, of course, famous all over the world. It is the oldest inland colonial settlement in Australia, home to more than 42,000 residents, and has some of the best food and wine on offer in Australia. And after a brutal qualifying one session, Neil Crompton, I tell you what, there are one or two gentlemen that need a beautiful craft beer after that. That was just intense.
Extraordinarily wild session, typical of what we see at the top of the mountain, where there's a variance of speed between competitors. It's blind over there. We talk about it year on year in the 12-hour and in the 1,000k race. I've got a quick update in terms of the medical in relation to Sam Shaheen via a friend, a mutual friend of ours. He's still in medical at the moment. They're trying to arrange a CT scan or an MRI scan. They're going to try and do it at Orange Hospital. So I suspect he's in a bit of pain there at the moment, but here's hoping. We did see him get out of the car. So there's an update on Sam.
Tyler Everingham also still getting medical checks as well. So our best to those gentlemen in their recovery. So on offer, a place in the top 10 shootout. Let's get to our commentators. This is qualifying 2.
Thanks, guys. Now, what's the tactic here? Now,
it's a Porsche Carrera Cup race all of a sudden.
It's the Porsche Platz, yes, absolutely. Johnny Palmer and Richard Creel alongside me, John Hindle here in our broadcast centre just beyond the Liqui-Moly Bridge and the start-finish line. Now, we know, gentlemen, that this is not where these drivers and teams wanted to be in terms of their setup, because they will not have burned the fuel, Rich, that they wanted to in that truncated session. How far away are they? We don't know. Has that Lamborghini, the 63 Triple F car, played an absolute blinder, intentionally or otherwise, and sits there with a quarter of a tank of fuel and says, I can do 5 really quick laps on this and I can bang them in when I want to, so I can have a look at the weather?
I think the fuel thing's okay in the end, because the session they did extend it as long as they possibly could. So 45 minutes on the clock to start with. It ended up going 1 hour and 15, including that red flag break. So I'd say they probably got 90% of all the running they were going to get. So if they are still a bit heavy on fuel, it's not going to make an enormous amount of difference. A little bit, possibly, I'm not convinced it's going to be a huge factor. What's the plan for this session? Well, at the end of it, when the checkered flag drops and every car's crossed the line, you're going to be 10th or better. Yep. Otherwise, you're starting 11th or back for the 12-hour tomorrow morning. It's really quite simple, but the way to get there is quite difficult because it takes a couple of runs to build up to that. And 12 months ago, we saw this session broken in two. It was almost 2 15-minute qualifying sessions. They all ran early, they hit a lap time, they got a banker lap or two in, then they went back into the lane and either repressured or put brand new Pirelli tyres on, went again, and then pole position, or provisional pole as it is, changes hands several times after the checkered flag, inevitably. And then we watch 7th through about 15th to see who's on the bump zone to get into the Pirelli shootout later on today. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and we'll probably, indeed, thanks for that, Rich. We may well get a dominant time out front, but it's going to be all about that lower order portion of the top 10, as you say, and who's on the bubble and who's likely to fall out. And that's the beauty of the top 10 shootout. You know, the shootout itself is very enjoyable about 5 o'clock tonight, but who's going to make it?
Just an update on Tyler as well from the number 92 Mark II car. We found out he has been taken into town in Bathurst to be checked up, have some x-rays at the hospital, and we'll be updated soon that he's okay. Really tough day for the Super 2 2019 winner, and we hope he's okay. The team were hoping to take this brand new car to Italy, but they've been told to not even look at the car to upset themselves at the moment. They are just hoping that Tyler's okay, and they'll deal with the rest later.
Which I think is a very smart thing to do. And let's not read too much into any of that. That's absolutely standard operational procedure. Again, great stuff by the officials and by the medics here at the circuit. We'll update you when we can once we've got something official, whilst we might always want to generate a bit of chat and speculation about certain things when it comes to the condition of drivers. That's never an option.
So the next question that we need to ask ourselves is, what's the lap time? What's the time you're going to need to do? A, to be fastest in this session, and B, to get yourself into the top 10. So for reference, what we saw in qualifying 1 just before was a quick lap, 2:03.64 of Raffaele Marciello. 12 months ago, there was between a 6 to 8 tenths improvement from qualifying 1 to qualifying 2. So if we work on that basis, you're going to be in the 2s. In my mind at the moment, it's a 2.8, it's a 2.7, because it's so hot, the conditions as they are. I think a 2.8 or a 2.7 is your money lap, maybe a 3.0 to get into the shootout, something along those lines. We'll crunch the numbers, we'll keep working, we'll see what the lap times are. They may go quicker.
I think we're going to see top 15 cars in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And what happens between positions 8 and 15, maybe even 8 and 20, is going to be very interesting to me, and that's where we're going to watch. Don't forget, you get nothing for being first, JP, at the fastest time in this session. It just puts you in to the Pirelli shootout. Now, you can say you've got an advantage of going last in Pirelli shootout, but there's no prizes for being first here. And do you want to go first?
You are basically qualifying to be entered into the next contest. Yeah. It's not about grid position for the top 10. That's to be decided later on. So yeah, how much risk are you going to take? But, as you say, the spread of times is going to be so narrow, you don't want to leave it to be a guessing game towards the end.
Well, they've already just about matched the time they did in qualifying 1. So Kelvin van der Linde, on his first flying laps, punched out a 3.6. So I reckon I could be a second off the pace in my predictions. We'll follow it for you. I like to under-promise and over-deliver.
I've heard that about you. So if you qualify with the top time here and get yourself in the top 10, you will go last in the Pirelli top 10 shootout. So at least you know what you've got, what the par score is. If it's like batting second in the Big Bash, right? That's what we're talking about. You know what you're going after. And is that the best thing? Does it make you overdrive? You know, would you rather be going qualifying 10th and going out first and just saying, here, I'm going to go out there, come and chase me?
I think history will show that running last, while it might not always be the route to pole position, I think it's the best way. It's certainly the most dramatic. Makes for the best show. That's what we're after. So Kelvin van der Linde fastest. Maro Engel has gone second. It's a familiar name to fans of endurance racing at Mount Panorama, both in February and indeed in the supercars in October. JP de Oliveira's third in the Nissan. Laurent Vanthor fourth in the Porsche. 4 different brands in the top 4. 5 in the 5 because Jules Gounon was there. He's been bumped by an Aston Martin. Jake Dennis has gone 5th. 23 minutes to go. the session's going to be like this pretty much the whole way through.
And just again, it's all on this session. Last session's times count for naught. We've wiped the slate clean, and off we go.
Which seems kind of cruel, doesn't it? Because you go to all that work, you sit through a long red flag, you do this amazing lap time, and all of a sudden it means absolutely nothing, and you wipe the slate clean and start again.
Yeah, but there is meaningful value within it, because it's a question of how much fuel you can burn off, and also you've got to survive it. I mean, it's surviving a 45-minute session, which a couple of them haven't done so far.
Well, there's nothing to say you had to go out in that session.
Well, there's a Lamborghini.
You know, the Lamborghini left it till late. They would have probably left it even later. But, you know, you could have toddled around just to see what it was like, maybe do a couple of laps to scrub the Pirelli tyres in, get a heat cycle through them before you came back around.
Have you had a look at the totem on the left-hand side of the screen there? The driving talent on the racetrack at the moment is quite extraordinary. Wall, off the wall, in the wall.
Oh, again.
At the top of the
Same
mountain.
spot.
It's big, it's a bit further around. That's just on the entry to McPhillamy Park, so it's missed the gravel trap. It's a big crash, though. Already some debris. And through the dust cloud, we can't see who it is. It's the Aston Martin 62. Yep. And it's gone in big. That is a massive crash for R Motorsport.
And once again, we've got drivers stopping next to the car. That has been a huge incident. The red flags are out. There's steam coming out. There's a thumbs up from the first of the marshals to get there, and that's great stuff. The door is off its hinges, and it's the...
Out of the Honda.
Out of the Honda.
It's Marvin Kirchhoffer behind the wheel. He was driving in the practice session earlier on.
So that's Renger van der Zande, I reckon.
I thought that was Renger's helmet.
Yeah.
With the very yellow. Kirchhoffer out of the car, steps out of what is left of the car. We've got a suicide door.
Yeah.
We've got a suicide door, effectively.
Because it's still latched and the hinges have gone. So that's how...
And he's walking away.
Kirchhoffer's got out. But testament to how strong these cars are. That's just absolutely phenomenal. So I don't want to watch this next bit.
Take a deep breath, everybody. He's absolutely committed. He hits the wall, first of all, on the right-hand side, and that breaks the steering. And from that moment on, Kirchhoffer is a passenger, gets airborne and almost does roll over.
That went over.
I think that went over, Krillsy, yeah. I think that's gone over. It almost went over front over back, but then actually did roll laterally. It's quite a big hit on the right front at the metal grate.
That's what did the damage.
Yeah, he's got no steering.
Whether it broke anything or not there is probably irrelevant, because the car was massively unloaded at that point, and it's just fired it off the road. That contacted the metal grate, so it's backed in hard. It swung the car around. Look at the rear screen bouncing up into the power lines.
Yeah, wheels going all over the place.
Debris fencing doing its job, which is only a recent installation up there a couple of years ago. And then check this out. It'll ride the fence, Tony Hawk skateboarding style.
Almost going over.
This is the point where it tips.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of motor racing at Mount Panorama, and I've never seen that there before. That is a ginormous impact. And once again, the driver walks away.
Gets really close to the marshal post there as well, and the guy waving the yellow flag literally had to haul back the flag just in time as the car came streaming by. That's horrible to watch. The team high-fiving down there. They know their weekend is done.
Now, I am sure, in fact, it's already started, people on social media saying, you can't win the race on Sunday if you stick it in the wall on Saturday. These guys are pressing for qualifying to get in the Pirelli top 10 shootout. This race has never been won from further back than the
7th,
the inside of the 4th row, and you can't leave anything out there. This is qualifying to get into the Pirelli top 10 shootout, and it's going to be super competitive. Awful sounds of the dull thud of carbon fibre steel and other exotic materials being reduced, and that Aston being reduced to its component parts. The wing mirror just about stays on. The right rear is broken.
It's still steering. He dialed in some opposite lock as quickly as he could, but certainly that impact at the metal grate slightly too wide, and we've seen even his teammate Scott Dixon had a very close moment there earlier today in practice 3, just brushed the wall, not quite so hard. But the secondary impact after that, it backed itself into the fence and then how it lifted itself up. Quite extraordinary.
Yeah, the front nearly comes up and over. It's the wall that keeps it down, and then it goes into a lateral roll before ending back up on, well, I was going to say its wheels, some of its wheels, and certainly the belly of the car further down the track. And once again, our track services and clean-up crew are going to work. They were there very quickly. And again, kudos to the other drivers for A, avoiding that, and B, being concerned enough to pull over.
Wolfgang, the hard-working PR down there at R Motorsport, they put a lot of energy into this race, into bringing people down and activating their media and their sponsors. Very professional outfit from Switzerland, and they're very passionate about their motorsport, and indeed coming back to make up for that agonising loss here 12 months ago. And once again, our hard-working volunteer officials have to go to work. So it's been a bruising weekend at Mount Panorama, and it actually started on Friday, as it often does here in the early practice session. And it was a crash for the number 35 KCMG Nissan. Josh Burden was behind the wheel at the time. The track was very dirty, oil down from earlier support categories as well, hard into the wall at BB Ultimate Reed Park. That set off a chain of events that continued on to practice this morning.
Ollie Jarvis with a frightening moment heading into the chase and having to throw the car into a deliberate slide, I think, and then slap the barrier. Watching the replay later on, he really wished he'd done something else, but I don't think he could have done, considered the time he had at his disposal.
And then it was the top of the mountain. Was it the following wind? Was it people pushing too hard? But a series of events for a number of different manufacturers, including Frederick Vervisch in the Valvoline Audi, and hitting the wall hard enough to break the steering. His team did a cracking job of getting that car back out, so the number 2 car did live again and came out. It wasn't the same story later on.
And this was massive. Midway through the opening qualifying session, contact Lambo, contact AMG hard into the fence, and then collateral damage as well with the Mark car. Check this out in the background, another car up into the wall and almost over it, Tyler Everingham. And fortunately, both drivers were able to hobble away from those respective accidents. And then this, Marvin Kirchhoffer hard into the fence, just past Reed Park, before you get to McPhillamy, hard into the wall, and ultimately the car tips over. But another driver able to walk away from a monumental one here at Mount Panorama.
We've seen plenty of acts of sportsmanship today. Renger van der Zande, first car on the scene and pulling over to help. What did you see when you pulled up?
I just saw parts, dust, everything, and when I slowed down to first gear or less than first gear, and I looked on the right, and this whole side of the car was broken and destroyed, and I saw him hanging like this. So I thought, this is not good. And you know, we've all been in accidents, and the first thing you want is to see someone that you know. And I thought, you know, just jump out and see what it's like and help him to get out of the door, because the door was stuck, everything was destroyed. But he straight away said he looked very dizzy, but he was okay. So I think he jumped out by himself after that. I just helped him to get the door out of the way. But I mean, it's crazy how many accidents there are, and I think it's kind of stupid as well to push so hard. It's a 12-hour race, and I think we need to calm down a little bit and see how we can bring it from the 6-hour mark and not the 0-hour mark. So I hope tomorrow at the start they will take it easy as well. It's dark, it's going to be chaos, and stay calm, everyone.
Thanks, Renger.
Yeah. Jake Dennis, it has to be difficult to see the car that you put on pole last year causing a red flag during the final qualifying opportunity. But in your point of view, how hard is it out there? How hard are you guys pushing?
Well, we're pushing flat out, you know. We're here to do a job. God, that delay is really off-putting. Yeah, there's only one thing on my mind right now, and that's Marvin, you know. I haven't seen the crash. I don't want to see the crash. I've got to go back out there now and do the job for the team. I managed to make a lap. We're up to 6th. But yeah, the car's difficult to drive, as you probably saw. But, you know, we're pushing so hard, and it's what we love. It's what we do. And, yeah, it can bite us quite hard, but the main thing is he's fine. And, yeah, he's coming back to us.
Thanks, Dennis.
Cheers.
Well, Jake Dennis there down in the R Motorsport machine, at the R Motorsport garage rather. Always difficult to clear your mind, and I think he's done exactly the right thing. Johnny, you said it, I'm not sure I want to see this next bit, and he didn't either. The clear-up continues with, again, thanks to our volunteer marshals, whether they're flagging, brooming, picking up cars. We simply couldn't go motor racing without them, and their service is much appreciated by not only us as enthusiasts, but the drivers as well.
Especially in these conditions, JH, 38 degrees, working out there, and a lot of them wearing fire suits as well. Just to remind you, while we're under red flag conditions, for the replay shows Marvin Kirchhofer, who's a very successful GT racer. Not his fault. These are just accidents that happen at Mount Panorama. Got into the fence. They're on a nice edge, these cars. Hard contact, and then he was a passenger from there on in.
I wonder if we do need to ask some of the drivers why they think everybody's so loose at the moment this year, because this is across manufacturers, it's across configurations of cars. We've had front engine, mid-engined cars. We've not seen the Porsches with a loose rear end yet on the car, and maybe there's something there. I don't know, and the only good thing that will come out of this is that everyone so far has walked away, and that's great news, and a testament, as Krillsy's been sick, to the safety standards that we have nowadays in GT racing. And there will be plenty of coverage of this going around the world because of its sensational nature, but this is not what we come here to see. We come to see sensational racing instead.
Pretty wild pictures, and that says a lot as the Aston Martin arrives back on the flatbed. The damage clear to see at the rear of that car. Dave Reynolds is down here driving this weekend with the Sun Energy team, and this is a pro-am operation, and he's the pro who's doing the qualifying. We heard Ring of Anderson.
Call me a pro.
Definitely professional, mate.
Amateur at best. Semi-professional, maybe. I don't know.
I love it.
The ultimate unprofessional.
We heard Rang of Anderson to say that everyone just needs to calm down. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, Ranger's probably right. It's just nuts out there. Like the track's, you know, producing much less grip than it did last year, so everyone's probably expecting the same times as last year, and it's just impossible. Yeah, the heaps of imbalance going on through our lap, and yeah, it's a battle out there.
Is the reward of being in the top 10 shootout worth the risk right now?
Oh, I think it's just a big cock-off, really. Like everyone's, it's just a, yeah, it's a measure of your own.
It's a measure of time. The top 10 shootout.
Yeah, you could say that. I was going to say something else, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's a 12-hour race. You know, it's not won and lost in qualifying, but you can surely lose it.
Looks like your little buddy Anton's not going to be getting a start tomorrow.
Yeah, poor Anton. Yeah, he was going good, so you know, I hope Sam's okay because that was a massive shunt. So yeah, I'll trundle down next door and make sure he's all right after this. So yeah, not very good to see, but yeah, everyone, you know, he's not the only one. There's 4 or 5 other cars that done it. So as long as I bring it back, I'll be happy.
They're flying Tyler out for a quick look on the plane as well at the moment, so hopefully he's going to be okay. We can bring you a bit more news on that one. A bit of an all-star cast down here. I saw Macaulay Jones walking around. We've got the dude, Paul Morris, in here. It's a strange makeup of this team. It's got Taylor Motorsport, but with some Brad Jones racing guys and an Erebus driver.
Yeah, it is a bit weird when you think about it like that. But yeah, we're coming together. We're making a team from what we've got, so yeah. Still got a bit of work to do, I think.
All right, I like it. I'll let you get back to it. I'm going to bug Paul Morris for a second here. He's not so much flat out like a lizard drinking as flat out like a bloke drinking right now down here. Sorry, dude, I'm going to grab a quick word with you. You're sweating up a storm down here as well. What's your take on all the action that we've seen so far in qualifying?
I think they're expecting to do lap times that you can't do in this heat, and they're just pushing too hard, really. They forgot it's called the 12-hour, not the Bathurst Saturday qualifying. No trophies handed out, so you know, you've got to really refocus and think about what's going to happen tomorrow afternoon. So that's what happens.
You're a great coach of drivers. Have you had a word to Davey about how to handle this?
Oh, he knows exactly how to handle this one, mate. So you know, the guys that race here a lot and know this track know that in this heat, the gun lap times just aren't there. So shootout's nice, pole position's nice, but I don't remember who was on pole last year, and I don't remember who was in the shootout, but I know who won the race.
Finally, how would you describe this heat right now for someone who's not here watching from a nice comfy couch and an aircon right now?
It's like being in Darwin, isn't it? It's hot, and like even in the Aussie car today, it was hot. So yeah, I haven't been in heat like this ever at Bathurst. It's pretty extraordinary, and now you got to adapt.
Thanks, dude. We'll see this bloke shortly, actually. Fox Sports, Aussie racing cars coming up.
It is quite extraordinary, Paul's right. It's unbelievably hot, and if you walk outside the garage at the moment into the paddock or out into the pit lane, certainly on the racetrack, it's totally off the scale. Garth Tander's lurking around here at the moment. We've just been in conversation about, and we've actually had this conversation for the last 36 hours about the way these cars achieve their speed. The place is broken down into 3 sectors, and point to point, they're not quite as quick as a supercar, but they're crazy fast from the elbow all the way, back to the cutting, or in fact the other direction. So is everybody just pushing too hard, which is a question the commentators and others are raising around here, or have we got a balance issue as a result of the temperature?
Oh, it's definitely the temperature, 100%. The grip conditions, as you know, this place, when the sun's out, it's hot, and mate, it's as hot as I can ever remember it here. The track goes away massively, and all these cars make their lap time across the top of the mountain, so everyone's leaning on it. And yeah, mistake. So everyone, all 3 of our guys are all saying it's as greasy as it's ever been, so I'm glad I'm not out there.
Yeah, your car looked like it was a little bit twitchy yesterday, but we're now seeing it across the range of all kinds of configuration cars. We've got front engine, rear engine, mid-engine. Everybody's having a battle up there.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I think what we saw in Q1 was probably different to what we just saw then. Now in Q2, everyone tightens the belts up and has a real go. Q1 for most of the pro cars is really just practice 5 or 6. So they all tighten the belts up and have a crack, and yeah, it gets interesting.
That's what we're about to see. Looking forward to it. And I'll come back and talk to you about some of the technicalities of the car later in the weekend. Thanks, Garth.
Well, Garth Tander, a man who's been to the mountain more times than I can count, says that this is the hottest he's ever felt here. Patrick Pile, it's your first time to the mountain, so how are you dealing with these heat conditions?
I mean, the temperature is okay. It's more the track. It's really something unique, to be honest. It's one of the most beautiful tracks in the world. It's not easy because you don't have a lot of driving time and a lot of caution, especially in the last sessions. But yeah, it's quite good. It's nice to be here, and you have to learn a lot. It's really special to what you know in Europe or in US even. But yeah, it's cool.
You've won Nürburgring, Sebring, just about every major endurance race, every difficult track. What would it be like to have a win at Bathurst to add to that resume?
I mean, for sure that will be something special because it's a real driver challenge, let's say. Also from the strategy, and with this temperature, it's even more difficult, I think. But we have the good things, the good team for that, especially my teammates also. Matt is in the car now for quali, and I think he's a man for this event. So I'm lucky to be with these guys, and I learn a lot and try to improve every session. But yeah, it will be amazing to have a chance to win this one.
Good luck, Patrick.
Thank you.
And guys, he's just that crazy. He's still going for runs every morning because it's not hot enough as is.
That's Patrick Pile.
I had my run this morning. That's a lie, I can't back that up. It is outrageously hot.
I don't want to run a bath, never mind anything else. We've got about 3 tenths between 10th and 16th at the moment. And remember, you've got to be in the top 10 to be in the shootout. Pirelli top 10 shootout still to come this afternoon, so this is not the end of competitive running here on the mountain today. And that is a blink of an eye. We've got 23 corners around here. Divide that by 3 tenths. And you're losing only a fraction in each of the corners, Creelsy, and that's the difference between being in the shootout and being down in the late teens.
I winced a little bit while we were hearing from Shay down in pit lane. Matt Campbell was negotiating the patched up area at the top of the mountain, so obviously a lot of fluid drop from the R Motorsport Aston that was dropped on its roof at the top of the mountain. The marshals have done a remarkable job clearing all that away, but the oil dry residue that gets left on the circuit will be dusty for a couple of laps up until 24 or 5 GT3 cars can blow that away. So the first couple of laps, I think there might be a little bit of trepidation up at the Reed Park area of the circuit, and they get a little bit beyond that to Metal Great, where Matt is heading now. He's behind the wheel of car 911. He's 10th at the moment on the bubble of missing out on the top 10 shootout. That's where the car hit the wall. That's where it rode up the wall, and this is where it landed on its roof. And you could just see a bit of that oil dry down. Nice job cleaning it up. I think the truck will be okay in a couple of laps.
He's just dropped to 11th position. Did somebody improve there?
I think Chris, no.
Or was that just reset? That's interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, okay.
No one's done a flyer yet, so...
No, indeed. That's what slightly confused me. Little brush of the wall.
Speaking of Jake Dennis...
Oh, Jake, come on.
Wow.
Jake Dennis, who set this place alight last year, and his career as well, in terms of international recognition, he really did a job. There's going to be a red Aston Martin wing mirror up on the top of the mountain, just where we saw the car of Marvin Kirchhofer. Well, I was going to say come to rest, but it was a bit further down the road, to be honest, as it was rolling and dissipating that energy. So again, just proving how hard people want to push early on, and that track temperature versus grip issue that Richard Creel has been talking about all week is the... Well, it's really been the harbinger of doom here.
It's nice when your work's validated by Paul Morris, David Reynolds and Garth Tander, who all said similar things, and I like Dude's comment as well, saying they're all trying to get a lap time that's just not going to be delivered on in these conditions. And we talked about that at the start of the session, that the relative lap time to each other will still be very, very close, but they're not going to make the peak lap time that they did in much cooler conditions 12 months ago.
Yeah, maybe too much peering back to 2019 at the timing sheets there, thinking we've got to get down to that level, and it's just impossible. And we've got to reevaluate, and you know, if you've not already been involved in a huge accident, you do have the chance to rate things back now.
Out of the top 10, 5 cars, so half the field, are still on pit lane. Out running at the front of the field, the 77 of Mauro Engel, he's out. JP D'Oliveira in the Nissan Nismo GT GTR, he's out for KCMG. Jake Dennis, as we know, is out, the 76 Aston Com. Ledegar for the Pro-Am Aston Martin 188, that's the blue, very pretty blue and white car. Jules Gounon is out, the Bentley number 7. And those are the cars that are out in the top 10 at the moment. I can't believe that anybody thinks they're safe so far, so there's a different mindset going on right now, Richard, in terms of what's going on at the front of the field. Remember, only the top 10 go forward.
Yeah, well, they know the time they've got left, they know the time they need to do an outlap and a couple of flyers, so they'll be working towards that without overstressing tyres and cars and adding to the risk element. Interesting to see. This will explode in the last 5 minutes. We'll have a holding pattern for a while as people just build up to this. Dries Van Thor's on a pretty good lap in car 2 at the moment. JP D'Oliveira won't improve on this. Currently a 2:04.0 with the KCMG Nissan Hong Kong-based team. Very, very wide on the turn into Murray's corner. Gets a turn, no improvement there. In fact, it was a 2:09.8, so bottled right out of it.
Yeah, it was a good lap last time around by that number 2.
Dries Van Thor just dropped a couple of wheels out into the dirt coming out through the final corner. 2:04.88880 is an improvement, but only puts him 17th. Not a bad banker lap, though.
The problem with waiting, guys, is, you know, at the moment we've got barely 2/3 of the field out there. If everybody's out at the end, do you find a clear lap? Do you trip up over someone else who makes a mistake? And that could be an issue.
Well, and the other issue is that another red flag. Race control may not be so generous in giving time back to the competitors.
That's a very good point.
So there's an element of risk in waiting as well. It's not so time certain that we'd see in, for example, a supercars qualifying session, but at the same time, there's only so much leeway they're going to give them if they keep crashing, because the program has to roll on. JP D'Oliveira, now he's on his 3rd lap in this session. He's just gone fastest of anybody to the first split. So that's where he's starting to produce his lap time. Jules Gounon jumps into 6th place. The Bentley gets into the show at the moment. Only 0.4 away from the fastest time, still held by Kelvin van der Linde.
999 has just gone out with Raffaele Marciello at the wheel, as has Shane van Gisbergen in the 888. So the 2 Mercedes AMG GT3 at the moment don't have a time next to them. They are keeping their powder dry or deciding to have a longer run. There's still 13.5 minutes to go here. And as we've been mentioning, these Pirelli tyres seem to be able to develop over a longer run, Rich, and get up the temperature and pressure in that longer run and still deliver a good time and perhaps the best time, maybe after 2 or 3 or even 4 consecutive laps, which seems to me extraordinary in these hot conditions.
A pretty handy lap from JP. Not my co-commentator, the driver behind the wheel, though JP's doing fine work. Goes to second. Wow, 2/100ths off. He was 2/10ths down at the elbow, but that's not where the GTR is strong across the top of Mount Panorama, Johnny Palmer. It's good going up, it's real good going down, and that's where he's made his time.
And the one we didn't mention was Raffaele Marciello coming through to do a 2:03.7, put him second at the time, but the Oliveiro slotted between Van der Linde and Marciello now to second.
On his first flying lap.
Yeah.
On his first flying lap. Now, why is that important? Because when we get to the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout, you don't have those 4 or 5 laps, Rich, to build up to the absolute optimum. You've got to get it done straight away.
No, you've got 6.2 Ks to build up, and that's it. Then you're on it, and you're either first or 10th if things go really bad. Good lap from the Nissan. They've always been strong here, those cars suit the characteristics of the racetrack. We're on board with Maro Engel. He was the first winner of the Alan Simonson Pole Award when it was introduced to our late great mate, the Dane who made his name at this place in an Australian GT and was a superstar of the sport. Tragically killed at Le Mans in 2013. Pole trophy named after him for 14. Maro Engel, the first to win it. Emotional scenes, walked the trophy down to Al's old team, Maranello Motorsport, after he, driving for Erebus at the time, won it. Bails out of that lap. It was a decent lap too. PB first sector, but elects to not go on with it. Top 5 cars, folks, covered by 0.17 of a second.
Yeah, look at the bubble, Rich. If you go down to 10th, Dominic Story in the McLaren, the 59 car. Then queuing up behind him, Aston, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche. And they're all within 2 or 3 tenths of a second. 6 or 7 cars vying for position as here comes Raffaele Marciello. This is his second flying lap, is it? Yes, it is. Comes in.
Just started his third, and that one went quickest, 2:03.65. Moves the benchmark a little bit further forward. We've now got 3 cars covered by less than a 10th. Into the 9, or into 9th, goes Shane van Gisbergen on his first real flyer, 2:04.26. That's a good starting point to get in. And the bubble now is a 2:04.3. And the difference between being in the shootout and out would be 7/100ths of a second.
I said we might need to use all 4 places behind the decimal point. And I think we're going to, Rich, because this is getting very tight indeed. 10th now, down to 16th. That is the matter of under 2 tenths of a second. Really tight indeed.
Jules Gounod down half a second on the best lap time. The exit of the second sector, which is the top of Conrod Straight. Bentley will make up a little bit of time on the run down Conrod, currently 7th quickest. At the moment, the only car in the race for this team, though they're working hard on the sister entry. And I would expect they'll need to seek dispensation. If they don't make qualifying, you'll need to go to the stewards and get dispensation to start the race, having not qualified, but I wouldn't have thought that would be a drama because car 8's been pretty fast with all 3 drivers. And their level of experience is good. Gets it stopped right on the very edge of braking down there was Jules Gounod. And there's no improvement. So for all of that, there's a 4.37. And a 4.37 at the moment doesn't even get you into the top 10.
Van Gisbergen squeezes into the top 10 at 9 for the 888 car. Remember, that's early on in his run as well. Ben Barker goes up to 11th in the Grove Racing Porsche. That's a Pro-Am car, but remember the car is not what the category is. It's the drivers and how the team is made up. So the performance potential of that Porsche is exactly the same as the 2 absolute cars, and in theory at least in a performance balanced championship and category, the rest of the top 10 that sits ahead of it.
So at the moment, Mercedes AMG, Audi, Nissan, the top 3, then another Mercedes AMG. Alvaro Parent is 5th in the 59 Racing McLaren. There in the show, Van Gisbergen goes to 6th in the AMG. That's a big improvement into the 3s. Only 3 tenths away from the fastest time. The fastest driver on the racetrack at the moment is Matt Campbell, 9:11. Personal best first and second sector, but the overall lap to this point is up. So this should, if he can complete the final few corners, get him into the top 10, if not put him right at the head of it.
And that's going to close everything up from 10th on down, which at the moment is 4 cars within a 10th of a second. This is going to come down to fractions of an inch, fractions of a second, fractions of where you hit the brake and turn in. Across the line goes the number 911.
2:03.43, that's fastest, and it's 2/10 to the good of Rafa Marciello's lap. So that's a very, very good lap time. A little bit of breathing room for the Porsche now.
And that puts Jake Dennis in the Aston Martin Vantage number 76 on the bubble, 10th position. He's in pit lane at the moment. Mauro Engel's just gone back out as Alvaro Perez comes in respectively the Mercedes AMG GT3 and the number 60 McLaren 720. So who's in the teams, gentlemen? Who are we looking at that we think will improve? You've got Ben Barker in 12th in the Porsche, Dom Story in the 59, McLaren in 13th, Cum Ledegaard in the pits in the Pro-Am Aston, Chris Meese in the 22 Audi. He's outside the top 10 at the moment in 15th position. David Reynolds in the Pro Energy 1, the Mercedes number 75, he's outside, as is Matteo Caroli in the 912, the team car, or to what is now the top position car of Matt Campbell.
Well, he's just missed it, Carol. He's gone to 11th, the 2:04.22. He's missed out on getting in the 10 by 0.1 of a second. That'll all change. There's still 6 minutes to go. But we're now at the point where we've got 16 cars covered by 1 second. The intensity continues to ratchet up, and now it'll be Lamborghini's turn to try and work their way into the show.
Look at the times between Jake Dennis in 10th down to Cum Ledegaard, who's in the pits at the moment in 15th. Even Chris Meade, you are talking about less than half a second between 10 cars there to get into the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. And that's where the action is at the moment.
We warned you this would happen. That's what this qualifying session's all about. Hold on to your hats, because the next 5 minutes could be even better. Does Raffaele Marciello go again? Do you feel safe at a 2:03.65? I think you're probably in at that, but I don't know. There's a risk involved. I think you might have to run again. And with 5 and a bit minutes to go, you've got time.
Matt Campbell's in. Now is he just letting everything cool down on the number 911 Porsche GT3 for Ingo Matner's Absolute Racing team?
You're going to have to do a 3 to get into the shootout at this point. At the moment, the cut-off's at 2:04.21. Jake Dennis, who's sitting in pit lane at the moment, the R Motorsport Aston Martin, is in the drop zone. He's 0.7 away from the fastest time in the session. Marco Mappelli is behind the wheel of car 22. FFF Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3. He has been electrifying this weekend. Correction, it's not car 22, I got that wrong, didn't I? It's car 63. But he is flying.
How about this as well, Rich? The defending champion car, Lawrence Vantour, in the number 1, he's sitting only in 8th, and he's on a 2:04 flat. Is that going to be enough? And he is out on the circuit at the moment.
Campbell's definitely not going again. He just brought the 911 Absolute Racing Porsche into the pit lane, got out of it, and JMJ, Matthew Chamineau, was the first person to green him. He's taking his helmet off. That's job done for Matty.
Good to know, Shay. Thanks for that. That's interesting that it feels safe at a 4:3. I don't disagree with him. That's a very, very good lap time. And the fact that he found JP that 2/10 of a second over Raffaele Marciello, who's just left pit lane, by the way, I think that little buffer that they found, they felt comfortable enough, that was going to be good enough to get them into the show.
Yeah, and we did talk about the greasy nature of the track as well, maybe favouring the Porsche and its balance being rear-engined. But yeah, Campbell's so strong around this place, as he proved once again 12 months ago. Very much on the limit. Marco Mappelli in the 63 Lamborghini Huracan heading across the line, half a second off, but it does put him 7th and up 15 places. So just shows, doesn't it? You put in a 2:03.8, 2:03.9, and you vault up the timing table there.
Great lap.
Chris Meese in the 22. Remember that car with a bit of damage early on. Meese in the 22 in 18th position, 2:04.5.
Not the top of Mount Panorama again.
Oh, yeah.
Mercedes AMG GT3, that's the Black Falcon Racing entry, having a fairly lurid moment, although in the context of lurid moments, that's about 6 on the ranking so far this weekend.
I don't think he's made the top 10 in the lurid moments up there, and he might not make the top 10 Pirelli Shootout either at the moment. So Porsche 911 from 999. It's the Mercedes AMG GT3. Then Kelvin von der Linde in the 222 Audi. Nismo, Nissan GTR are in with JP D'Oliveira. I reckon those top 4 are safe. Maro Engel's gone out again, mind you. So you were saying that 203 might not be enough. There's Alvaro Parent. So he's gone out again.
John, we're watching Lawrence Vantor, and they were not comfortable at a 4-0, and they're now back to 9th place. So he's improved this lap, as we expect the great Belgian to do. There's Craig Lowndes, who'll drive with H&L Bamber this weekend, watching on. So final corner, let's just see the improvement here. This needs to be a 3-7 to get him somewhere in the top 5 to be comfortable making the shootout, I'd have thought. And the effort from Lawrence Vantor is better than that. It's a 3.68 and he goes 3rd.
And the reason he had dropped down, by the way, is because Marco Mappelli had improved again in the Lamborghini number 63. So he's in at 8th position. 888 and Shane van Gisbergen's Mercedes in 9th. And Jules Gounon has just pitted the Bentley in 10th position. So that means Jake Dennis is now outside. The 912 Absolute Porsche, Matteo Caroli outside. David Reynolds, the 75 Sun Energy One AMG outside.
Well, Gounon in the pits in car 7 in the Bentley won't run again. So he's the
done.
one on the bubble at the moment. I don't think he makes it. Engel goes 2nd with that lap, 203.56. He's 0.1 off the pace. So you need to do a 4-1 to get in the show. And let's see if Jake Dennis can do it with this. It's a pretty good lap so far. Personal best 1st and 2nd sectors. Does he complete the job for R Motorsport and get another crack at this shootout? He does. 7th. 203.75 is good enough. It's only 0.3 away from pole. There's a dust storm at the top of the mountain.
And once that's bumped out Shane van Gisbergen by the way down to 10th position.
It's the Trofeo Lamborghini has gone around at the top and is parked on the fence.
Yeah, beautifully done.
How on earth has that happened?
Well, that might have been great news as the red flag came out, because Shane van Gisbergen was on the bubble there in 10th position. Gounon goes out of the top 10 for Bentley.
Guys, this is ridiculous. It's Dean Canto behind the wheel of this car. Same spot we've seen all the drama today.
Same wobble in the same place.
Yep. So that's the oversteer we're talking about.
Clips the inside wall, then gets a little bit bumpy going in, rides up over the tyre wall, gets 3-4 feet off the ground and parks it perfectly at top of the wall as if he's parallel parked it.
You are kidding me. And cleans up his own debris as well, Dean Canto.
Well, he can have a look underneath on the right-hand side and see what's done there, because those wheels are hanging into the void. Another rear-end slide.
Wow. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
In your life? Because I certainly have not. That's extraordinary. Big slide, and that's what started it. A scrape across the front.
Absolutely.
But just the impact of getting into the tyres and the elevation.
Starts bouncing, going up onto the tyre stack.
He'll feel that in his lower back.
Oh, he will.
Later on tonight, Dean Canto.
That thud.
Yeah, I didn't think it was the best idea to be leaping down from the roof of the car with that bit of rear body work. Maybe you'll feel that as well. But tyre walls are crazy things. They can often vault cars, and they just start bouncing down the road. Not a nice thing to see.
That was all about the angle. That was all about the angle that it went back in with the left rear of the car, and it just rode straight up the banding in front of that double row of tyres. Now, whatever else you say, though, guys, it's much better to have that there than for it to hit the concrete.
True.
And he's walking pretty much unaided. In fact, I'm going to say unaided to the Race Solutions medical car.
Well, good to see that Dino is relatively okay. He's a stunt driver by trade, so I guess the hat certainly fits there. Grant, you're a local guy here. You're meant to be driving that car this week, and nearly parked that back at your place.
Oh, you nearly did. I've never seen so many tear-ups at that part of the mountain, this early in the weekend. It's that was incredible. He was pushing really hard. We're obviously just trying to get ourselves in a nice position in our class, and Dean Canto can drive. There's nothing wrong with that bloke's skills. That was a really scary accident to see it sort of parked up on the wall. Is incredible, but My God, how many crashes are we going to see at this mountain this weekend?
It's been unbelievable. Did he say anything on the radio, any word yet of how the car might be?
Yeah, he's just been tuning it up. We just jumped a couple of cars in class, so he was really finding some speed. These are really, really horrific conditions. They're tough for the driver. It's 65 degrees inside the car, and we don't have the most effective cool suit there. And you know, the track's super hot, so it's pretty slick. He was finding time, but everyone's pushing so hard. You know, there's obviously 2/3 of the field, more so 80% of the field is hot guns from Europe, you know, in factory cars, and they're even binning them. So this is going to be a fair old race of attrition, but I'm so glad he's okay. The car should be okay, and maybe we'll continue.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Well, Matt Campbell, you said at the end of the last session you were fast, but not fast enough. You needed to study the data. Clearly, you found a little bit more speed out there. Feel good to be fastest going into the shootout?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first run was quite difficult there. We didn't quite get the tyre pressures right, made a few mistakes, and we actually made a quick change to the car and went back out, and I knew I only had one lap to try and get it all out of the tyres, and yeah, gave it absolutely everything. I mean, wasn't a perfect lap, but I think you never get a perfect lap around here. But overall, you know, extremely happy, and you know, obviously 2 pushes in top 10 as well. So a great start, and now focus to the afternoon session.
Well done now. Good luck later.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, that will be it as far as the qualifying session is concerned. It's the top 10 that are important. So from the 911 Porsche down to the 888 in 10th position, we'll see those cars again in the top 10 shootout.
And Shane Van Gisbergen scraped in by the hair on his Kiwi chin at the very end there by 0.1 of a second. The Bentley on the outside looking in 11th place.
And we'll start in 11th, of course. That's now locked in from then on.
Solid job from David Reynolds to get the 75 into the mix as well. Ultimately, at the end of that, there were 18 cars of, 9 different brands, possibly 10, covered by 1 second exactly. This was the big moment that will be talked about for a very, very long time. Marvin Kirchhofer at the top of the mountain. We'll reiterate that he climbed out of this car with some assistance, but has been taken to the medical centre for checks. Enormous impact at the metal grate, and it carried on for a long time. Rode the fence and ended up upside down, landed on all 4 wheels, and Renger van der Zande, his good mate, pulled over to make sure he was okay.
Rubber the wall by Jake Dennis in the other Aston Martin. He sort of got away with that, but he was just a few millimetres away from disaster. And then Dean Canto says, Marvin got Kirchhofer, you want to ride the wall? Hold me beer. I'll show you how it's done.
It's one of the most obscure crashes I've seen at the top of the mountain. Great Dean Canto out the way. Through all that, we actually had a qualifying session breakout as well. And Matt Campbell with a 2:03.43 sets the pace. 0.1 of a second, the margin first to second.
And that red flag at the end keeps the bottom 2 or 3, I think, from sweating too much. Van Gisbergen, Mapelli and Jake Dennis very, very tight in 8th, 9th and 10th, but that was all she wrote once Canto had parked the Lamborghini on the top of the wall.
So the big talking point of today as well, one of many, will be the incident in qualifying 1 that involved these 2 cars. It's Sam Shahin in the Ben Motorsport Park Mercedes-AMG, Cameron McConville in the Lamborghini. Cam gave his direct opinion on that accident. It followed on in that there was Tyler Everingham involved as well in the Scandia Racing Mark car entry. Really unfortunate. He was taken for checks as well, but again, climbed out of the car. Now, this is the onboard vision from onboard Cam McConville's car. Across the top of Mount Panorama, that's 777 in front. You can see brake pressures, speed, gears, the top left corner. So basically, this onboard vision backs up the argument that McConville made when he was talked to by Chad Nailon in pit lane, described it exactly as it happened. So that just confirmed Cam McConville's take of that very, very big accident at the top of Mount Panorama.
Definitely brake lights there, and that will go to race control as well. Accident and incident packed, but they've all walked away at Mount Panorama. Well, I'm not sure I can take much more. Can we finish at the end of this? I mean, we've got another 12 hours of this tomorrow, Johnny Palmer.
It is concerning, isn't it? And the fact that, you know, conditions are such that so many seasoned professionals are making little tiny errors and massive consequences is the result. And yeah, we've had incidents where cars have been lost as they're turning through the corner, like the Audi, like the Aston Martin, the earlier problem for the 62 Aston. Then there's just the slight errors, like Jake Dennis glancing the wall, and then even a bigger problem, obviously, for Martin Kirchhofer, but it came from a mistake rather than a setup problem, I would have said. The Dean Canto Lamborghini issue, though, was a bizarre one, and I think that's going to go a bit viral over the next 24 hours.
We need to take stock of not necessarily just what happened for the cars that got into the top 10, JP, but also the ones that didn't. Gilles Gounon just outside for the number 7, Bentley Continental. He'll start in 11th place, and indeed everyone from 11th down have now set their lap time and therefore their grid position. Matteo Caroli in the 912 Absolute Porsche, out. David Reynolds in the Sun Energy 1, out. Dries Vanthoor in the 2 Valvoline Audi, out. Chaz Mostert in the Valkenhorst BMW MC. Qualifiers rather in that sentence, but that is how it went. A big clean-up operation at the top of the mountain, and I think there's a bit of head scratching here of how they get that Lamborghini off the wall without doing it any further damage, because that is exactly what the clean-up crew and the track services will want to do, Rich and Johnny, and that's not going to be the work of a moment.
Well, they need a crane to move that thing.
Well, I'd be saying to Dean, you got it up here, mate.
Get it down, yeah.
Fire it up, get a bit of wheel spin going.
Well, New South Wales is the most populated state in Australia. It is home to more than 7.5 million people. Its attractions make it Australia's most visited state. Vibrant cities, rolling countryside, snowfields, deserts and beautiful wine regions. It is host to an amazing array of music and cultural festivals, as well as, of course, sporting and entertainment events as well. And those events across the state mean that there is something to do no matter what the season. And it has been a day of high drama and high temperatures, which is playing all sorts of issues at these drivers who are the best in the world, but they are being brought unstuck.
One word, wow.
Yeah.
Unbelievable to watch what's been happening over the top of the hill. Always requires enormous commitment at this racetrack, and the way in which a GT3 car achieves its speed is to be driven very hard from up towards the cutting all the way over the top to the elbow. But today, some people are at 11 tenths when perhaps they need to be just at 10 tenths. And some of it has also been car balance, some of it's been traffic. Visibility's been an issue, it's so dusty. One of the things that struck me, Stubbsy, looking at the way in which the cars were transiting the gravel traps, it's so astonishingly dry. The region at the moment is parched, so the gravel trap's got no moisture in it, it's not arresting the speed of the cars. Really a quite extraordinary day of qualifying. Still a whole lot more to come with the top 10 shootout later on this afternoon.
Have you seen a day quite like it? And we've still got a top 10 shootout to go.
Yeah, well, no, certainly not in the recent past. I mean, we know that that's one of the reasons why we love coming here. The storyline at this racetrack is always bizarre. And we'll probably have another twist in the story tomorrow because there's a chance that we may see some moisture. But one of the other things that we're really looking forward to this year, of course, is the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship in 2020. There's the stricken car, that Trofeo Motorsport car that was driven by Dean Canto. That is something that I have never seen before. Yeah. In fact, I've seen a couple of cars today that are frighteningly close to the top of walls, but for that to end up parked at that location, really extraordinary. But this is what our focus will be on in week 3 of February in Adelaide, a brand new Virgin Australia Supercars Championship Series, and we have got a lot to talk about.
we sure do. We had so much action last year. That man, Scott McLaughlin and the Mustang, reigned supreme. The big question, can Scotty McLaughlin make it 3 in a row? Only the greats have done it. There is a look at the calendar. As you said, Neil, only 3 weeks away from the Superloop Adelaide 500. Preceding that, of course, we're testing at Tailem Bend with the BP Ultimate Super Test. Then we're off to F1 once again, then down to Tassie. Auckland, we know, has been brought further forward to that Anzac Day weekend, and a change of location there, which we can touch on. Then we're off to Perth for our night racing, one of 3 in 2020, which we can't wait for. Winton, a campground, that'll be full once again, and a bit of a swap as well with Townsville and Darwin, Neil.
And also a new endurance race at the Bend, the location owned by Sam Shahin, who sadly has been in the medical centre. And the update on him, by the way, is that he's going to be flown to Adelaide this afternoon, and they're going to do some further scans. He's hoping that Sam's okay. He and his family and the business have done a huge amount of work at the Bend. Big investment to create that place. We're looking forward to endurance racing later on. But our lineup of drivers in the Virgin Australia Supercars Championship this year is an all-star lineup. And there's lots of plots and ploys and things to talk about here as well, because there's been quite a bit of movement. And there's also likely to be something of an earthquake, I think, at the end of this championship season as to who comes into various teams in 2021. Here's a lineup. So, recent announcement that Bryce Fullwood is going to be driving at Walkinshaw Andretti United. Macaulay Jones back for his second year. Young Jack Smith will be out there as well. Lee Holdsworth, who very nearly walked in front of camera just a few moments ago, he's going to be out there as well. In the truck assist car, Cameron Waters, he's lurking, trying to make trouble, Lee Holdsworth, here at the moment, distracting me. Rick Kelly's going to have a brand new Mustang. Go away, Lethal. Scotty McLaughlin back to defend his crown twice. Virgin Australia Supercars champion Mark Winterbottom's going to have a new teammate this year in Scotty Pye. James Courtney, Team Sydney, a TBA in there as well. Will Davison, Chaz Mostert, car number 22 this year. That's going to take a little bit of getting used to. He likes his numbers in multiples of 11s, doesn't he? 22, 55, all that stuff. So look, it's a great lineup, and as always, it's going to be a fascinating year. When you stop and consider, there's been some refinement in the aerodynamics of the cars. They just recently completed what's called the VCAT testing. There's a control damper. There's more tyres available for 2020, 3 night races that you spoke about before. So there's always just enough intrigue, and a longer race on the Saturdays, 200 Ks on Saturdays. So lots of things for us to get very excited about, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, more racing than we've seen before in a season, which is great news. You touched on it, about how things may be going to change at the end of this year. Now, last year's silly season was chaotic, but exactly. But one of the big names that we assume, a lot of us, that won't be with us at the end of the year is Scott McLaughlin. Of course, we've seen him testing over in the States. I think he was really looking forward to getting away. The end of last year was pretty hectic for him.
Well, he latched the championship last year. 15 poles, 18 wins, 22 podium, back-to-back champion. But great test for him at Sebring in Florida just recently, the old airfield there. It's famous. They've got their 12-hour endurance race coming up for sports cars next month. It's a famous location. He tested very well for Penske. No surprise, he's an elite driver. An expectation that we'll hear an announcement at some point. Well, he got married in the off-season as well.
Congratulations. He's watching too, and he said he's happy to be on the couch after all those crashes.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm sure his neck's probably still recovering from blazing around there in those cars. They're so cool to drive. They've got so much downforce, so much power. The tyres are soft. Here's a bit of vision of him. And they've got the new screens on them this year as well. In fact, I'm going to go and have a chat with Scotty Dixon at some stage this weekend about all that. But a huge opportunity for Scott McLaughlin. Roger Penske has got a lot of respect and time for Scott McLaughlin. He's investing in him, and I think there's a huge chance that we're going to see him in these cars more. Now, the open question that you're alluding to is what comes next? Is he going to be involved in driving these cars on a full-time basis? Understand that when you've not done Indy Lights and you've not spent much time in open wheel competitions, certainly no understanding at all of oval races, even when you're as talented as Scott McLaughlin, that is a huge mission. So whether that unfolds or not, time will tell, but fingers crossed, and I'm sure Scotty, if he does get the opportunity, do a pretty cool job. Well,
the bromance has been broken up too. Alex Premer, of course, is co-driver, victorious here at the Mountain back in October. He'll have a new co-driver this year, and it's Tim Slade.
Tim, it is so exciting. I mean, you ended 2019 fabulously on the podium in Newcastle. For BJR and yourself to finish your podium, like your relationship there after all those years, that was a great way to end.
Yeah, it was. You know, I really enjoyed my time at BJR and had a great relationship with Brad and all the guys and girls there were really great to work with. So it was, you know, nice to finish with a podium. Had a nice break over Chrissy and New Year's, and
then on to some very exciting news for 2020. Joining Shelby Power Racing as Scott McLaughlin's co-driver. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I, like I said before, I've enjoyed the break, and then I sort of didn't want to get too excited too early about all the plans for this year. So yeah, Scotty and I have been mates for a long time now. So I'm really looking forward to teaming up with him later in the year to tackle the Enduros. But we'll get to have a little skid, sort of well before then. Actually get to have a drive of the car next week, and then at the first official test day at the Bend before the Adelaide race.
How many years has it been since you've been able to have a bit of a cheers during the Adelaide 500 rather than racing?
It would have been a while. I've been.
You deserve it after all those years. Good luck, Tim.
All right, thanks.
Anton De Pasquale standing by for another big year in the supercars. Let's just talk about that first. Massive year coming up for you in 2020.
Yeah, huge year. Obviously, always good to start the year off with a 12-hour Bathurst, sort of coolest track we have. Really looking forward to getting to Adelaide. It's been a long break. I don't like long breaks, so been a little bit too long out of the car. So again, really looking forward to getting to the Bend, having our first test day, and getting straight back into it. It's exciting.
Drivers who are coming up to the end of a contract stream always get thrown in the deep end with these kind of questions. You're spending the weekend with Triple Eight. What's that experience been like so far?
It's good. Obviously, pretty lucky to be here, racing a cool car, at a cool track with a great team. So really excited to be here and be part of that. Obviously, working with a bunch of new people and some really good operators. So obviously, always learning. Every day's a learning day. But yeah, we're here doing this, and unfortunately, obviously, not moving on with it. But yeah.
Best of luck for 2020, mate.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Well, without doubt, one of the big talking points of the 2020 Virgin Australia Supercars Championship involves this man, Chaz Mostert, and the big move from Ford and Tickford to Holden and Walkinshaw Andretti United. First of all, though, mate, congratulations. You come here with confidence. Daytona, 24 hours winner. How good was that?
Yeah, look, it's unbelievable. It still hasn't quite sunk in yet. And obviously, when you're back-to-back race weekends, you always focus on the next race weekend. So looking forward to getting to the end of this weekend and getting home, and I'm sure I was thinking a lot more. But unbelievable event. Loved it last year. Weren't quite in contention, but this year just to be in a fight with the Porsches all race was really exciting to watch and be a part of. So yeah, unbelievable.
You only got home, I think, by something like 12 seconds, and those guys are up the lane at the moment. Now, early in the week, you were all full of beans. This morning, you don't look quite as healthy.
Yeah, I've a bit crook at the moment, so just managing, but race cars are like a sauna, so I'm sure we'll sweat it out in there at some stint tomorrow. But a bit under the weather, so a bit rude in the paddock. I don't mean to be. I'm just a bit under the weather.
It's not totally affecting pace, though. So earlier on in practice today, you had good pace, but we should point out this is a radically different car to the car you drove last weekend in Florida.
Yeah, I drove the GT Le Mans car is an M8 base car, and this is an M6 for the GT3, and a lot of different rules and regulations that they run around. Probably the biggest thing is that the MA GT Le Mans car doesn't have ABS, and it also got other engine braking systems compared to what the GT3 does. So different tyre as well. Michelin last week, Pirelli this week. It's keeping me tested, but you still try to extract the lap time the same in a GT car. So it's going to be hard when I go back to supercars after this weekend, because I'll be in GT land and probably driving it all wrong.
You have been a busy boy in the back of your mind, I guess, preparations for the supercars season. What are your expectations and how's it coming together?
Look, I mean, I'm not expecting too much. We're just going to get in there, work hard, and see what we come up with. Obviously, there's a lot of rules and regulations changes this year in supercars of aero and dampers and all that kind of stuff. So just want to get in there, feel our feet around, and see what we get up to. But no big expectations. We're just going to go try and do the hard work.
Right, well, Chaz, you will tell us, of course, your number in the coming days and your sponsor lineup, so we're looking forward to that. Good luck here this weekend and for the supercar season ahead.
Thanks very much. Anytime you big guns come down to talk to me, it's always great.
It means you're doing something well.
That's
Congratulations
right.
again on
Thank you very
Daytona.
much.
All right, let's catch up with some more of our supercars stars. Let's get back into the lane.
Yeah, standing by with the other half of the Erebus equation right now, Dave Reynolds. He's got his Erebus gear on this weekend as well. 2020 is just around the corner. Are you excited to hit the streets of Adelaide again?
Yeah, we're looking forward to the year. It's going to be a fantastic year. A lot of changes in the category, and looking forward to see how they roll out.
One of the big changes, you've got a new co-driver this year, and he's a little bit of a good friend, maybe even, dare I say, a little bit of a brother of yours.
Yeah, we refer to him as our son.
Okay.
Me and my girlfriend call him our son because he's pretty wild, pretty loose, really funny, always smiling, always happy kid. Yeah, Will Brown's a good driver too, so I'm really looking forward to it.
He's a little bit of a Davey Reynolds Jr., isn't he? He's even got the look.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him. There's no hope for him, no future.
It's an amazing lineup that you and Anton are rolling out. Is there any big changes with the team, or can we expect something pretty similar to last year?
Well, there's enough changes going on with the aero shocks and the engine, so there's a little bit of engineering swap within our team. Not swap, but just a restructure, I suppose, just to make them work a bit better and closer together so we can profit from both cars. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a tough year. The calendar's a bit more spaced out for us, so that's, thanks Supercars, cheers. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're looking forward to it.
A year without wins, but a successful year with podiums. What's the goal for this year? Can we get a few more trophies and maybe even some big things like Bathurst again?
Oh yeah, we'll give it a go. Yeah, we haven't won a race. Didn't win a race all last year, so that kind of sucked. But we had a couple of podiums. I had good speed at some point for what we had. So yeah, I'd like to say, you always want to be on pole more and win more races, but realistically, you just got to drive what you get. And sometimes other people tune their car better than you do and drive it better. So that's just how it is. But I'm looking forward to the start of the year, and it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be fast. I hope it's like when it was in 2013 when we went to the Car of the Future and there was many different winners, and it took a while for everyone to get on top of the new changes. So I'm hoping that's going to happen.
Good to chat, mate. Good to chat.
Yeah, cheers, man. Appreciate it.
Lee Holdsworth, he finished in the Supercars Championship in the top 10 in 2019, just re-signed for a year with Tickford Racing. That's a pretty good start to 2020, Lee.
It's even better that it's actually 2 years.
Brilliant. Is it really? Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. No, it was good. Obviously last year I had to feel my way into the team, understand the car, develop that relationship with my engineer and the rest of the crew, and that came together about halfway through the season. So we built on that. We had a really strong end to the year. So I'm looking forward to kicking off and hopefully, starting the year where we finished and then getting better and better. But Tickford's a great place to be, and we got a new sponsor in Truck Assist, so I'm pumped for the season.
Absolutely. How many series have you done now? How many years in Supercars?
I've lost count. I certainly can't count them on my fingers. I think this is maybe my 15th. I don't know. I think it's my 15th season this year.
You've been around a while when you stop counting, but good on you, Lee. All the best for this weekend in the Audi as well.
Thanks, Charlie. It's going to be fun. Cheers.
Well, we have all these international superstars, but still the man who is all the focus at Mount Panorama for many is this man, Craig Lowndes. Welcome back, Lowndesy. I tell you what, it's a bit of a battle within the battle, isn't it? You guys up against the 888 car. How weird is that after 15 years with that organisation?
Well, yeah, thanks. I think it's really completely weird because, for 15 years I've been sitting either my backside in one of their cars, racing for that team, or carrying that 888 number on the side of the car. So for me, it's really weird to be able to do that. And we did talk about it before the weekend, potential of having all the 888 drivers across the podium. Having Garth Tander on P3, have Jamie and Shane on P2 and us on P1.
I love how you've arranged that. It's very cool. You've had to undo a pile of muscle memory. I know you've won this race on a couple of occasions before, but you go all the way back to 94, supercar running all the way through, 7 victories. Now you're on the other side of the car, weighs, different weights, different tyres, engines up the back, ABS, traction control, whole new world.
And it doesn't have a clutch pedal. So it's quite amazing to drive
all that money in it doesn't have a clutch pedal.
No, they're trying to save weight, I believe. But I drove it into town for the first time, and the operation of all that is really sort of what I need to get my head around and understand what it needs to do. So if I actually go out on track, if I run down the escape road, I've got to learn how to grab reverse, I've got to learn how to flick turn it, because they've got traction control, all those sort of things that you obviously got to get your head around. But you're right, sitting on the left-hand side, going up through the top, and where I'm sort of deficient a little bit at the moment in time compared to the others is across the top of the mountain, where this car is really at its forte. Carrying throttle, not being able to brake, all the things you do in a supercar, you don't do in a GT3 car.
And it's a serious all-star lineup. Platinum drivers, all 3 of these guys, proper pedigree.
Well, Neil, you mentioned 94, going back to the muscle memory. 94, we're going to go back down memory lane as well. It's the year you won, of course, with the late Greg Hansford in an RX-7. And Lowndesy.
1932.
Yeah, I remember.
Had wooden wheels and no floor. We used our feet.
And I think I was in a Nissan Triple S Pulsar or something like that, but yes.
You haven't aged today, either of you guys.
That's why I put a hat on now to cover the grey hair.
Dipped our heads in white paint somewhere along the line.
All right, well, Craig, it was a great first year with you on board at Fox Sports. You're coming back?
I am. I'm looking forward to it. I think that last year was a bit of a whirlwind, really, to understand, standing in the pit exit of Adelaide, watching the cars file out. I know you and Scafey were saying about, that will be a true indicator about how you feel internally. I've really thoroughly enjoyed last year, but of course, I think I'm not going to be like Noddy I was at that time last year, looking at which camera to look for. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it again.
Well, we didn't scare you off. We're looking forward to it. You'll see all the action, of course, every practice session qualifying, and will be ad break free during racing right here on Fox Sports.
We're all clear for another brand new season. That's the battle for the championship right there.
Outside, inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the first to the block, we don't stop. Hey look, we don't stop. We don't stop. We don't stop. All right. I said we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the first to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, down the inside. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the first to the block, we don't stop.
What an extraordinary finish.
What a drive.
tried to change the setup during the session, like we put higher rake in and stuff like that, reduced camber in the rear. Just the rear was so stable, like I could do whatever I wanted, it just didn't turn around. And unfortunately the field, or good for the fans, but unfortunately for us, the field is so tight together that it wasn't enough.
You're one of the guys who has experienced nearly 10 years of racing Audis here in Bathurst. How far has this race come in a decade now?
I remember when I came here the first time, like how small the whole event was and how big it is now. It's really cool to see all the fans on top of the mountain and even down here for the autograph session. It's really cool.
Yeah, no autograph session 10 years ago. Good to see you back here. What is Marcus Winkelhock even doing? There's not actually a staircase there. I wanted to grab Freddie for a second. Come on through, we'll grab Freddie. He had that little moment earlier. I'm making it nice and hard on you. There we go. Pray for Freddie right now is the hashtag.
They prayed too late. You had to pray before. So.
How's the car, mate? It looked okay at the end of it and you got back out there.
No, it's crazy that the guys did such an awesome job to put it back in the session, and it's such a shame Dries couldn't finish his lap. I mean, that would have been such a big reward to be in the top 10, but mistake has happened, and we're still in contention. The car is still alive. So I think we have a strong package for tomorrow.
All right, good to see the Audi guys are having a bit of fun down here.
Well, there has been plenty of carnage across the mountain so far, and we still have the all-important Pirelli Shootout to come. A top 10 shootout across the mountain. We love that no matter what form of motorsport we are watching. The 12 Hour, of course, kicks off the motorsport season on Foxtel. The AFL season is soon getting underway on Fox Footy. You won't miss a minute of the action.
Around the planet, welcome to Fox Footy. Oh, he's got it! If you don't mind, have you seen anything like that before? Working hard, he controlled it brilliantly. Oh, that's over the top. That's it. Look at that emotion. Where else in the world would you rather be? Sorry, mate. Yeah, let's get her in. Coming up.
directly after Marvin in the next run. So, yeah, we're pushing flat out, but I managed to put the lap in at the end and go P8.
360 degrees in its roll rate every second. So it's incredibly responsive. So, I mean, the Gs that he's pulling there at the moment, which are multiples of his body load, are extraordinary. And so the loads that are going through this machine are crazy. So it virtually comes to a standstill. He drops it on his head. It's got a 6-cylinder Lycoming air-cooled engine in it. So think Porsche, but the Porsche's water-cooled. So it's like that. In fact, it's probably an IO 540 if you want me to really nerd up hard. Massive engine capacity with these things, very low revs, very long life, lots of grunts, got about 400 horsepower. So it's got a massive amount of power overweight. It only weighs about 600 kilos. And if I was quite a bit younger, I wouldn't mind being up there. But right now, I'm happy to watch it on Fox.
Well, fair enough, Neil, you were drooling, so I'm going to let you go and watch a bit more of it while we cross back to Charlie.
There are certain businesses that share the passion of motorsport with all of us fans, and we see them at every racetrack, and that is Shannon's. Paul Gates from Shannon's. You're pretty much a part of Motorsport Australia, we could say.
Yeah, Charlie. We do 1,200 motoring events per year, and a big percentage of those are motor racing events. So we share the passion at very many racing tracks around Australia.
Absolutely. And by doing that, you sponsor so many. You're a huge support, which all the teams need.
Yes, we are. And our main thing is to sponsor the events and run the events around Australia, which we do. And, people love it. People love it.
Absolutely. There's something really exciting happening with Shannon's Insurance at the moment as well.
Yeah, we've got great competition on. So you can win a trip to Le Mans 2021, 24-hour race in Europe. So get a quote. You can go online. You can ring us. You can come to any of the events, the 1,200 events we're on between now and the end of May, and get a quote and go in the draw to win that fantastic competition.
Oh, that's wonderful. I certainly will. Now, behind me is the Super Rig. It is 24 metres long, 8 metres high. It is iconic for families and motorsport fans like myself to come and visit. So what can people expect at the Super Rig here at the 12-hour?
Yeah, look, great billboard for us at events. So on the front there, we've got the simulators so the kids can jump on, the adults can get on. There's quite a few parents and kids on there at the moment having a go. Great viewing platform here at Bathurst to watch the track from as well, and many other bits of motoring memorabilia and so forth inside.
Well, thanks for all your support for the 12-hour and motorsport in general from Australians. So thanks very much, Paul.
No problem.
Combating the heat here this weekend, Pirelli back on board as the official tyre for the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12-hour. Matteo Braga, you're back here once again, and this is part of a huge year in motorsport for Pirelli.
Yeah, let's say we start our season is the first big event that we face in our endurance, let's say, discipline, and yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here, and it's always a tough test for our products.
Let's just talk firstly about the weather then. We're going to see some pretty hot track temperatures, but maybe even rain tomorrow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy, but let's say our product is designed to cope with many different conditions, and we use the same product in Spa during the night when it's very cold, and here that is very hot. What we expect is just a change in the performance, because obviously also the engine for the cars, they are suffering.
And what a massive operation this is. Each car is allowed 48 Pirelli tyres. That adds up to a lot of tyres, I imagine.
Yeah, it's a lot of tires, but the teams, they have to manage carefully because there can be many safety car periods, so strategy will be different. Some teams, they will double stint, some other not. And they have to preserve the tire during the free practice because they have to study how the tire behave on a long mileage distance and not only on the pure performance.
So how many does that mean that Pirelli need to bring here to the race, and how many staff?
Yeah, we have nearly 4,000 tires here on the field. And people, considering all the different staff, is about 40 people.
And it looks like they're having a very hard-earned rest right now, but they're going to be flat out later.
Yeah, during the race won't be easy, especially for the heat that is generating under the tent.
All right, good luck, and hopefully we see these Pirelli tyres pounding out 12 hours.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
So this is the scene at Mount Panorama at the moment. It has been a brutal day here, and up next we're going to be racing after a quick break on Fox Sports. We're not too far away either from the top 10 shootout, and not too far away from the 2020 Virgin Australia Supercars Championship. You'll see it all right here on Fox Sports.
We're all clear for another brand new season. That's the battle for the championship right there.
Outside, inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the first to the block, we don't stop. Hey look, we don't stop. We don't stop. We don't stop. All right. I said we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the burbs to the block, we don't stop.
What an extraordinary finish. What a drive.
Well, Sydney Harbour is one of the most beautiful in the world. The gateway to Sydney's waters, home to the Sydney Opera House and Sydney Harbour Bridge. Of course, you can explore the harbour on one of Sydney's famous ferries, make a trip to Manly for the day, or dine by the harbour at one of Circular Quay's quality restaurants. So we're not too far away from getting racing underway here at Mount Panorama. There's been quite a few delays, we've had quite a few incidents, and we have some weather to deal with as well. It is hot. We believe there is a dust storm that is brewing and on its way, so if the conditions aren't already hard enough, they're about to get much harder. Group S action out on track. Let's get to Lockie Mansell.
Just when we thought we'd seen all the carnage we could for qualifying, the Lamborghini took Dean Canto for a bit of a ride on top of the mountain again. Dean, I'm so glad to see you standing. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a little bit sore in the upper back. I think that landing when the car was airborne and came down on all fours was quite hard, but thankfully, you know, I'm still here, and the car actually doesn't look too bad, but I just feel bad that the boys have got a bit of work to do. I'm pretty sure we'll get the car back out there.
That's fantastic news. You've got a great team behind you that are ready to go in Trofeo, so you should be back out there tomorrow, and you're feeling good.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm sure I'll be a little bit sore tomorrow, but you know, fingers crossed we can get it back out there and be there for the 12-hour race.
Charlie Robinson there with Dean Canto. That is good to hear that he's not feeling too bad. There are the Group S cars. Let's get to Lockie Mansell.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody from here at Mount Panorama. And it's been a brutal day, a punishing day for some of our Bathurst 12-hour teams and competitors. On track now, we've got the cars that we like to describe as the spiritual predecessors to the GT3 cars that you see in the Bathurst 12-hour. It's the Group S historic sports cars. And joining me in commentary to talk a bit more about these cars and some of the drivers who are behind the wheel of these beautifully presented machines. It's a very good afternoon to John Young.
Hi Lachlan, great to be here again. We've got a good field of cars still running after this brutal weekend. I think that is the best word to describe it. I mean, we've come from 44 cars down to 30 in the grid this afternoon, and I can see one that I don't think is going to be there because he's on the trailer, so that makes it 29. But we've got 29 cars still running, and we've got some very fast guys there as well.
So far, the story of the weekend for Group S has been the domination of the Shelby GT350s, and in particular, Terry Lawler, the driver with a lot of experience in historic racing, both here in Australia and overseas.
Terry's done a great job this weekend in the Shelby. He was originally historic racing in a Porsche, funnily enough, but he's switched to the Shelby 350 mark. He's raced them overseas as well as here, and he's won 2 out of 2 so far this weekend, so he's our pole position man. And alongside him in car 289, a Shelby 350 GT driven by John Harrison, and then Joe DiPortolo in a Chevy Corvette, and then the first of the Porsches that used to dominate this class of racing, Doug Barber in car 911.
One of the things that we do love about this category is the different strengths and weaknesses of the different cars. Here at Mount Panorama, of course, it is generally very much about cubic inches, and it is the high horsepower, large capacity cars that are leading the way so far. So we run through the rest of the grid. It's Andrew Purvis and Alex Webster, another pair of Porsches on the third row of the grid. Richard Watson, James Calvert-Jones, 2 more Porsche 911s in position 7 and 8.
Then in position 9, you've got a really quick MG Midget, and then in position 10, Greg Horwell in another Porsche. Row 6, Simon Meyer, another MG Midget, and Brian Taylor in car 77, a blue Porsche 911. Then you have Ross Jackson in the yellow DiMarzio Pantera. We'll have to skip through them. Tim Linus in car 20, in the 21st position in a Porsche 928 alongside car 11, Colin Wilson-Brown in a 105 Series Alpha.
And one of the drivers who I want to touch on, who came up on our grid sheet there starting out of position 16, Joe Kalaja in the Chevrolet Corvette, crossed the finish line in race number 2 inside the top 5, but was subsequently handed a post-race time penalty for overtaking under safety car conditions. That, of course, is a big no-no. Of course, passed a couple of cars during one of the safety car restarts, so the officials handed him post-race 15-second penalty, and that has relegated him back to 16th position for this third and final race of the weekend.
We'll be looking to see Joe make a fairly dramatic start because that Chevy Corvette has a lot of horsepower under it, and he'll be trying to make good some of those positions that he had to forfeit.
One of the things that we've seen, we talk about the different strengths and weaknesses of the different cars, not just in different parts of the circuit, but in different stages of the race as well. The bigger, heavier cars tend to be a bit tougher on their brakes and their tyres, particularly in these hot weather conditions that we have here at Mount Panorama this afternoon. And we saw, for example, that Joe DiBartolo in that blue Corvette was comfortably in third position for a lot of the previous race, but towards the end, the Porsches of Doug Barber and Andrew Purvis were giving him a real run for it.
I was talking to Joe only half an hour ago, and he said that the brakes were getting hot, and also it was that water temperature was getting pretty hot as well. Ross Jackson, the yellow DiMarzio Pantera, another man with that sort of problem. And rounding out the back of the grid, I'm great to see them out again, is Tom Wallstab in the blue, in the Martini striped Porsche 928. He's had a lot of mechanical issues this weekend, and they didn't think he was going to get out. So he's out there, and that's great to see.
He was fairly quick in qualifying though, so I watched him to come charging through from the back of the field as the green flag flies at the rear of the field. Third and final race of the weekend for Group S here at Mount Panorama.
Great start by Doug Barber in the Porsche 911 and tries to split the Shelbys, but then the power comes down onto the circuit. And meanwhile, look at the start from Alex Webster. He's come from about 6th up into 4th or 5th. That's a great start from him. Yep, he's going to settle into 4th, although then Joe DiBartolo is putting the power down on that Corvette. as they head up Mountain Straight behind Terry Lawler in the lead. John Harrison keeping him very honest and getting a little twitchy over that hump. Di Bartolo in the blue Corvette. Then it's Doug Barber in the first of the Porsches. Alex Webster has come up a spot ahead of Andy Purvis in the yellow Porsche. Greg Hall, that's Kalaja in the red Corvette, who's come up from 16th. And he's really been hauling them in as they're coming up the mountains. He's just passed Richard Watts in the red Porsche with the yellow strip across the front.
Good battle between Richard Watts and a couple of other Porsches back there as well, including Brian Taylor and also James Calvert-Jones. But we saw there Joe Kalaja using the straight line speed of his red Corvette to blast past a couple of cars heading up Mountain Straight. He's already up into the top 10, Joe Kalaja, after starting down in 16th position, which just gives you an idea of the superiority of the straight line speed of that Corvette.
Well, he sure is in the top 10. He's up to 7th, and that's an amazing performance. That just shows you your comment about there's no substitute for cubic inches, but a big bit of action there with Andy Purvis trying to get down past Alex Webster as they come down the mountain. Alex closing the door at the very last moment. Doug Barber closing up on Di Bartolo's Corvette as they come down the hill. It'll be to no avail when they hit Conrod Straight. Webster still holding up Purvis. Purvis not going to let him get away from him at all.
Here's Doug Barber putting the pressure on Joe Di Bartolo in the contest for 3rd and 4th position. Doug Barber was right behind Di Bartolo, as mentioned in the closing stages of the previous race. And here is the drag race down the straight, and it's Purvis who gets his nose in front of Alex Webster. Alex Webster was the big winner off the start, made up a couple of positions, and now he's just dropping back behind some of his fellow competitors.
Now, Kalaja getting very close to them at the end of that straight, of the Conrod Straight, but it's still Purvis from Webster and Kalaja in that part of the circuit.
Flat out through the kick, these beautiful Group S cars. 3 subclasses within the field for Group S. The majority of the cars in the field are in Group SC subclass, which is 1970 to 1977 model cars. Group SB is for cars from 1961 through to 69. Group SA, there's only one Group SA car in the field, and that is for pre-1960 vehicles.
And he's out with an exploded engine from this morning's race. The heat was too much for it. Kalaja just pulled past Alex Webster. Now he's got the foot down heading up the mountain. But it's Terry Lawler in one of the earlier Group SB cars from the 60s, the Shelby 350 GT, followed by John Harrison, and Terry just beginning to extend that lead. Meanwhile, Brian Taylor in blue 77 there, up on James Calvert-Jones, looking to get by, but nothing doing at this stage.
At the back of the shot there, the first of the MJBs. That's the car being driven by Simon Meyer. Saying that he and Damien Meyer, even though they give away a lot of cubic capacity and a lot of straight line speed to the other cars, those MJs have been super fast over the top of the mountain.
Well, those midgets start with a 1275cc engine, basically the same sort of engine based basically as a Cooper S does. And they're pretty light, very nimble, and around the top of the mountain, they are probably as quick as anything in Group S.
Simon Meyer's got the headlights on, and as they head down through Reid Park, you can see that the MJ with its low centre of gravity is able to handle those corners with ease. He'll close right in onto this group of Porsches heading through McPhillamy Park. Alex Webster defending from James Calvert-Jones and Brian Taylor and Simon Meyer. So they've all bunched up as they head down.
Simon Meyer is almost underneath the whale tail on the back of Brian Taylor's Porsche. Like that's Greg Hall in the white one. They're very similar cars. That's 111, Greg Hall, ahead of James Calvert-Jones, who has a little bit of a look down the inside, but nothing doing there.
All about trying to maximise drive out of Forest Elbow for the long run down Conrod Straight. And this is the section of the circuit where the MJB just doesn't quite have the cubic capacity. I'll tell you what though, it's not bothering Simon Meyer too much at this stage. It's trying to use the slipstream of the Porsche.
So Greg Hall has got the lengths down the straight on James Cole-Jones. I was surprised to see that much difference. Then it's Brian Taylor in the blue car. Now, Brian Taylor's car is a 2.7-litre car. The other's a 3-litre. The 2.7s are generally considered to be the quicker of the two. But out we're a long way further back now. I think we're looking at...
That was Tom Wallstad, wasn't it, in the Porsche 928?
Yeah, and Tom Wallstad right behind Tony Antoon in the other red Shelby.
We turn our attention back to the leading Porsche brigade at the moment, Doug Barber and Andrew Purvis, who occupy positions 4 and 5 in the motor race.
You have to wonder if Doug had a little bit of a moment somewhere, because Andy Purvis really right up on the tail of Doug. Doug does as he is allowed to do, makes his one move across the circuit in Group S, and takes a nice little bit of a jump coming up the mountain out of Griffins. And car 78, that's Nick Taylor, the son of Brian in the bright blue car 77. Nick looks like he's taking an further part in the motor race. Back to our race leader, Terry Lawler.
5.2 seconds, his advantage now.
Yeah, there's no substitute for experience and a beautifully developed motor car. Terry, a winner of an all Shelby race at Monterey a couple of years ago. This bloke really knows how to drive a Shelby.
And while he has raced Shelbys, he's had experience in other historic cars as well.
First saw him racing a 2.7-litre Porsche Carrera 911 in Group SC. He's also had a couple of dedicated race cars, and just bought a beautiful RSR replica to add to his collection. This is a magnificent car, beautifully driven.
Shelby name, of course, one that's been thrust into the public spotlight by virtue of the race of Ford versus Ferrari movie. Carroll Shelby synonymous with the Ford GT40s that was so successful in the Le Mans 24-hour endurance races of the mid-1960s, but instrumental in the enhancement of those Mustang body cars as well, although I know that using Shelby and Mustang in the same sentence can sometimes be considered blasphemy.
Well, some of the owners get a little bit upset about it, but their point is that there is no Ford badge or Ford marking on that motor car. Gavin Deary now being swamped by Matt Blanche as they come down the hill. The MGB rips past the Datsun 260Z. You must say, you're probably saying, how can that be? Those two MGBs, we just saw the green one on the screen in that car. They are beautifully prepared and very quick motor cars.
Also coming into that equation in the green Porsche 928 is Tim Linus, South Australian driver. Porsche 928, of course, was the model of Porsche that was originally intended to replace the 911. But there was so much outrage from Porsche fans that Porsche had no choice but to continue producing the 911s.
And the people who love their 928s, of course, absolutely love them. But we're looking at the domination of Terry Lawler at the moment. John Harrison, a significant gap back to him. Then in third place, it'll be Joe DiPontolo now coming over in the blue Corvette. The battle for the fourth place of the Porsches, Andy Purvis moves ahead of Doug Barber, and Joe Kalaja looks like he wants to come along for the ride. He won't get away with it yet, but this is very close.
Difficult to make an outside move through Griffin's Bend. But I reckon that Andy Purvis has just about pulled it off. He has.
He has, and Joe Kalaja thought he might have a bit of the action as well. Just wondering if Doug Barber's tyres are going off or either that the car's going off, because Doug has been dominant in this Group SC Porsche racing in the last 12 months.
That was good racing from both of those drivers, good respect shown between one another. Andy Purvis had his nose in front, but he still gave Doug Barber just enough room on the inside to ensure that they were both able to work their way around that right-hand corner cleanly, and he made the move stick around the outside. Not something that you see executed successfully all that often.
It's going to be interesting when we get back out onto Conrod Straight. Is Joe Kalaja going to come through, the two of them? Down the hill they come, down the mountain. Purvis getting a little bit out of shape there, just a bit twitchy. Doug Barber closes right up on him again. One lap remaining in this shortened race. Only a 6-lap race for today, Lockwood.
So because of the damage that we saw in some of the 12-hour sessions, we are running to quite a tight time schedule here at Mount Panorama this afternoon. So this will be the final lap of the Group S Classic Sports Car race. Porsche battle continues for positions 4 and 5. And I think they've managed to establish just enough of a margin over Joe Kalage that they might be able to hold him off. And you can see how quickly that Corvette is closing as they run into the chase.
Well, this shortened race really works into the hands of the Corvette owners, because this morning in the heat, the Corvettes were running out of brakes pretty quickly. They were running out of temperature. They had problems with temperature. But today, 6-lap race, they're just going to get away with it.
So the checkered flag has waved, and these cars will come through in positions 4 and 5. Terry Lawler has taken the win ahead of John Harrison. We turn our attention a little bit further back in the field with some of those beautifully presented MGs that you were referring to before.
The first one of those was Noel Bryan, and then it was Matt Blanche from Melbourne. But there's our winner, Terry Lawler, a really well-driven race in a beautifully prepared, beautifully presented Shelby 350 GT. And he will be very happy with that. 3 out of 3 is not bad.
Superbly executed weekend, and it's been a 1-2 for the Shelby 350 GTs in all 3 races for the Group S Classic Sports Cars. So very well done to Terry Lawler and John Harrison. Joseph Di Bartolo coming home in position 3, ahead of Purvis and Barber. Good performance as well from Joe Kalage, recovering from that penalty in the previous race to come from 16th on the grid up into 6th position. Here's confirmation of your race results, John.
Terry Lawler from John Harrison, Joe Di Bartolo in the Corvette, Andy Purvis and Doug Barber, with Andy Purvis coming out the winner in that little battle, Joe Kalage in the Corvette, then Richard Watts in a red Porsche Carrera from Greg Hall in another Porsche car 111, James Calvert-Jones and Taylor. Then it's the twin MG midgets, Simon Meyer and Damien Meyer, giant killers, and then Hugh Harrison and Tony Karantilowski in Alphas.
And running down through the rest of our classified finishes, Tim Linus there just outside the top 20. So that completes the action for Group S. Still plenty more to come here. Mount Panorama, this is the 2020 Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
Lockie, you're dead set. We are set for the top 10 shootout just a few moments away. Let's have a preview and head to the Pirelli pit bunker. Here's Chad.
How cool, Stubbsy. So happy to have this back in 2020. We had so much fun with this last year. We're going to be able to break down all the strategies, rules and info that you need. So what a great chance now to firstly just look at what we might be going into with the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. Where are we? Bathurst, Mount Panorama. Gee, it's bitten a few cars today. 23 turns, 6.2 Ks. Now what we're going to look at here firstly is we're going to compare lap times, shootout lap times between a supercar and a GT3. Pretty cool thing to be able to do. Let's go back to 2019. Scott McLaughlin, 203.3. Best lap in the shootout. And it was Jake Dennis, 202.49. Now, what do we notice about this? Substantially quicker lap time from a GT3 car. Now, the interesting thing about that for mine is when you talk about top speeds, a supercar is quicker. So when we go down the bottom of Conrod, a supercar is doing 300 clicks, where a GT3 is only doing 280, only 280. But where are they making all this speed? Well, let's break this down into sector time, shall we? Sector 1, up the hill, there's 6 corners there. A GT3 is slightly quicker, about 0.4 of a second. Sector 3, coming back down the hill, down Conrod, the supercar is actually slightly quicker. So that time is all, you guessed it, in here, Sector 2. And this has been the sector that's been biting everyone today. A GT3 car, 0.7 quicker than Scott McLaughlin across the top. Now we can break that down even further and examine where all this drama has been going on. Now we saw that massive Aston Martin crash earlier, and that happened here through turn 9, and we've also had plenty going off in McPhillamy. Now I want to explain just how much faster these cars are, and nothing shows it better than this. When we bring up the speeds, they're going 205 kilometres per hour through there. That's 10 Ks more than a supercar. They're clicking into 5th gear. Some of them even trying, maybe not today, to hold it flat through that corner. So that's why we're seeing so much action through that part of the world. When we get into the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout, this is the part of the track that we need to pay special attention to because it's going to be very, very fast and very committed.
Chad, we can't wait. I tell you what, the tension down here is quite palpable. For the final time before the top 10 shootout, let's check in with Charlie.
Well, here I am with the head honcho of Aston Martin for Australia and New Zealand, Kevin Wall. It is an honour to have you here, and thank you for bringing so many cars to Bathurst 12 Hour.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Charlie. It's an honour to be here. Absolutely an honour to be here. Big weekend for us, both on and off the track, of course.
Absolutely. On the track, let's focus on that. It's probably your biggest amount of Astons there. We're going for your maiden win. It is about time, right?
It's about time, particularly after what happened last year, of course. So we've got 2 teams, we've got 13 drivers from 10 countries, and we've got some really hot drivers. Lead team, our Motorsport from the UK, from Switzerland, our Swiss dealer, in fact. And with those guys, we've got 3 cars, and Rick Kelly, of course, 2-time Bathurst winner. Yep. Scott Dixon, local boy, Kiwi, Auckland boy, big star in New Zealand, and of course North America with his Indy win.
But you're also here to show us the first public appearance of the DBX, which is Aston Martin's first SUV.
Which has been 5 years in the making, 5 years in producing a car which combines the confidence of an SUV with the style of an Aston Martin, but more particularly, or just as importantly, drives like an Aston Martin. And may I just totally claim that when we first released the Rapide, it was voted the world's most beautiful sedan. And we have every hope that this vehicle will be voted the world's most beautiful SUV, but you decide for yourself.
Well, I've decided it gets my vote anyway. It's absolutely stunning. Good luck on track and off track with the DBX anyway. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Charlie. Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, 5 years well spent too. It looks beautiful. It is time for the combined sedans. They're out on track. Let's get back to Lockie.
And when we say combined sedans, Stubbsy, we mean it. We've got a real assortment of different types of cars in the field for the combined sedans this weekend. Combined sedans presented by Wake Up Hostels. Everything from ex-supercars to Trans Am 2 or T82 cars, an assortment of production and improved production cars, some marked cars and some sports sedans as well. And joining me in commentary for this race, their final race of the weekend, it's a very good afternoon to Gary O'Brien.
Good afternoon, Lockie. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here, whether you're at the track, watching on Fox Sports or streaming from somewhere else around the world. Here we are for the third of 3 races this weekend. We woke everyone up this morning at 7:20. We're back with the Wake Up Hostels combined sedans, and we've got a little bit of a jumbled grid. There was some penalties handed out after this morning's race. Jim Policino lost his win for passing under yellows during the safety car period, so that elevated Paul Beauchet in his sports sedan Chev Corvette. And for all those people that are mad on Corvettes, unfortunately, this car runs a Dodge engine. So, but it is very quick. It's clocked at, well, timed at 305 k's an hour down Conrod Straight during the morning race.
And the reason that Jim Policino got penalised, I understand, Gary, is for passing under safety car conditions.
Correct, passing lap cars under safety car conditions. Nathan Hearn, who also finished in the placings, was docked 5 seconds for overlapping on resumption of the race at the control line, so he lost 2 spots as well.
Let's check out our grid positions then. So it's Paul Beauchet in the Corvette who will start on pole position. 16-year-old Bailey Hall, who's on double duty, also racing in the 12 hour. He will go from second on the grid with Jimmy Vernon and Warren Millett on row 2.
Yeah, Warren Millett, of course. Wake Up Hostels is his business. Phil Bryan out of position 11 in that Datsun 240 with the Chev in it. Ray Hislop had some fuel issues but got it home in 12th spot. Further back in the field, Christopher Moser in the General Lee lookalike Dodge Challenger. Rick Shaw in the replica of the 95 12-hour winner at Eastern Creek. Then further back, Stephen Barker in position 31. Chris LaRossa, new to the mountain in a Trans Am car. Chris Begg, who we've seen come into the pits and then rejoin later. Tony Groves, unfortunately, non-starter as a result of a crash in the earlier race.
Yeah, that was quite a nasty crash as well. It was actually a couple of separate incidents. One at Forest Elbow, which broke or weakened, significantly loosened the rear suspension on his car, and ultimately it failed and pitched him into the wall at Reed Park. We've got the big red Chev Corvette on pole position. The green Mark 1 car starting out of grid position number 2, thundering V8s, ready to roar into action for race 3 of the Wake Up combined sedans. Here at Mount Panorama, side by side, our 2 front runners go into turn number 1. The It's Boschert who will take the lead. Bailey Hall trying to hang tough on the outside, not able to do so, and it's Nathan Hurd who capitalises and moves his TA2 Dodge Challenger up into second position.
Then, of course, Bailey Hall in third, and he may lose that spot to Warren Millett, who goes alongside him in the XHRT Holden Commodore VZ V8 touring car. Steve Coe behind him in X4 Morris Motorsport VE Commodore. See, Jim Policina's already made up some ground. Keep an eye on Ray Hislop. I don't know, Steve Lacey is there. They broke a half shaft in the race this morning whilst in second position. So, unfortunately, 5 laps or 6 laps as this race goes might not be enough for him to get to the front of the field, as we've seen in the past.
We've seen some massive drives from Steve Lacey in the past. One thing we know is that he will give it a red-hot crack to make up as many positions as he possibly can. Look at the mixture of different types of cars that we've got. As mentioned, a bit of everything. Jim Policina, he's going to be highly motivated to make up positions as well aboard that ex-Tasman Motorsport Commodore supercar, and he's attacking the back of Anthony Tenkate as they head down the hill. Just an update for those of you tuning in. The top 10 shootout for the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12-hour will still be held on schedule just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. We are running some of the support categories slightly behind schedule, but the top 10 shootout still coming up in less than an hour's time, so make sure you don't miss that one. More overtaking manoeuvres happening a bit further back in the pack. That's Bradley Neal, one of the bar cars making the move down the inside of Forest Elbow.
Ray Hislop in that blue improved production Ford Falcon ahead of him. That car's been clocked down Conrod Straight at 296 kilometres, and that's on the road radial tyre. So it makes it very hairy when you get down to this part of the track trying to turn the car in.
It's Stephen Coe, big move up the inside of Steve Hay, the Queensland driver. Both the cars go skating across the grass at the chase and come back on right in front of both Ray Hislop and Jim Policina, who had to take evasive action to make sure that there wasn't nose-to-tail contact on the exit of the chase.
We've got so many different configured cars there. We've got a Queensland touring car, an improved production car, a couple of V8 touring cars, and then TA2 cars and a Mark car all there together and all around the same sort of performance.
They will have strengths and weaknesses in different parts of the circuit, but it's amazing to see just how evenly matched some of these cars are in terms of lap times, even though the engineering philosophy in a lot of cases is quite different between them.
And the tyre technology that each of these categories allow is so different as well. And the TA2 cars are renowned for being very good on their Hoosier at the start of the race, but they go away a lot quicker than what some of the other cars, like the Kumho shot cars or the Dunlop shot cars.
This will be a good battle here. Ray Hislop in the improved production VA Falcon up against Jim Policina in the VA Commodore supercar. We've seen that Ray Hislop's had some dominant victories here over the years in improved production. Some people have said that his improved production car is almost as quick as a supercar. Well, we're about to find out just how it matches up in a head-to-head battle.
Indeed, we do. We got a replay of this rather congested field coming down into the chase, and we've seen where Stephen Coe and Stephen Hay had their little bit of a running together to the detriment of both, one look of it, because Hislop and Policina were able to get by. But yeah, a lot of people have said that Hislop's car is a supercar in a different guise, but he's certainly proven them wrong. He's proved that that car is totally within the rules of improved production. And so far, Boschert hasn't been able to really put much difference on Hearn, who's in second spot in the TA2 car. Young Bailey Hall, 17-year-old in the Mark 1 car in third spot, and they've got quite a gap on the rest of the field.
The rear of Nathan Hurd's car was mega sideways as he turned it into the chase. Then you could see that it steps right out, but great car control from the 17-year-old Lismore driver. And yet again, he's on the extreme outside of the circuit as he turns it into Murray's Corner. First time for Nathan Hurd here at Mount Panorama this weekend. He was one of the stars of the TA2 category last year, where he was a race winner, a multiple race winner, and he's really putting his driving talents on demonstration here at the mountain this weekend.
We do have a radar reading on Conrod Straight. It's not at the fastest part, but Boschert in the Corvette did 287 kilometres on the last lap, as opposed to Hearn on 269 and Hall on 264. Some of the other quick cars we should be looking at: Policina 274, Hislop now behind him 298, and that's on the radar, so he would have topped 300 Ks on that last trip down Conrod Straight.
So Ray Hislop's just lost a couple of positions to those supercars, Jim Polisina and Steve Coe, who've both managed to get past. Another couple of quick cars. We know that Steve Lacey's charging up through the field, but also watch out for Matt Cherry in the Monaro. He was another driver who retired from the previous race, and he's fighting his way through from the rear of the field.
Yeah, he had a puncher in the Holden Monaro. Just seeing how far back he is and how much ground he can make up. Lacey's time down the straight was a 2:69, but it's possible that that car would have been caught up in traffic, given that he's come from so far back. Beauchamp continues to lead this one, but Hearn is sticking with him, doing a great job for someone who's so young and doing a good job. So it's probably best to describe Beauchamp as experienced and quite a bit more mature than what these young fellas are that are following him at the moment.
Paul Boschert's Corvette definitely has the straight line speed advantage, but you can see that Nathan Hearn between Greg Park and Forrest Elbow made up a fair bit of time, and Bailey Hall is staying right with them as well. Fastest lap of the race for Bailey Hall, the last time through with a 1 minute 16.5.
Yeah, Beauchamp on the radar that time, 293 kilometres an hour on Conrod Straight, 269, 264 for Hearn and Hall respectively. Some faster cars as well coming up, 298 from Hislop again on that lap as well.
Craig Hislop in a battle with Jason Busk and Steve Hay, who even despite that collision with Stephen Coe at the chase a couple of months ago, doesn't seem to have impeded his performance too much. Here's the move, Bradley Neal getting down the inside of Anthony Tenkate into the chase. That is the move for 11th position.
Yeah, Brad Neal had some dramas in the opening race, was in a podium position, but unfortunately had the car locked in second gear on the final lap and pulled it into the pits. But he fought back well and has moved up the order and is now breathing on a top 10 position.
Fastest lap for Steve Lacey that time through, 2 minutes 14.7 for the #1 Chev Camaro. There it is on screen, the bright yellow car, which continues to make up spots. Not sure that he's quite going to have enough laps to be challenging at the very front of the field, but certainly has the capability to crack the top 6 or 7 by the time we get to the end of this race.
We've just seen Hislop pass Busk going up the hill. Now Busk comes back in. This is where the differences are in the car. The Mark car is so much better and superior in performance as far as cornering ability. The improved production car, obviously a lot quicker at a straight line. Similarly so with the Corvette or Beauchamp out front as well. He certainly gets caught going across the top of the mountain, but down the straight he just gets away from him.
Look at the amount of time that Nathan Hearn makes up on Paul Boschert coming down the hill. Even just down through the S's and the Dipper, Nathan Hearn was able to close in onto the back of the Corvette. The problem for Nathan Hearn, though, is that he's just not going to quite have the straight line speed that he needs to be able to challenge Boschert.
Quite an understatement there. It's nowhere near the pace of the Corvette down the straight. 290 for him that time. He's buttoned off a little bit by 3 kilometres an hour as Hearn comes through the right-hander, followed by Hall. So they've got to give way. Hearn was actually a bit quicker, 270 for him, and 261 for Hall, and quite a gap back. 16 seconds, as a matter of fact, to position 4. So they're coming around to complete what will be the 4th of 6 laps.
With clear track and with the ability to fully exploit the performance potential of their cars, these top 3 drivers have all well and truly cleared away from the rest of the field, and they're unfortunately,
David Worrell.
They had problems in the previous race as well, the New South Wales improved production competitor. Fortunately, he's been able to get the car off to a safe spot, reversing it behind the wall there on the exit of the outer sport cutting.
How convenient to pull up just in front of the opening. Good job done there, and it allows this race to remain under green race conditions. So you can see the gap from 3rd back to 4th. It's quite substantial. Here's Matt Cherry in the improved production Holden Monaro, getting a little bit taily going across the top of the mountain, but and I think that's just exuberance. He likes to drive like that.
That was a cool slow-mo replay, and yes, that is an HQ Holden that you can see out there on the racetrack. That's the car of Terry Mayfield, though it's not powered by the 6-cylinder engine that we normally see in HQ Holdens. He has installed a V8 in it, and looks now like David Worrell got his Commodore going, but only made it a couple of corners further on and had to pull off again.
He's found the next opening, so he'll gradually get it back to the pits by going into every opening all the way across the top. So just a quick rundown of the order. Bochette, Hearn, Hall, Policina's in 4, Millett, Collins, Bast, Coe, Lacey's up to 9, Hislop in 10.
Again, Nathan Hearn gets so close to the back of Paul Boschert's car, heading down through the S's, but of course it's one-line racetrack. You can't really overtake down there. And even if it was to send one down the inside of Forest Elbow, you get the feeling that Paul Boschert would probably just breeze past him once they got onto Conrod Straight.
Yeah, 289 that time, so the heat's probably playing a little bit into this now for Bochette. Probably doesn't have quite the top-end performance that it had at the very start of the race, whereas Hearn seems to be more consistent in the speed that he has on that run downhill. There's Steve Coulter in a T82 Ford Mustang. Had quite a few dramas over the weekend, various things going wrong, and it looks like he's not out of the woods yet as far as that goes. That car's slowing, it's rubbing, well, look at it on the left front. So maybe he had a touch with a wall or someone else.
Steve Coulter, a driver with lots of experience and success in super trucks in particular. We saw that his son Michael Coulter was racing that car in the TA2 series last year.
We're on the final lap as we watch Paul Bochette bring that car up through Griffin Bend, head up the mountain last time. And he was all fired up. He said he didn't like the way he won the last race because the penalties were handed out. So he's doing this on his own basis now, on his own performance, I should say. And he's pulled away from Hearn on this last lap. So that would suggest that Hearn's tyres have probably gone off a little bit as well. Or maybe he's just going to settle for second, because I think he might actually win overall because of his consistency.
Bit of lapse traffic for these drivers to encounter in the last couple of laps as well. We saw there that Boschert had to make the move down the inside of Chris Begg, Queenslander in the BMW M4 heading up into the cutting. I think Paul Boschert might have enough of a margin over Nathan Hearn that he can hold on to the lead down through the S's of the spares box dipper, and we know that Corvette well and truly has the measure of the TA2 Dodge Challenge once they get onto Conrod Straight.
Certainly closes up down towards Forest Elbow though. He's almost right on his tail once again. And unfortunately for Hearn and fortunately for Bochette, he's got the top end performance to pull away once again as they head down towards the chase for the very final time this weekend. Been a great performance from Bochette. He, as I said before, felt a little bit bad about taking that win in the earlier race, but he's not going to feel bad about this one. Gets it through the left hand for the last time. Nice bit of flame out the exhaust on a Dodge-powered American sports car. And he brings it down to the final corner for the final time. Paul Bochette will take out the Wakefield, where did I get that from? Wake Up Australia Hostels combined sedans here at Bathurst. Sport race to the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12-hour. Steve Lacey trying to get past another one. Actually, is almost conceded a spot then, hasn't he?
Stephen Lacey just backing out of it. Gary Collins as well, the ex-Kelly Racing V8 Commodore supercar, a bit slow there heading down into the chase. Jason Busk in the mark car taking advantage to make up a couple of spots there on the final lap. So Jason Busk will come home in second position, sixth position, just ahead of Stephen Lacey in seventh position. Gary Collins getting relegated back to eighth spot. And there is Matt Cherry, unfortunately. He joins the list of retirements up the top of the mountain.
Bit of a shame for the Western Australian. A long way to come to have a couple of DNFs out of the weekend. There's our winner, Paul Bochette in the Corvette ahead of Nathan Hearn. Bailey Hall in third, Jim Policina, Warren Millett, Jason Buss. Steve Lacey up to seventh, Gary Collins to eighth, Stephen Coe in ninth, and Ray Hislop rounded out to 10.
good performance from Ray Hislop coming from a bit further down the order. Steve Hay in his Commodore in 11th position ahead of Anthony Tenkate and Cameron Sendall and Christopher Formosa. So a few TA2 cars there looking further down the order. Happy birthday to Michael Stilwell, who came home in position 24. And a few cars finishing a lap down and a few not finishing at all. That completes the Wake Up Hostels combined sedans action here at Mount Panorama, the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12 hour. The top 10 shootout not too far away here on the mountain.
Absolutely, Lockie. We have Aussie racing car action ahead too, but as you said, the top 10 shootout coming up, still on track for 10 past 5 despite the schedule changes here today. Shane Van Gisbergen will be in the thick of it. The car 888 will be the first one to roll out. He only made it into the top 10 shootout by a 10th of a second. We can't wait. Quick break, we'll be back with the Aussie racing cars.
Berto joining me once again for this one. It was looking so good for Ben there. Unfortunately, it lasted only to turn 2.
Yeah, we got to turn 2 there. We had 2 cars coming together, and the action didn't stop from then on in. We saw a big moment there across the top, and we also saw it make the fence there. So a couple of cars were a little bit wounded early on the race, but we saw some great battles as well.
Yeah, Charlotte pointing to the inside. Craig Thompson going for a spin. Your initial call on that one was maybe a bit more racing room?
Yeah, I think could have given a little more room there.
This was a strange one, wasn't it? Paul Morris raising his hand as he went through Mick Phillamy and handed the lead over to Josh Anderson, who would not relinquish that lead. Actually built up over a 5-second gap. He just went away from the field. He looks to be the strongest in the field as we head into their final race of the weekend. So round number 1, it's their first time here at Mount Panorama since 2015. Can you remember when you drove a car here? That was a while ago.
I can remember driving one of these cars here, and we can see how exciting they are to drive, but across the top of the mountain, you're absolutely full noise from the cutting.
Wow.
And you don't lift until you get to Skyline there. So probably some of these really fast guys are probably not even lifting then. So exciting cars to drive. They move around a lot. You certainly know you're alive. But since the last time these guys drove the cars, we've obviously seen with GT qualifying there, and there's been a lot of debris all over the circuit. So the conditions might be a little bit different. Also, the sun's coming down as well. So they're all factors that these guys, from driving earlier this morning to now, are going to have to face.
Yeah, plenty of shadows now working their way across the track, which is a good sign that hopefully lap times in the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout will be a little bit quicker. We did dip comfortably into the 203s last year.
Track very greasy for those guys, though.
Yeah, hot. It's nearly 40 degrees track temp out there. Sorry, well over, about 46 degrees track temp, thanks to Pirelli for their info.
Yeah, so those guys are dealing with a really greasy circuit, which makes the car move around a little bit more. So that's what I'm sort of saying, from this morning when the cars really gripped up in those colder conditions to now, we might see the cars moving around and sliding.
We have seen GT3 cars dip into the 202s here before in the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. Be very, very committed lap time if you're going to get into the 2s today.
Absolutely, it's really interesting to watch those guys full attack mode. Anything in a 3 around here is seriously fast. So we've seen some really magical numbers over the years, and hopefully today we see something special too.
That's the view from the Scandia drone cam as we look down on the Aussie racing cars. They're out in their formation lap, and it's Paul Morris who'll start from pole position. We've seen him down in the pit bunker helping out at Scott Taylor Motorsport with Dave Reynolds. And he'll be on the front row alongside Craig Woods, who's been pretty quick this weekend. Joel Heinrich, former champion in this class. Josh Anderson was pick of the field in race 3. He's been really quick. Ben Walsh, despite that lap 1 spin, will be starting 5th out of this one. Good field of cars. Kyle Lensby had some motor issues earlier. They did get that car started for race number 3. He'll be starting roughly inside the top 10. Yes, that is John Stephenson, the former Olympic sprinter. He'll be starting inside row number 8. Very competitive guy. And pretty quick behind the wheel of any race car. Did a little bit of Carrera Cup last year. We've got Tony Quinn himself out there today. And Jaden Maggs with a lot of cars to pass, but he did pass nearly half the field in that race earlier today. So watch out for Jaden in the Cedars Racing Team entry to go picking his way through the field. It's a fast track for an Aussie racing car. Watch for the big slipstream battles, particularly down the hill. There was the advantage of about 5 or 6 kilometres per hour being in the toe in that last race today.
Yeah, we saw the guys, they were leading at the start of Conrod Straight, generally aren't leading by the end of it. So the guys are still weaving, trying to get a little bit of tyre temp, but they're forming up in their 2x2 there.
3 different winners from the 3 races so far this weekend. Always a good recipe that we're going to continue that streak into the last race. The season starts here and goes all the way to Newcastle.
And the beauty of having their last race today, they get to sit and watch us go around all afternoon tomorrow.
Not a bad thing, is it? It means they can maybe enjoy themselves a little bit tonight as well.
Exactly, I'm sure Paul Morris will be.
Well, he's going to be enjoying himself off pole position in the World Gym entry. He's a cagey racer, isn't he? Still got a racer's brain. Loves to think about different ways he can get to the front.
Very crafty, but over the years, he's done so much racing, and I'm sure he's learned a hell of a lot. So it's good to see him. He'll drive anything with wheels on it. So lining themselves up, they've got to have the wheels behind the white line there.
He's got his famous Hawaiian-style helmet livery tucked away inside that very small race car. And a lot of feedback by around the world, actually, on Twitter from international viewers who've been watching on the live stream, really entertained. liking them to obviously legend cars, which we're used to seeing race overseas. This is our version. It's called the Aussie Racing Cars. We hope you enjoy it. Fourth and final race. Welcome to wherever you're watching around Australia or around the world. This is Bathurst, and the mighty little Aussie Racing Cars are away. Good start. Craig Woods will lead us into the first corner. Can he cover off Paul Morris? It's wild in the background, nearly 4 wide. We shoehorn these things into turn 1, and now the games begin up Mountain Straight.
Relatively clean start there, and last race we saw the impact coming up to turn 2. So let's watch what happens here. They're a little bit cleaner than not 3 or 4 wide. We only 2 wide. Paul Morris now trying to get around the outside.
So Woods holding steady on the inside. That was close. That was a steering contest, and now it goes Osborne into the fence hard, and there's more in. 3 cars involved, and that was a hard hit.
That's a real shame there. 3 cars involved with a lot of damage on those cars, so I think there'll be a safety car for this one.
Well, that was a tough ride, and I think that might have been Charlotte Pointing, who was the last car to get involved then. She couldn't pull that car any lower than where it was, so headed to potentially the AMG safety car, and we've got yellows waving for now. It always looks worse because the front clips come off. So yeah, that is Charlotte Pointing stuck in the fence. And how about the weekend that Ben Walsh is having so far, particularly today? Turn 2, both races today.
That's a curse for him there. Let's have another look what happened.
So the second pack of cars, there's about a 5 car length gap from the leaders. Oh, Walsh got sort of loose mid-corner.
Yeah, he's just stepped on him a little bit. He's had to correct the car, which has put him a little bit wide, and just collected the other car, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Osborne, probably the innocent, Heinrich, I should say, probably the innocent victim in this one.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, so Joel Heinrich minding his own business. Oh, Charlotte had her own moment as well, which is why she ended up out there.
And this comes back to, you know, first lap, cold tyres. Guys and girls don't know exactly what they've got underneath them, and they're trying to jostle for positions because those opening laps are really crucial to try and make some spots for the race there. So looks like the drivers are okay. Probably a little bit disappointed, but at least their health is okay. Marty Doxey there from the Race Solutions. They supply all the medical staff here this weekend and cars as well. So really good group of guys and girls there that help us when things go a little bit pear-shaped.
What's the sort of procedure when you're in a scenario like that? Do you do anything different to anyone else? Do you try and take your time? Because it's obviously a pretty rough moment, especially if you've had a bit of a bell ringer, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you don't have too many of them, but to start with, you stay in your car until all the other cars have passed and somebody actually gets to you, and just make sure that you feel okay. But you definitely don't want to jump out of the car too soon. That adrenaline sort of kicks in, and you don't know whether you actually got an injury yourself. So leave it to the medical staff, and they make those decisions for you, because you probably don't have the headspace at that time to make a clear decision.
So Charlotte has walked away from that one, so has Ben Walsh, so good to see that they're both okay. One thing we've seen a lot of today, Tony, we saw it in the GT3 sessions, drivers getting out of their cars to aid other drivers that have been in incidents. 2 in a day, that's pretty rare.
Yeah, I mean, it goes back, we saw it on the Gold Coast with SVG and Scotty Mack, and it just sort of seems to be the protocol these days. Yeah. You know, first driver on scene, they try and make sure the other driver's okay, and it's a great sportsmanship gesture, I guess. And you know, these cars, whether it's Aussie race cars or GT cars, they're going seriously fast, and when they stop in a wall like that, you know, it's every driver's nightmare. So if you can help out, or even just get the driver out, or get the extinguisher happening before the medical staff get there, then obviously it increases any damage to the driver. So
another thing you often hear, particularly we hear it a lot when we have our Radio Day segment for people who are more familiar with supercars.
Yep.
A lot of drivers asking their engineers what the scenario is everyone okay? Because it sounds like from the driver's point of view, you want to know what's going on out there as well. Yeah,
without a doubt. Like you're driving around, and you just want to make sure that the other driver's okay. You know, whether you know them or not, it's just I think a human interest thing that they're safe and they're all good. Because at the end of the day, we all want to go home to our families, and we love our racing. We're all competitive, but we've also got a home life as well. So you just want to make sure that everyone's happy, okay, and if the car's damaged, that's okay, as long as the driver's safe.
So 2 cars at turn 2. Griffin's Bend, which is Destination New South Wales Bend this weekend. And as a result, the AMG safety car having to pick up the field. As it stands, Craig Woods, after a really good start, is out front from Paul Morris. And watch out for Josh Anderson. When we go back to green flag running, he was really quick earlier today. Unfortunately, Joel Heinrich out of action. He's had to come back into the pits. I can't see them getting that car back out there. They're working on the rear end of it, but it's missing the rear wing and half of the rear window. So it'd be a big ask to get that car back out. And would it even be stable enough to continue without that rear wing?
They've got the old race tape happening, trying to get it done. So you might see him get out there. Look, this is going to be probably a little bit of a lengthy delay. And we know we've got the top 10 shootout after this. So it might just be a sprint to the line in the end.
There it is. And can you drive these things without a rear wing? There we go. Going to put a new boot lid on it with the rear wing connected. So that's a pretty good effort. Try and get some points out of this last race of the championship for a former champion.
That's the thing. I mean, being the first round of the championship, any points is going to aid their championship quest later in the year. And everyone's going to have their bad days along the way. And hopefully this is... they're going to minimise the damage today. Looks okay.
It's looking pretty straight from the commentary box window. It's not crabbing down pit lane at all, is it? Trying to... Or maybe a little bit out of square. Look at that. It's driving a bit like a NASCAR down the back straight. Phoenix or something like that. But we should get that car back onto the end of the queue. He has fallen off the lead lap. Looking at this. Or has he? Might be all right, actually, to just join the back of the queue here on the lead lap. But that car, unfortunately, not looking too straight at the moment. He's about to find out exactly what it's like.
Goes. I can see that he's just gently getting back into it, though. Just full noise on the exit of pit lane.
Under yellows, but that's all right. Try and make sure that he knows what's underneath him if we do go back to green flag running here. So Wood, Morris, Anderson, the top 3. A quick look at the schedule and the rest of the year for these guys. They start here in Mount Panorama, first time since 2015 that we've had the Aussie racing cars back. Vastly different circuit coming up next, Tasmania. So they're off to Simmons Plains for round 2. They're a lot of fun there because a lot of slipstreaming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every driver loves going to Tassie as well. It's a really sort of unique style of circuit. You've got that really big braking zone down to the hairpin, which is banked. So a lot of passing maneuvers happen down there. And then you've got the big toe all the way back up to the last sort of section of the track. It's all over within like about a minute. So it's a short lap, but again, lots of passing that we see here at Bathurst as well. So they've got a good little calendar, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, Winton's round number 3. The annual stop in Darwin, which is a bit of a favourite for these guys, is round number 4. Gold Coast, can't fault that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone loves going to the Gold Coast. A lot of these guys, they're maybe aspiring racing drivers professionally, but a lot of them are just having a little bit of fun as well. So to go to some of those sort of really key, unique tracks that are fun, they're having a great time.
Yeah, after that we go to Sandown, which is the first time since 2007 for the Aussie racing cars. So again, another big track for slipstreaming, and it wraps up in Newcastle. And that is in early December this year. So it's probably the longest season out of Australian motorsport that I could think of. Starts in January, finishes in December.
Yeah, it's quite spread out during the year, and these guys might do some other racing in between. It gives them a chance, though, like if they've got any damage this weekend, they can repair and get it ready.
So here's what's happened if you've just joined us. Turn 2, lap 1, and this was an awkward one. Benny Walsh has a mid-wiggle, gets out, tags the back of Joel Heinrich's car. That goes into the fence, and unfortunately, Charlotte Pointing. That was the hard one, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and you can see she just got to the end of the tyre bundle, so might be a little bit more damage than what we're expecting.
Yeah, right, so just at the edge of it. They were a long way through turn 2. Seems an obvious question, but does an impact like that car to car, does it hurt? And where does it hurt? Where do you feel it? Is it in your legs? Is it seat belts?
Probably a bit X-rated.
Right, okay. I think that says it all. Is that true? Is it simply because where the belts are?
No, any sudden sort of stop. I mean, the belts are coming over your hips and also over your shoulders, so you don't generally get any sort of pain down there, but you certainly can. Any sort of stop like that, and it is very sudden. You don't realise how fast you're going until you do stop so quickly. So it's not a nice feeling. And just the noise, the crunch, all the damage and parts breaking as you make that impact. It's not a nice sound.
A little bit of a clean up down there. They're putting some of the ash down to clean up the fluid at turn 2 as well. Thankfully, it's hopefully a long way off the racing line. So if anyone's out there, they're probably in trouble already, I'd say. not going to impede you any further.
That'll be, you know, the guys and girls will be able to see that going around the circuit, see some of that cleanup. They'll know when they come up and the green light there that they'll have to give it a little bit of leeway there on the exit, and even their team should be telling them. They'll be able to see this footage.
Your plans for 2020 are in the Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12-hour tomorrow, driving a pretty cool bit of kit as well.
Yeah.
And then where do we go from there?
Look, trying to do TCR again. We did TCR with Honda and Wall Racing last year in his first year, so working on plans to try and do that. That'd be the preference, and then obviously the Supercar Enduros later in the season, partnering up with Fabian Coulthard again in the number 12. So very much looking forward to that. It's a great time of the year, lots of racing at that back end, and I love joining that team. You know, they're obviously got a lot of runs on the board, but it's just a really professional organisation, and you know, Fabs and I, that will be our 4th year in a row working together. So we get on really well, and I've got a strong sort of relationship there, and I know who's boss, Fabian's boss. And no, I enjoy playing that co-driver role. So looking forward to that a lot, and we'll just sort of see whatever else sort of comes up during the year. Hopefully a little bit more GT racing. They're very good cars to drive. And last year we did Suzuka. I'm not sure if Adrian Dietz is planning on doing that this year, but we'll just sort of see how the year rolls out. Firstly, though, we have to get through tomorrow, and we've seen so much carnage today, even just in qualifying. So who knows what tomorrow will bring, but you know, we're just trying to circulate, especially the early part of the race there, and try and get to the last part and give it a real hot crack at the end.
Obviously, one of the big moments to happen today was the multi-car incident at McPhillamy, and that your car was actually involved in that one. But thankfully, the Lamborghini's okay. A little patch up for that car?
Yeah, a little bit of damage when we came into the back there of Sam. But just a really unfortunate incident. You know, Sam was trying to you know, stay to one side to let us through, and it just sort of, you know, we zigged when we should have zagged. So really unfortunate, because you know, no one wants to see these cars crashed. They're very expensive, but also, you know, I think some of the drivers even got injured in that one. So Cam feels you know, that he did everything he could to try and avoid it, and unfortunately the contact was made. But yeah, not a nice feeling when you know, you sort of make that contact. But you know, looking at the vision, Cam really couldn't do anything about it. So it's unfortunate for everyone involved. And our car, yeah, it's got a little bit of damage on the front bar, but nothing too major. So we're absolutely fine. You know, the same can't be said for the other cars, unfortunately.
Been a busy day for Lamborghinis. There was that one. And of course, Dean Canto hit his moment at McPhillamy. It's hard to say so early, but they're certainly having a crack at getting that thing fixed.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of spares for that particular car. They haven't upgraded quite yet to the Evo kit that we have. And one of the reasons was because they didn't have a lot of spares in the country. So they decided to go down that path, and hey, it might pay off for them, because I went and actually saw Dean to make sure it was okay, but just checking there to see if the safety car light's going to go out this lap.
So this is the point where they said at driver's briefing, it was a very brief driver's briefing on Thursday, that the lights would be going out. And the reason is, as the safety car goes up the hill, it gives everyone behind it the most chance to see that the lights are gone out, which is a very logical reason. But they've stayed on, so it looks like we're going for another lap here. So hopefully we'll get one lap of green flag running in. We'll just wait and see if they are going to go green flag at the end of this lap, trying to give them as much chance as possible. Restarts in the Aussie Racing Car Series, always a lot of fun. And if we do go for one very fast lap here, it's going to be exciting. Of course, we are going to be time certain at some point with the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout not too far away. Gee, it's going to be an exciting shootout. Still at the moment, I see the yellow flag from the commentary box window. And yes, lights are out, so...
All right, we're going racing.
Get one lap in here. Hold on, Tony, because this could be pretty frantic stuff. Down the hill we roll, 2 by 2. Woods, Morris, the front row. Anderson, Garland, row number 2. Chapman and Ensby, positions 5 and 6. Do you want to be leading out of Forest Elbow? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's go racing with the Aussie Racing Cars. Green flag in the air. It's a good restart for the leader.
Now Morris is going to have to try and get back on the inside, which he has, to try and protect his line. And he's going to have a crack for the lead.
That is an almighty move from the dude as we go last lap at the mountain. And he's wrestled the lead away. Gives him some nice room on the outside. And Woods fights back.
Trying to get a bit of the side draft now, so they're getting nice and close.
It's worked too. taking a little bit of a push, and here comes Anderson to the outside.
Man, that thing's fast.
That is, as Paul would say, hauling the mail up Mountain Straight. Hard on the brakes. Morris will fall back a spot here. Cody Garland goes to second.
Now remember, we've got all that clean-up gear on the outside.
Good call. And they're all, thankfully, through Destination New South Wales. Turn number 2 up towards the Artie cutting. Anderson having a peek. Oh, Anderson making contact. Bit of a shove. It was Kyle Ensby that he was having a little bit of a moment with. They sorted it out. They still try and find a line across the top. Last time across the top for the weekend.
They're going too wide down to the grate here. A place that you could probably get away with doing that in an Aussie race car. Not any other race car in history, though.
Certainly not at speed. Across McPhillamy. They wiggle, they slide. It's going to be all about that slipstream down the hill. Whoa, that was wild. That was really wild. It's still going on, but thankfully collected. I think that was just a big lock-up, and danger was averted then by taking the shortcut. It was Cody Garland.
It's awesome that they've got that runoff now, because years ago that was gravel and you wouldn't make it through the other side. So you make a little mistake and gather it back up.
Okay, Woods v Morris for the lead of this one.
Here we go.
Let the games begin down Conrod as we look for the slipstream, and that's what happened there. Wow, that was close. Aggressive. Garland didn't have much of a choice then.
Morris is right on the back of Woods there. Here he goes, he's going to have a crack.
Into the chase, they're side by side. Woods gives him plenty of room. Switch back. Sold the dummy, makes contact, and sends him off the road. And it might not be over yet, because the pass in the grass is on. And that was nice from Simmons, who's come from absolutely nowhere. Where was he on the restart? I don't think he was in the front 3 rows. And he's leading into the last corner. Morris gets another one. He's got 2 in 2 corners. And Simmons will get the checkered flag.
Good job, Simmons.
Paul Morris taking no prisoners at the mountain today.
Yeah,
wow.
He certainly got involved in that last lap. He was having a big old crack, but unfortunately there, I think he might get in strife by the DSO. There's a couple of moves that were a little questionable.
You got 2 yellow cards to 1 play then. That was entertaining stuff. So here's the first one, Tony.
So Paul's done the switchback, tried to get the inside of Woods there, but just not enough room. And here's the next one. He's just locked it on the way in, and yeah, hasn't quite got under control on the turning point there.
I don't think Cody appreciated the treatment that he got from the dude, but either way, it's Nick Simmons with the all-time restart. I'd love to see where he was. I think he was in the 4th row for that restart. He's come picking through the field. Josh Anderson puts together a really good weekend, and it actually finishes a tie between Anderson and Morris, but potentially there might be some more to talk about after that one. That was exciting stuff. Looking forward to plenty more to come here at the mountain.
Well, that brings us to the crescendo of the day. 1 man, 1 mountain, and 1 machine at a time. The top 10 shootout, it is Shane Van Gisbergen in the 888 who will lead them away. In 2016, he claimed pole on his way to a famous victory. That is next here on Fox Sports.
Bathurst. It's a name that instantly puts a smile on the faces of millions of motorsport enthusiasts all over the world. This little town outside of Sydney, Australia, has become famous for one thing: Mount Panorama.
Racing here at Bathurst, it's on every driver's list.
This is a place where the quickest don't always finish first, but the brave often prosper.
There's only one thing you can bring to the mountain: maximum commitment.
It's a place where every corner can bite, and the results can be devastating. Today, 124 drivers from 21 countries tackle one of the world's most challenging endurance races. We welcome some of the biggest names in international motorsport. Amongst them are winners of every major endurance race around the globe. 24-hour race winners, world endurance champions, supercars champions.
I've won the 1,000 and now I want the 12-hour.
Tomorrow, it's all about 12 hours of peak concentration. And to be there at the end, you need it all to go right. Speed, precision, teamwork, course, endurance. But today, it's all about the flying lap. The 10 fastest cars will compete for pole position in the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout.
Nothing in it. It's close. He's got it.
Who has what it takes? Who has the speed to get it right for just one lap? Welcome to the 2020 Liqui-Moly Bathurst 12-hour Pirelli Top 10 Shootout from Mount Panorama, Bathurst.
Well, stunning Sydney is the arrival post for the majority of these drivers, teams and the fans alike. It is a stunning start to a massive weekend, and from there they make their way up through an equally famous drive through the Blue Mountains to Bathurst, a city built on gold. Now it is motorsport riches and a 12-hour title that is the ultimate prize. She is today in very much an unforgiving mood. Neil Crompton is alongside me. Welcome to our coverage of the Pirelli Top 10 Shootout. And Neil, I tell you what, have we seen some carnage today? The repair bill must be in the millions.
It's been an extraordinary day of motorsport at Mount Panorama, and that's something that we say from time to time, but this is right up the top. A lot of damage up the top of the hill. People 110% committed to try and make lap speed around here. But this is a grand moment for racing drivers. You have the track to yourself. The final top 10